All right. I think I'm live. Happy Sunday, all my Zen friends. How are you? Hope you had a great weekend. Can you believe it? Another week is already gone, and here we are, the 9th of the month of August. It's crazy how fast time is going, but I'm glad it's going fast together with you. So that's what we're here to spend some time together, connect with spirit. I'm excited as always as we do that. But before we do that, let us come out of the chaos. Let's come out of the rat trap, the mouse wheel, or whatever it's called, where we'll come out of the future, we'll come out of the past, come out of the chaos, come back to this wonderful, calm, slow moving moment full of unconditional love and gratitude. And we'll do that by taking a big deep breath in, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable, and slow exhale out. That's the key, to slow our roll, come back into the present. So then we'll bring in the singing bowl for more messages as well. So if you want to join me in doing that, let's begin. So big deep breath in. Here we go. Oh yeah. Always feels so good just to calm down. You can do that like every hour. Maybe you should put an alarm on my phone. So thank you for joining me in doing that. And we will hit the singing bowl. We'll hit it 3 times. And as we're doing that, we can just let that love energy just fill us up, flow into our hearts, up into our minds, into our physical bodies, our energetic fields, going out into our aura, filling us up and flowing out to the outside world, letting it do whatever it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet. So as we do that, we can focus on something that we're grateful for that immediately begins to raise our love vibration. It magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for. And it really opens us up to receive these messages from spirit, because that's the vibration at which they vibrate at, which is the unconditional love, gratitude, joy, play, laughter, peace. That's all the energies of the higher vibrational frequency, right? So that is what we will do with that. And then after the third bong, I will bring in the beautiful magical feather. So I'm just knocking everything around here. um, to focus the energy and send it out in a strong wave. And what I'm focusing on lately is just flooding it out to all of the areas of authority across the world, whether it's presidents or dictators or congresses or parliaments or tribal councils, or, like we have state government, we have federal government, all across the world, though, and just flooding each office with unconditional love energy, that whoever holds the office will either raise their love vibration to match that, or they won't be able to stand to be in that love vibration, and they'll want to get out and let someone else that does match that vibration come in to lead, so that we can have all these individuals, all these people in authority and power across the world that have high vibration love for humanity, and to help us bring us all together, right? So that's what we'll do. You can join me and do that if you wish. And I'm excited. So let's begin. Remember, gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me and doing that. Feels always so good. So thank you, thank you. Such powerful energies. So hello, everybody. Hey, my Zen friends. Wow, what's going on with you? You guys having fun? Are you enjoying these moments? Are the Lion's Gate blowing open your life yet? I feel like life feels different. I don't know what it is, but it just feels different. So I know the solar eclipse that's coming up here on Wednesday, and we've got all this wonderful Pisces full moon solar eclipse. Lunar eclipse happening. I think it's on the 29th. It's towards the end of the month. Powerful energy. So excited. So welcome, welcome. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, hello, hello. I'm your brother Z. We are here to come spill the tea with spirit and find out what we can learn and grow about what our questions are, what we can learn from one another, what we can learn from spirit. So I'm excited for that. If you want to know how the whole process works, all down there in the description area of the video. Uh, Donations to get first priority. If you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom, or in the description area of the stream, it does have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay as well. I don't have any set dollar amounts yet, but I'm making an announcement probably tomorrow. It's my plan. My intent is to create a video talking about the new processes and things. We're just wanting to organize it a little more after 4 years of doing free readings and different donation readings. Just want to kind of put a little more structure around it, just because we're growing so much that now is the time to kind of get that foundation before things get really, really crazy, right? So it's an effort to help me balance. So we'll talk about that. I usually am on starting at 5 p.m. Wednesday through Sundays. I've been going 8 hours, 9 hours, almost 10 hour sessions. So we're going to bring that back to end at midnight my time, which is 7 hours in. That's still a big lump, but whatever I don't finish in that time, I still will come back in the morning and finish that after I'm refreshed more. So just to balance out life, you know what I'm saying? Get some rest, and that kind of thing. So that'll all come out tomorrow. And no worries, we're going to be flexible and ease into it. And especially all of you that are regular donators, donor. Oh, I guess it's called donors, right? Of course, we'll work with everyone, on everything. So we just need to kind of put some structure in place. So that'll come out tomorrow or Tuesday, definitely before Wednesday, because that's when it's going to kind of start. But yeah, so I was talking about donations, right? And so if you make a donation of $5 or more, you do get a little spiritual piece of cake, which were started on these Wild Soul Oracle, so by Leela Ravenswood. So you get one of those with your reading, just kind of top it off. And if you have a donation under $5, you still get a fortune cookie. And we're using these schema, I think that's how you say that, therapy cards is what we're using now. So we're kind of been using these little cards that I got that have a bunch of different processes and reflective things on them. So we've been having group therapy, which I'm learning from. So I'm grateful. And then tonight we're using a new deck called the Tattoo Tarot. It's a really beautiful deck. I'm excited to show this to you guys. So let's see, does it say who it's by? I guess it's Megamundum is on the side there. So ink and intuition, I love it. So we'll be using that tonight. At the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all of the readings completed with timestamps. I know. So if you come back after a session, you can just open the pinned comment, find your name, and then click on that timestamp. It takes you right to your reading. Handy dandy, easy breezy. Also, I mentioned at the top of that, towards the top, whether I finished all the free readings or none of them or some of them. And then I also include a list at the bottom of the pinned comment. If I didn't finish them all, then it'll have the list of the people that I will complete in the morning. And so that's always a good place to look to see what happened during the stream on that pinned comment. Yeah, I think that's it. I also have a free podcast called The Easier Path if you are looking for ways to make your human little journey an easier path instead of a harder one, definitely check that out. We have some great free content from Spirit giving us tools on how to make it an easier path. So be sure to check it out. The last one we just had, here, I'll throw it out there, is What They Think of Me. And it talks about why we as humans care so much. It's common, it's natural for us to do that. It's kind of uh, brought into us, conditioned into us when we're growing up through praise and punishment, caring what people around us think, or we die. So we talk about all that and things we can do to help make it an easier path, with the what do we think of, when we're worried about what people are thinking about us or feeling about us, things we can do to help ease that in our day-to-day life. So it's a huge one for all of us. I know we all grow up being people pleasers of some sort in some way. So at some point, we kind of are able to transition out of that and have a peaceful life. I know, right? All right. So that is the skinny, I think, on most of the things. I can't think of anything else right now. So let's get caught up on the lists and we'll get into readings, see what we got going on in our little worlds today as humans. So I think I left off with April. So April, we got you on there for the free readings. You're number 13 on the free readings. And then we had Lady J come in. Hey, Lady J, good to see you. We'll get you. You'll be donation number 12 on the donation list there. Let's give that a love and a like there. And here is your question. All right. We got the there. We got Debbie O in the house. Hey, Debbie O. Good to see you, my Texan friend. You are on the free list here since I'm down here. Oh, nope. I'm up on the donation list. You, of course, are going to be number 1 and number 2 on the donation list. I don't think of any other donations, so I'll just go through the list real quick here. Then we have Sudeshna for number 3, 4, and 5. And then we've got Diana Madrid. We got you at number 6 and number 7. Beatrice at number 8. Lauren Smith at number 9. Nelia Maderos, number 10 and 11. And then Lady J, you are number 12. Hey, 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 Divio. You're so funny. And we got Livia Vagata in the house too. Hey, Livia. Good to see you. For the free readings, we've got Minihil up first, and then Kritika, Pramia, Leslie, and then Debbie O, you're number 5. We got Donna Marie, Ashish, Ascending Butterfly, Eagle Money. We got Lily Swift, and let me see, is that Mangala and Nelia, and then April up after that. And any second, maybe Livier. You'd be number 14, Livier, if you do it right now. No pressure. I'm just saying, just information. So let's see here. Make sure my emails are all active here as well. Yes, number 5 on free, and number 1 and number 2 on the donations is where you're at, Debbie. Debbie. Oh. All right. Anything exciting? Oh yeah, what happened today? Mercury moved into Leo today. So Mercury, our planet of expression, how we like to communicate, be communicated to, is influenced by Leo energy. Beautiful, fiery. So kind of have to be careful and aware of people's communication. Might seem a little bit me, arrogant at extreme levels, if someone's going extreme. But there's some fiery energy, but we can also, the higher vibration, we can use our language and communication to help lead in higher vibration too, through words of love and higher vibration, emotional energies with all that too. So I like it. Yeah, like I just pulled the card, the 10 of Cups. So joy, and celebration energy. If we're in joy, then we can spread joy with this beautiful help of Mercury, helping us with that Leo expression energy. It can help you be seen in good ways or not so good ways, right? Because we open mouth, we can either be spreading love or inserting our foot. One of the two, right? All right. Well, let's get into it here. I like to do a little cheers before we start. I still have my beet juice. It's been a busy day today, busy life, and I'm loving it. I'm enjoying it. So grateful to be able to do what I do, and it's because of you guys. That's why I like to do a little cheers. Just thank you for all the thumbs up, all your love, support, all your donations, commenting after sessions. Like I said, when you like all the sessions or watch my podcast, all that. Some of you are sharing me with other people, friends, family. I'm so grateful because we're helping spread the Zen love. It helps the algorithm and all those things that you do. So we get out in front of more people and we're growing. We're able to uh, get messages from spirit into other people, into their lives to help raise their love vibration. So we are part of the love tsunami. And I'm so grateful you are. So, so grateful. I feel so honored. I'm so blessed. Just how you guys support one another and everything as well. I love our community. Hilarious, laughing, joy. And I feel so lucky and blessed. So cheers to you, all my Zen friends. You love Tsunami. I love you and I appreciate you. And thank you for being here. Cheers, cheers. Salud. Wow. Thirsty, I guess. All right. So, Olivier, I see you there. Let me grab that. You'll be number 14 on the free readings there. And Debbie, you sent multiple payments in case you need more questions. Yeah. I I have that here. We did ask quite a bit of questions um, on there, so we definitely have a full little boat here for you. So I did get 3 total donations. You combined uh, your first one and second one for the long list, of course. So yeah, we do have a lot of messages, so we will get into those. You'll be up first, and we'll find out what we got going on here, and I think that's everyone. I think I am all caught up. So let's get into it. See what we got going on. So up first, we got WO for your first one is 1909. Look at there's the 99. Your birthday is on there. Boom, boom. So you're going to be, yeah, your birthday's on a portal, a 99 portal, um, which is interesting because 9 is the hermit's number, which is Virgo energy. So really cool that you have the hermit's portal connecting inward and upward with spirit on your 9/9 birthday. Interesting. There's your first message. Boom. Happy birthday. All right. So let's shuffle up and get into it here. You know, I thank you. Thank you very much. I have a good memory, and then also spirit has an excellent memory. So they give me a lot of stuff too. But having and I was watching something earlier, it's either this morning or yesterday that oh my days run together these days, about Aquarius, how they have a mind that remembers things because of the air energy and they're the high vibration or not high vibration, but because they're the elder air sign, you know how you got Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces are the last 3 in the quadrant, the last quarter. So they're the higher expressions of air, of earth, air, and well, just like Sagittarius is too. Sagittarius is the higher expression of fire. And you got earth, air, and water. Um, but it's a curse. It was a curse. It felt like in relationships because I could remember everything. I could remember conversations going, "No, you said this, I said this, you said that, and I said that, and you said this, you did not say that." You know, so there's no lying with an Aquarius. Probably a Virgo either, plus Capricorns, you know, probably the air signs that all have those memories of the, "Hmm, what did you no, that's not what you said." Alright, so let's dive in here, and see what we got going on. So you do wanna know more about your gifts. Yeah, I loved your free reading. about, and of course I got Cancer Moon, right? I love that reading. That really stood out to me too. I'm like, "Oh, cool. I love that." But one of the things that has come up in your readings is the gift of knowing, right? And sometimes you do know, but you don't know how I know that I know, but I do. Welcome to the world of spiritual connection, right? Right. Oh yeah, and you were live too. That's right. You were watching. I'm watching you. So I love that. So you want to know, will this increase and will it be used as a knowing what to say to someone, or will it be knowing of the future or a knowing if someone is telling the truth or a lie? Yes, to all of that. Yeah, right. I used to also refer to myself as the third eye, private eye. That's what reminds me of. And that's kind of what you're going to be because it's gonna allow you to know what to say, it's just gonna kind of flow through you. The knowing, it's just like it's kinda like you are having a memory that you're remembering. That's how it kinda comes through, where it's like, I know this, like I've heard it before, and I'm, saying it, and I'm just sharing what I already have heard before. So it's interesting how it kind of feels that way, the knowing, because it's like you know it already. That's why they call it like a knowing. Yeah, I've heard this before, but just now, but I've heard it before and it's coming through, right? So they're bringing it through the energy like that. And you will also, you're able with that energy, they will give you, based on current energies, you'll be able to see kind of where the tide is going, because yours will be an emotional knowing with information behind the emotional wave, like what's causing this emotional wave and where's the wave heading if nothing obstructs it, and you'll be able to know that, and you'll be able just to kind of feel that, like, where it's going and where it's headed. So, you will just kind of be like this, "Yeah, I kinda know this, and I kinda know where it's going." And that's the way it all kinda comes through, and you'll know that. So, I like that. And then also, you will know, again, it's all energetic the way it comes through. So, when someone says something, you'll be like, that seems like they're showing me like a light that glows from green to red. And when someone's saying something inside of you, it's almost like you feel like if they're saying the truth of what reality is, you'll see the light kind of be glowing green. And as they veer from that, it just turns into like a lime green to a green yellow to a yellowish orange to an orangish red to a bright red, like lie, because it's all about perception too. And that's the thing, is you'll learn a lot about truth and untruths. Um, that people sometimes believe something, and so to them, that's their truth when they don't, when they are not, because a lot of us don't see reality for what it is. We are, we're seeing it through our eyes of our experience in our past, so sometimes we're saying our truth, but that's not matching other people's truths or reality. And that's okay because none of us, we're all seeing the world differently through perception. And we realize a lot of that. Yeah. So you will have your own kind of way of going, mm, I see where, but you'll understand where it's coming from too. And it's not going to be a judgmental lie, like Austin Powers with Frau Bittmeyer, when she's lies, all lies. We won't do that, right? Well, it'll be more of well, let's clarify. So let's see where that's coming from. It's not about proving someone lying or not. It's about getting to truth, getting to freedom is what we're looking for. and that's how we get to freedom is really getting clearer understanding. So I feel like that is a lot of what will happen there. Wow. So no cards needed for that. um, so I love that. I love that that's how that will unfold there. We'll start off with a general message here. You wanted a general message, so we'll start there, or with cards anyway. So let's see what they have here for you. I love these cards. I just got them this morning. I know, a spirit purchase. I had to get them. Well, as many readings and hours as I'm doing readings now, I get tired of what cards I'm using faster. All right. So, bottom of the deck, you do have the 10 of swords that's coming in here. Isn't that beautiful, vibrant colors? I like this aqua color. But so, the 10 of swords is you're learning a lot about expectations and stories and how we've been taught a lot growing up about all this stuff in the outside world is supposed to mean this, it should mean this, it must, have to, any of those expectation words that are indicators of, oh, this is human opinion that was donated to me, which I accepted, but now it's time to give those away. They've been used up. We don't even want to donate those anywhere. We're just going to let those be recycled, and then you're creating new stories about what things mean from a higher place. And then you have the full card as your first energies, which is, of course, a beautiful new beginning. The zero card, free of expectations and a world full of possibilities. And that's another amazing thing with, when we're growing up, we feel so restricted because we're told no, no, expectation, 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 rules, 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 rules. And we're like, God, this is so tight, to live this life so with such a thin line to walk on, and it just feels so restrictive, and it's so draining, and limited possibilities. And as we shred them, I like that. As we shred these, then these move out and out and out, and we can breathe, and then the world of possibilities opens up, and it's freedom instead of restriction. So I like that energy coming in here for you with the full card too. And you have a 10 of cups. You definitely have this wonderful energy of new beginnings that are coming in here for you, because, you have the 10 of swords on the bottom, the 10 of cups, the full card being the zero. So all of this is about feeling like you're living a new life, feeling like it's a second life, a rebirth kind of energy where you're just like, I'm freeing myself from all of these chains, and I'm able to go places I would have never have gone before. So both in mind and in heart and physically and emotionally too, especially emotionally right now, especially. So I love that. Where is it taking you? Well, with temperance, yeah, well, oh my gosh, this is a that's a be prepared for this death card. It's a little extreme. We got some cut off heads on it. But this is, again, the death card is endings and beginnings, a rebirth. Here's that rebirth we were talking about here. And the temperance card, is a great energy, of this uh, alchemy, the slowness that brings in, and suddenly turns to gold. So I like this, that this rebirth has been building and building and building, kind of like pregnancy. I've been a mother in past lifetimes. I know how it is. Yeah, off with their heads, right? Queen of Hearts. But and also I have had a lot of female friends in my life who got pregnant, and toward the end, it's like it's kind of the first child is kind of scary because you're just like, how is that baby going to fit out, and is that going to hurt? And oh my God, I don't know if I want to do this. And but as the baby grows and it becomes more and more uncomfortable, and then there's hardly any room left in your body, and toward the end, a lot of the mamas are, I just need to get this baby out of me. I don't care. I just want to get it out of here. And so that kind of energy is. It's almost like, also with teenagers and parents, that teenagers seem to be designed to become, such a rebel, kind of fiery force a lot that, it helps parents go, "Yeah, it's time for you to go off somewhere else." Helps them with that empty nest syndrome. They're like, "Shove, get out." So kind of a repetitive cycle, right? But that happens in our life too. Sometimes things will become so comfortable, uncomfortable in a relationship or a job or something that we're like, it's time for change. And that's where you're at in your life. And you were just like, I'm done. I'm ready for change. I'm going to do whatever it takes. And that's what you've been doing here. And this is, yeah, leading you to the page of one, stepping into your power and all this action, action, action that you've been taking toward it. So I like this. I feel like this is a celebration, kind of just a high level view of what you've been doing and how it's been evolving. And I like that for you. So that is what they have for your general reading here. Let me get those cards back in there. All right. And then we've got the Peanut Gallery up next. Dun dun dun. Feel like there needs to be like introductory music and lights and a little like a newscast. Suddenly it turns on and they're all behind, their news desks, ready, ready to share. So let's jump in here and see what they got. All right. So of course, up first we got Papa O. See what he has to say. We got Mama O. And we have Chuckster as well. And then we have Spirit separate, so we'll do Spirit separately there. I got the Three of Cups. So the Three of Cups energy that's coming in here, this is going to be about tribe, both in the physical world and in the spiritual world. Of course, they're part of your tribe up there. So they know, you've got a spiritual posse up here that supports you, that loves you, that's always around you. And you have some friends, but I feel like you're really going to be drawing in people that you feel like you're a tribe with, meaning like individuals that are in that same kind of spiritual transformation where you're expanding your gifts, empathic people, people with different gifts. And I feel like you're going to find a little community if you haven't already. I feel like they're saying that it's building and it's coming in to where you'll feel comfortable and have like people that, you can have coffee with or tea or whatever and just be like, be able to talk about spirit and the gifts and how you experience, how they experience it. And that's how you learn and grow through hearing other people's experiences and doing things together, like doing meditations or moving emotional energy. Kind of like what you did in California, a lot of the Reiki and it being able to have, individuals that have different modalities and you get to experience things. And I feel like there's a community that's coming in here, right? Yeah. You want local. Yeah, Houston's gotta have, I mean, it's so big, there's gotta be a community there for sure. Um, so I feel like you're gonna find them here, you're ready for them now. I feel like you needed to experience California first away from home to go, "Okay, I like this. I want this at home too." So let's see here what Papa Os has to say here. Yeah, we got the Hierophant. So there is some teacher-student energy coming here. I do feel like you'll find some spiritual teachers that will be able to more like guide, I hate, because we're all guides for one another. We're all helping each other home. So kind of like pathmates, but someone that different people, like we said, that can guide you on certain modalities. It's their expertise. Uh-oh. right, let's see if it clears up here again. Why does it start? Must be something going on. Well, it's 5:30 at night. Maybe it's something happening. Just in case you guys aren't here. Yeah, I might need to reset. Just to reset to a different server at YouTube maybe. 'Cause it wasn't us. We checked all of our speeds and everything. We're, like, super very fast speeds. Um, I think it is YouTube, but okay. I think we might be okay, right? I don't see it doing it anymore. Okay, think we're good. Alright. So, I was talking about, the Hierophant, how you'll have individuals that you'll meet that will have over modalities and different things like that, where they can help give you perspectives, answer questions, but always, of course, know that go with what you feel. Hear information. You can read books, take classes, whatever, but always realize it's how you are going to express it. Hearing what other people how other people express it can give us ideas, on how we wanna do it, but it doesn't mean that's how we have to do it, and that's the whole thing is the spiritual teacher, the hierophant, can go from someone who's helping you expand to someone who's trying to fit you into a box and say, "Oh, no, 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 you have to do it this way. This is the only way it works. You're doing it wrong if you don't do it this way." Whenever you hear anything like that, just go, "Okay, thank you for that information." And of course, we're gonna do it anyway. We're gonna do it our way anyway. Um, but that's the danger is when humans get involved, we try to over define things and we end up constricting it rather than exploring it, and, so definitely, explore, but you can hear a lot of different people's viewpoints and see what resonates. It's like going to a buffet. You go up and you're like, "Okay, I like that, but that's it." And this one, "Oh, I love this, and I love this, and I love this." And then you go to the next one, and you're like, "Nothing there." This one, "Oh, I want it all." So it varies with that, and that's what your papa is saying here. Yeah, the 6 of Swords. They say you'll be learning here how to let some old ways of thinking fall away and see new ways. This is what you'll learn, um, and it'll bring you from choppy waters to calmer waters. And I know because I grew up in organized religion from 13 to 29. In one of my future podcasts, I'm talking a little bit about that. That it got too constrictive for me. I felt like the box is organized religion is great. I don't diss it. It's a good starting point. But after we get introduced and we have a community, it's important to have a personal relationship with the creator and expand and have, this one-on-one relationship, not one that's influenced by everyone else's opinions. Again, we kind of step out and go, and this is some of the stuff we leave behind because some of the stuff that humans teach us in all sorts of spiritual practices, we're like, that doesn't match the eternal, unconditional, loving creator I know. They wouldn't feel that way. That doesn't match with me in my heart. And our heart is the barometer, right? We're just like, that doesn't feel loving. That feels unloving. Then we know, right? So I like that as you're going through and learning, let your heart kind of be the litmus test. Is it of love? All right. If it's of, you know, anything that feels like unlove, like judgment or restriction, um, or ego, right? Better. This is better than the others, kind of thing. It's like that's human. So thank you. I'll leave that over there. I'll take it in a to-go container and then chunk it in the trash on your way out in the parking lot, right? Don't wanna hurt their feelings, but I'm not taking that with me. Yeah, and you have the Hanged Man, a beautiful cocoon, beautiful transformation, seeing things from a different perspective. all of that, Papa is saying, a lot of stuff that I taught you, you're gonna realize it was human, and that's what I was taught, and I just passed it on. So, we just kinda chunk it, chunk it, chunk it, as well, right? I love it, I love it. So, definitely some good awareness there. So speaking of mama, we're moving on to her, which she has the 3 of swords. Yeah, expectations equal disappointment. Yeah, when it comes to spirituality here, I definitely see that, you have the power of emotional choice with the Lover's card, and there's that Fool card again about leaving expectations behind and possibilities. So she's talking about, in meeting this group and in growing your gifts too, you get to choose, but all those expectations like we're talking about of supposed to be and should be and need to be, start sucking the life out of something, and you can tell when you feel like you have to do something or it needs to be a certain way, it starts to feel heavy. Expectations are coming in, and then we're like, "Wait, let me let go of that. Why am I trying to lift that? I don't. I don't need to try to force anything. I just need to let go, surrender, fill up with love energy, and let it flow out. Let love flow, and then everything just takes care of itself. When we try to control it, that's when we end up swerving off the road and ending up in a ditch, right? If we just go with the flow, we're good. So I like her saying that, because again, both mom and dad saying that there was a lot of expectations. You can let those go, a lot of beliefs that felt heavy and restrictive, whatever, our bad. We were taught that. We didn't get to question those. We just passed them on to you. But you can be, one of the chain breakers and break those and not pass them on to other generations. So you have that power. I like that. And then Chuck. Chuck says, Eight of Coins, another transitional type of energy, the Eight of Pentacles. It's like the Hanged Man in that it's transformation. I like that he's saying, "You've been putting in the work, baby doll. You've been working, you've been working it, girl." He's got this, caterpillar to the butterfly energy where you've been really focusing on doing things and putting a lot of effort in, and he recognizes that. Yeah, 10 of Pentacles, abundance energy. So you're getting the reward of your efforts that are coming in here. Yeah, and the 5 of Cups. Here, cry the tears. Fill up those cups. What a beautiful card, right? This would be a good tattoo. This is a tattoo deck. I'm like, "Can you see that on an arm?" But it is this, beautiful, um, it's like a theme of what you're doing is you're transforming your emotions from lower to higher, and that's kind of like a theme of a lot of our what we wanna do here as higher beings is experience this and help other people, transmute and transform their emotions into higher vibration, and that's what you're gonna be able to do with everything that you're doing here, and that's gonna be part of the community. you know, in the beginning, you might feel like, "Oh, I'm here to learn," but you're gonna find out quickly you're there to help teach as well. It's like we're all students learning and growing, and we all can help each other along the path. There's things you've experienced that no one else has, that you are an expert on, that you'll be able to help other people by sharing where you're coming from, and other people sharing where they're coming from as well. So, I like that. So that's it from the peanut gallery. Let me see what Spirit has to say here in a sec. Let me just put these cards back in. All right. And then what does Spirit have to add? Anything separate, or are you going to reinforce what they said here? Well, in a way, you have the 3, but it's the Empress, which is your mother nature, mother nurture, beautiful being of emotion, that could represent you very much so because she's 5 parts water, 1 part earth, 1 part air, 1 part fire. And yeah, we have the 7 of Pentacles. 7 of coins with the 9 of cups. So it takes time, for you to fill up with that self-love that comes in, right? So 7 of pentacles, is allow yourself time, be patient. It's not a mad rush to get to the end, but it's to enjoy the experience. Because the more you sit with something and transmute it, it's like if you show me if you do the dishes too fast, you end up with dishes still with grime on it, but it's mainly clean. But if you take the time to really, let it soak and make sure there's no dishwasher in this case, it's all hand wash. I know. It's the olden days. And so, it's cleaning the dishes and then rinsing them off and going, okay, that one's done. All right, what's next? Instead of go, get the dishes done. It's like it's enjoying the journey, turning the music on, having some fun, doing it right. And yeah, and then there's peace of mind and movement of emotion. So on the quest for your self-love and clearing out the emotional pipeline of lower vibration, it can be peaceful. It doesn't have to be like a Mad Rush to the Outhouse by Willie Make It. Did you ever hear those as a child? They used to have all these songs. Um, it's like a probably it was grade school. It was probably the earlier times, but I like this, right? Absolutely, and so will they. We all do. You know, um, it's like self-love as a human. There's so much that tries to pull us outward, and we have had so much that happened in 7 years and under emotionally, 7 to 14 with our mental development, 14 to 21 in our hormonal phase of our physical development, that there's always more room to expand self-love, expand self-love, expand self-love. Now, there's different levels of like how self-love is impacting our life, right? If we have low self-love, low self-esteem, we're drawing in crazy low vibrational experiences and but as you get above like the fog, the clouds, when you're flying above the storm like an eagle, we still go higher in altitude. It just becomes lighter and lighter and lighter and lighter, but we still always will have things that we're letting go, but it's like cleaning out a giant pipeline that had a lot of clogs, and it's flowing really, really well, and love is flowing, and our gifts are flowing. There's still little chunks here and there that we can whittle off just to make the flow even more expansive, I guess is a good word. So I kind of feel like that's what they have there. All right. So that is those. Now we're about to jump into here about your husband. So we will transform into there since you're doing great questions that are just very transformative. So cheers, everybody. Let me take a quick sip here of this. Let's just get rid of it all. Slurp. All right. So yeah, and so that's a good point that rush. There's always something to do, right? It's like I don't know, what's a job? Well, I mean, like my job, I used to get 1,000 emails a day because I was on so many projects and so many distribution lists and was in such a place of monitoring and advising that they had me carboned on all these things all the time. And it was um, like it's like getting caught up on emails. We'll never get 100% caught up and be done. It's like I might have a moment where I feel like, "I think I've looked at" oh, nope, here come more. And I'm like, "Well, I can stay and try to stay above it all," but, it's still there's always gonna be something coming in and always something to be looked at. It's an adventure, and that's what we're here for is experience and adventure, so the adventure never ends. Yay. Alright. Let's dive in about your husband, your future husband. You assume that he'll be equally yoked for me. Yeah. definitely, because like we were talking about before, he's not really looking for a relationship, but he changes his mind when he meets you. And, you mentioned that your husband will be drawn to you by your radiance, your glow, but once he meets you, what will he love about you? All right, let's take a look here, see what he mentions here. So, what is it that you love about Miss Thang? Let's see what we got here. All right. Yeah, so you have the Knight of Coins, which this is, the Knight of Pentacles, very patient individual here. So, one of the things they love is just how I mean, how patient, how, you're not in a rush for other things too. You're not just someone that just wants to jump in bed or, you know, um, that, wants to rush into something. You wanna get to know someone, you wanna build, a foundation together, not just rush, into that. You wanna rush to get there, but then once you find them, then you wanna take your time getting to know them and developing a relationship, so, I like that. It's like someone madly rushing and then suddenly getting and then, like, rushing to get to a door and then they walk in a door all calm. That's funny. So, he loves that about you. Also, got the 8 of coins and the ace of swords. Yeah, he loves your inquisitive mind, so he loves your Virgo mind, because the 8 of pentacles is learning, growing, wanting to understand, and the ace of swords is trying to see things from a higher perspective. So he loves your curiosity and your wanting to know things, wanting to do things, right? So that I like this, right? Yeah. And then also, yeah, the Hierophant. Here's that energy again of um, open to change, um, and wanting to be able to see things from a higher perspective, a different perspective, and how you like to, um, because it's like willing to share your perspective while also listening to someone else's perspective. He likes that too. It's not just your way. Is it? And, too bad. It's, well, this is how I like to do it. How do you like to do it and why? I like that. And why? So he likes that uh because he understands. He must have like like I feel like he's worked with someone like, in the court system, whatever, who is a Virgo, and he's worked with them for a long time, like decades, and they're a Virgo, and he understands them really well because they had to learn to like, he had to learn, like, "Why do you keep questioning me?" It's just, "I'm inquisitive." "Oh, okay." So I feel like he learns it and he think it's funny. So when you start doing it, kinda cracks him up because he goes, "Oh, this is why I met so and so, so I'd be prepared for you." That's funny. Alright, so got that. And then you said your husband's love language was you believe it was quality time and acts of service. I feel like that's how yeah, because that's how he shows love, so that's how he wants it. So you'll be able to train him in what yours are. But you wanna know, will he be romantic, right? So let's take a look here. So, will he be romantic and how? All right. Yeah, 2 of swords. I like this. He can be, right? There's this, because that's the power of story, and that he can flip back and forth. I feel like, um, like anyone, sometimes he's focused. I think maybe this sounds familiar. I think, like, we talked about this or I dreamt about it, but it's, like he, 'cause they're reminding me, like, Capricorn rising. When I'm Capricorn rising, I'm in my task mode. There is no, feelings. It's all task mode, and people will question me and I'll be like, "Oh, da 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 da." I don't think about how I was presenting it, how I was coming across to whatever. When I'm not in that mode and I'm in like my Pisces energy, then it's more from, this from the heart. And that's kind of him. When he's in his heart, then he can be romantic, but he can be in task mode too, like working in his little shop out in the garage, um, and you can come in there and go, babe, and you're like, what? You're like, I'm sorry. I mean, what, babe? you know, how may I assist you? I like that. Um, Right, yeah, exactly. So you get it, right? So you guys can come up with your own little way of communicating. Um, so I feel like here, so of course, romantic wise, we have the strength card, which is Leo energy, right? And I feel like that he shows you off. That's a romantic thing is he shows you off. He wants to get you, all dressed up with him and take you out to a nice restaurant and show you off and he wants you to know that he's showing the world that he's proud to be with you and he loves you and he wants to show you off. And he wants to take you to a dinner party, and he wants to take you this one is this romantic piece is, doing things by yourself, but showing you off, but also with friends. And I feel like that's kind of with this 5 of Wands, that's like his friends group that he introduces you to them and, um, you know, um, and that you guys keep your friendships and you guys do stuff on your own with your friends, but he makes sure that you also do a lot of stuff with them because they're showing that, I don't want to be away from you for that much, kind of energy. So that's romantic. I like that. And even with words, Knight of Swords, I feel like it's how he communicates romantically too. He actually, I mean, that is a big thing, right? Communication, being told how much they love you and um and being told in a lot of different ways how they love you and appreciate you. And that it's, you know, uh, clear, open, honest communication and sincere. So I like that. And then your TMI question, which among, our Zen friends, there's no TMI here. After the conversations we were having last night, it's like, whoa, we won't get banned. So this is not that as spicy, so you're okay. Yeah. Well, you're gonna be developing your little friends group, so you're gonna love hanging out with them and talking around your spirituality. Find some really close friends in your tribe. So there's some things that, maybe he doesn't wanna go to, and some things you don't wanna go to. Like, "We're gonna go golfing," or whatever, and you're like, "Have fun. When will he be back?" "When do you think you'll be back? I'll make sure I'm back too, but I'm gonna go do something else. I'm gonna go shopping," you know? Yeah. I feel like you'll have new friends for sure. So, are you guys gonna try to conserve water? Um, you know, um you're gonna yes, yeah, will you guys try conserving water together? 'Cause that's what it is, with the droughts and stuff, sometimes you do have to take a shower together. Let's see, take a look here. Yes. You have the 2 of Pentacles, which would be 2 people together, and the 9 of Coins, 9 of Pentacles is like a dream come true as well. So, yeah, there definitely is that's an affirmative, 2 times there. So they definitely, um, want to, have some spiciness and, respectful spiciness. Yes, exactly. All right, let me take a quick sip here, and we'll finish up here just a few more questions, and we'll go into your second one, so cheers, cheers. All right. So, does he wear cologne? Doesn't that look like, a cologne ad with the little diamond, here's the cologne in a little diamond. So, yeah, as soon as I saw that, I was like, because it's like, "Diamond" by Calvin Klein, you know? Yes, he does. Um, but I feel like it's light because they do, you know uh, try to be aware that they're gonna be among a lot of public, and a lot of people do have allergies. So I feel like they keep it light, kind of energy. Yeah. Oh, showers. I was like, "Cologne?" Cologne only after only after you're married? No. Yeah, so they have that there. Will he be okay with you wearing perfume? Let's take a look here. Yeah, we've got the 7 of swords. It's funny. He will always tell you it smells great, even when it doesn't. As long as you like it, that's all that matters. It's not a big deal to him, with this. He's not a big, kind of energy. Um, so he's like, "You can wear what you want," and even if it's not, like, something that's like, "Wow," he's like, "It doesn't matter." He's not a big, you know he's not really picky around things like that. I kind of feel like he's not really cares about wearing, like, polo or whatever, labels or, things like that, he's just kind of, like, easygoing with a lot of stuff. He doesn't it's like me the reminding of me, like, with my taste buds. There's not a whole lot of stuff that I'd be like, "Ugh," you know? That's why my host, she makes something, "I hope it tastes good," and I'm like, "Well, you know me, it's gonna be fine." Um, and I feel like that's the kinda way he is. He's just like, "I don't know." Yeah. So he's cool with that, right? Will he like your perfume? Let's take a look here. Yeah. Yeah. 2 of wands. So there's 2. I do feel like if it was, like, gross, he would let you know. I just feel like you know, he's not very picky when it comes to those things. I do feel like he grew up, like, I feel like around horses and cattle, so he's used to I feel like that's why his nostrils are, like, fried to where it does things that really don't bother him because I feel like in his childhood, he spent a lot of time I think, like, his grandfather, had like, his dad's dad had a ranch, with horses and some cattle, and so he got to spend summers working on the ranch with a lot of the manure, so he's like, "Trust me, everything smells beautiful." That's funny. He likes clean smells too. Alright. And then does he have any allergies? Both nasal, food or otherwise? Does he have any? I feel like he has an allergy, uh, and there's something that will kill him. Let's see. Let's see if we can know what it is here. Like a peanut allergy? See, is it's 8 of swords. Okay, it's something that he can have an EpiPen with. The 8 of swords is something that can be stuck that can keep it so, yeah, I feel like he has an EpiPen on him. He's allergic to something. Maybe it's peanuts, but, yeah, we got 3 of swords to 10 of swords. He doesn't let it bother him, but, Yeah, um I feel like there is something that he's severely allergic to, but he always keeps an EpiPen on him. Um, and so if it ever happens, like I don't know if it's bees or peanuts, it's something like that where if something happens, it's not something that's um, you know, it's treatable, right? Strawberries, peanuts, something along those lines. But yeah, he does have something there. All right. And then you want to know what is your future husband's favorite 2 or 3 foods? All right. Let's take a look here. What can we know about this? All right. We got the 6 of Wands. 6 of Wands energy, victory. I'm getting like sports bar. Oh, buffalo wings. He really likes buffalo wings. It's one of his favorite foods, especially when like watching sports, something like that as well. Allergic to yellow jackets, okay. Wouldn't that be funny if you're both allergic to yellow jackets? They're like, "Shut up, me too." But I feel like buffalo wings here, um, we have the King of Coins, the King of Pentacles. This is something he has, like, a favorite food that's like a delicacy that he doesn't treat himself to it very often at all. Oh, is it lobster? It's something, yeah, because it's something pricey that he's like, "I love it, but it's only very rare that he'll treat himself to it." So it's something like that, you know, um, like lobster, something that it's something that has to be in season and, um and it has to be done right, and it has to be done at it's almost like this one restaurant. I have to have it at this restaurant, right? You're so funny. And then, also, we got the 5 of Wands here. Oh, there's the spicy food coming in here. Um, he really likes some spicy food, and yeah, I feel like he likes a variety of spicy food. Like, he likes there's some A like, speaking of Asian, there's some Asian spicy food that he likes. There's, um, like, some jalapeno sauce that he likes. He likes some of that. But, those are some of his favorites that stand out, but it's, those things. But I feel like wings are like, yeah. But he has kinda like he likes a lot of different foods, but those are the ones that kinda stand out right now as some of his favorites, that are there. So wide variety. I feel like they just wanted to show that he's got a wide palette, of things that he's not super picky like we talked about before. Does he cook or does he usually pick up his dinner? Let's take a look here. So does he cook? Look, that's gonna be, your job. 8 of Cups. 8 of Cups is, I feel like, he can cook, but because of how busy he is, I feel like he usually, like, has prepackaged dinners. It's like one of those, um companies that you can order, like, you have them in the freezer and you just take them out or in the fridge, and you just pop them in. I feel like they're that kind of thing that he does right now, just because of how busy he is with what he does at work, and then, with mom not living with him, and he visits her, and then he does this, and he has friends, and he's keeps himself very busy, um, so I feel like that's kinda what he does with, dinners. He might pick up something on his way, out of because I feel like at the courthouse or at the job, that they bring in food, you know, and he, so they order in food every day, and so he just orders in, a little meal. I feel like he really tries to watch what he eats because he sits a lot in his job, right? So he tries to watch what he eats, and then he'll pick something up, on his way home, but you know, he does watch, and he tries to control what he eats. I know, right? Oh, you can keep doing that when we get married, right? Yeah. I feel like, the cooking, like, mom used to do the cooking, kind of energy. I feel like she lived with him for a while toward the end. Like, she lived on her own for quite a while, right? And then when she started to get bad, she moved in with him for a while, and she did the cooking, but then she's gone into care, because she needs, like, 24/7 to be looked after because she started to forget things, and, you don't wanna have a forget that there's something on the stove. So I feel like that's what that mother moon, Cancer moon energy was, that she was doing the cooking, and, yeah, I feel like he's pretty cool, right? You'll cook on the weekends? That's right. Does he like breakfast? Let's take a look here. And this is the last question for this one. Yeah, not all the time. The Tower card is not all the time. Queen of Coins, Queen of Pentacles, I feel like that was a Sunday morning thing. It's like Sunday morning breakfast. And then the Tower card, is sporadically here and there, a sudden, "Let's go get breakfast," but not, like, regularly. I feel like during the week, I feel like he just grabs, like, you know, a banana or, a protein bar or something in the mornings, right? It's your favorite meal. So, yeah, for him, it's more of a weekend thing, to do that, but, not like every day, He's not like a, "Wake up early and make sure we have breakfast," because usually he has to get going off to court and stuff and be there early, and so he's like, he just grabs something to just have some protein, to start his day kind of energy, and a coffee drinker, yeah. Alright, so that's for that. Let's see what your, fortune cookie is for that one, and then we'll go on to number 2 there. That was the big, big, deep, deep dive one. So this next one's not as deep as that, but we'll so we'll go a little bit faster because I've been on for an hour already. Oh my gosh, Zoom. Alright, so we've got here the Hawk and Vision. I like that. Beautiful card there. So the hawk, with its keen eyesight and high flying nature, is a symbol of vision and perspective. It sees things from above, gaining a broader perspective on the world below. This card urges you to rise above your current situation and view it from a higher vantage point. The hawk teaches that clarity and foresight are essential to navigating complex situations. The direct message says take a step back and view your situation from a higher perspective. Clarity will come when you see the bigger picture, which is what we're talking about. All of those are about looking at things from that higher perspective and clearing away old ways of thinking. The reversal is your focus on the big picture may be causing you to miss important details. Consider grounding yourself and addressing the small things that may have significant impact. And then the questions you can ask yourself: what am I overlooking because I'm focused on the big picture? How can I gain a better perspective on my situation? And am I missing important details? Good reflective questions. All right. So that is for the first one there. Let me catch up on the chat real quick here, and then we will get into your second one here. Just wanted to get to, let's see, it was up here. Here we are. All right. So we got a star seed came in. Hello, hello. We'll get you on the free reading list. You'll be number 15 on the free reading. And then we had Cat Mia come in. So, Cat Mia, hello, hello. You'll be number 13 on the donation list here. And your question is, should you do 25 or 35 or none? And which one will bring the positive outcomes? Okay, got you there. And then we got Carmel Damon in the house. Hello, Carmel. Good to see you. I see your question as well. You'll be number 16 on the free readings when we get to those. All right, and then the rest of these. I see Deb, 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 Deb. All right, and then we got Marilyn in the house. Hey, Marilyn, good to see you. Thank you so much for your dual donations. You'll be number 14 and number 15 here. And got that one and number 15 here. All right. I think that's, let me check emails too. Sometimes those. Yep, that's good. All right. Love it. Right, Debbie? All right. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Thanks for being here. All right. I got something on my ear. Maybe it was hair. All right. So, Debbie O, on to the next one. 11818 is yours here. So, there is your timestamp there. All right. And this is the health and stuff. So, so you are saying that you do have some stuff on your list to do that you're delaying because part of it you need someone to drive you home after the procedure from the hospital. Okay, so I get you there. So for the first one here, esophagus stretch, yeah, right. So will you have that done once you meet your husband, and he takes you to the procedure done, or what will happen with this? So let's take a look. We'll do energies on, will it happen with husband or with someone else? And we'll see what we got. So is it with husband? Got the 9 of coins, which that would be no. I don't feel like you do that with them because that's a kind of a hermity energy that I'm getting. The Hanged Man, the transformation, I feel like you pause this procedure. So I wonder here if things change here for you, because it feels like that you might wait on that, and there might be something else that's going on that helps with the acid reflux and different things. So there might be like an emotional release. Oh, where's my little book? I wonder if we've ever looked into what's the emotional reason behind it, or spiritual reason, right? Let's see if it's in here. No, they don't have it here. What else would that be called? Stomach? Is that like probably stomach? Let's see if they have that here. Or digestion. Yeah, sometimes stomach or stomach problems like gastritis, heartburn, peptic ulcers, that's probably where that would fall in there with that too. Stomach problems is dread, fear of the new, inability to assimilate the new. And oh, I like this because acid reflux is like something's not agreeing with my stomach, right? Yeah, right. It says, life agrees with me. I assimilate the new every moment of every day, and all is well. That's your affirmation. Life agrees with me. I like that. I like that. That short and sweet. Life agrees with me, because that's like something where it's bringing acid from the stomach up, right? But I like it. Life agrees with me, not disagrees with me. So I like that energy, but I do feel like there is something maybe losing weight, um, and, helps too. Do you sleep on your left side? I used to sleep on my right side, and, sometimes I'd wake up because something that I'd ate, was coming back up while I was sleeping, and because the stomach, when you turn and sleep on your left side, it's like the stomach is on the left side, that it keeps things, and it helps with the acid reflux. If you probably know that already, you Virgo. But I feel like that kinda like that. Yeah, I love that. Life agrees with me. So I feel like that's for that one. And then your knees, will you have knee replacement done with husband, or, will it be the similar situation here, right? Let's take a look. See, we have the emperor energy there for with the husband. Yeah, you wait and you have it done with your husband, because the emperor card is, you've got the 5 of swords, which is conflict, and, the 7 of pentacles is waiting, kind of energy that comes in. So, I do feel with that emperor, it's like you make the decision to do it with your husband, in that way, 'cause I feel like you don't have to work, and you're on his excellent insurance too, and then he can pay the copay. So I do feel like you wait for there, and it helps too. I feel like, the losing weight, of course, always helps our joints. It also helps with recovery. So I feel like it's a good that you're, working on, lightening the load on the knees, because that helps them. Same thing with my host and her back surgery, because she got the gastric sleeve, and she lost a lot of weight, and then, she went to get her, spinal surgery, and they were like, "You did all the stuff, now you're gonna recover so much better without all that pressure on it." Yeah. Well, I feel like the emperor is that's the power of choice energy, right? Too, with the emperor, you get to decide, what you wanna do. Um, so I feel like he's very much about you're a human, you get to decide. I'll support you in what you wanna do kind of energy. But I do feel like you wait to get that done until you are with them, at least, like, sincerely considering it, you wait until, you're with them. And then, oh, let's see, knees. Let's look at these. I just feel like this is helpful. Anyone that's listening too, you can kind of hear some of these things. Oh, if I didn't show, did I show it? It's the "You Can Heal Your Life" by Louise Hay. There's always this, of course, not a licensed medical professional. Seek professional medical advice always. Um, Knee problems represent stubborn ego and pride, inability to bend, fear, inflexibility, and won't give in. Well, and that doesn't seem right at all. Stubborn. I can say that, I'm a fixed sign. Stubborn can say stubborn, but your affirmation is forgiveness, understanding, compassion. I bend and flow with ease, and all is well. So forgiveness, understanding, compassion. I bend and flow with ease, and all is well. So I like that. All right. You bought the book. It's a great book, right? Alright. And then the cataract in the right eye, will you have this removed? Again, husband, or, if so, if not, who will take you, besides them, right? Yeah, I feel like it's up to you. I don't feel like it's right now it can go either way. You got the 3 of cups. Here's people from that little soul tribe. It'll be a friend that'll take you. Or if you wait, then, they will take you. So I feel like in either way, you get to decide that there will be an opportunity for either ones to do that for you, right? Your younger self is very stubborn. That's right. So, I like that, I like that you have this flexibility that either way they'll do that for you. Cataracts are the inability to see ahead with joy and a dark future. I like that. So, why are you being so serious? So now with joy, which is, again, more of this transformation that you're going through. But your affirmation is life is eternal and filled with joy. Life is eternal and filled with joy. I look forward to every moment. I like that. I like these energies. I'm gonna put this back over here. It's usually where I have it. I'm gonna put it back there so I don't keep looking for it. All right. And then when you ask what are your future husband's thoughts on all those things, I feel like they're like, you're an adult, I'm not your father. I like that. I'm not your father. I'm your husband. I'm your helpmate. So what do you want? And I will help you with that. So I like that. He's not you know, listen here, woman, you better do what I tell you to do. He's very much compassionate, loving. He wants a helpmate, not a submissive individual, kind of energy, that comes along with that, right? So I feel like, his thoughts on all that are, it's up to you. What would you like to do? And he'll, of course, will ask questions. And yeah, he's not Chuck. Yeah, he will, do that kind of stuff there as well, right? So, let's see here. Will you meet your future husband's golf buddies or any of his friends? Yeah, we kind of answered that a little earlier, right? About that he will. You'll meet his golf buddies and all of his friends because that's one of the ways he shows you off. And he doesn't want to be without you a lot. So, he's like, um, he gives you the option of going to the golf thing. Sometimes it'll be like, "Hey, the other wives are going, and they're gonna hang out at the club while we golf. Do you wanna go?" You know? And you're like, "Cool," "We'll be able to, go there and do that," and, or you're like, "Well, I think I got some stuff here to do." You're like, "Okay," he makes it optional on what you can go and not do there as well, so I like that. And then, so you wanna know what their thoughts and what will he tell his friends about you. So let's kinda split that out here. So their thoughts, their overall thoughts, when they, um, you know, see that energy, it's gonna be kind of a group energy, because everyone will have their own, you know, viewpoint, but overall, we'll see what their overall thoughts are. And then what will he tell his friends about you? All right. Let's do these. We'll just have one more question after that. Yeah, I feel like that they see a transformation in him, like a positive transformation, the hanged man, and they're like, wow, you know, what a difference I feel like you make on his life. I feel like you really um activate his compassion more, within him. Yeah, exactly, right? So that's the transformational type of energy where they're just like, "Wow, you know, he's actually, um" and I don't feel like he's a jerk or an ass or anything. I just feel like he's more present, he slows down in life. He looks at things differently, like the importance in things in life kinda switch a little bit more to relationships are more important. and they recognize that, they're just like, Wow. She's done him some good." Um, they also see that he has peace of mind, and I feel like he's more grounded in things with you as well, right? So, I I see this energy and, there's this different, kind of, um, presence that he has. Again, like he's showing them his emotions more, but he's also like just more peaceful, more in the now kind of energy. Yeah, and they're kinda, like, looking at it like, "Wow, here's this dream come true energy with the star card," and it's like I feel like they gave up hope on him that he's never gonna settle down with anyone. He's gonna end up being alone, and we're gonna have to keep an eye on him all the time. Now they're like, "Good, he's in good hands. We don't have to worry about him as much as we did." I like that. And then what will he tell his friends about you? Yeah, he's gonna this is all about the communication and, um, you know, the, conversations that just how he loves your mind. Oh, yeah, of course, the Virgo side, right? He's gonna say, "Oh my god, so many questions," but not in a wrong way, like, not in a, speaking low way or whatever. It's, in a funny way. "Oh my gosh." So that is funny. Yeah, and of course, he's gonna talk about your heart and your nurturing nature and, um, I don't feel like he's one to kiss and tell kinda stuff either. I feel like his friends will razz him, and he'll be like, "Sorry I'm late, I got stuck in the shower." And they're like, "What?" And then he just grins and like, "Oh." Yeah, and I feel like it's interesting that it's not so much what he tells his friends, is how he treats you in front of them that tells them the most about how he feels about you, because 'cause they're just like, wow, because when he's has you around them and doing those things, right? So I like that. So interesting. All right. So that is what we have there. And then anything else on your husband? Let's take a look here. All right. We got that. We got that. And we got that. All right. Yeah. So we have the Empress here. So, kind of reiterating here that they do feel that way. They feel your sensuality, your nurturingness. They love creating a new life with you. They see you as this, embodiment of divine feminine energy. And so they really like that, right? No, I guess with this divine feminine energy, let's see, do they have anything in here? No, I feel like it's not like too woo woo, kind of energy. Um, I don't feel like it's too woo woo. I feel like they're, open to, you know, women's intuition and divine things and things like that too. So, I feel like with that Empress, I do feel like they don't think it's too much. You got the 10 of cups, the 8 of cups. The 10 of cups is, they're very, joyful, um, high emotional. 8 of cups, flow of 8 and 10 of cups, flow of emotional energy is kind of what I'm getting with all these here. And, the 3 of swords again is this, um Ten of Cups is a relationship energy, Eight of Cups with the Three of Swords is this fear of going away, that when they commit, they're like, "I'm not in it for convenience," you know? I know a relationship takes conversations and there's not, like, arguments, that, "Okay, that's it, we're done," kind of energy. It's because of his background in law and everything else, it just feels like there's this energy where it's let's let's work towards a resolution, not blame, you know, and it's about a conversation, not an argument, and so I feel like that's important to know that, it's not this sudden thing, and he's not gonna do things, you know, that are deal breakers anyway, because he's like, "Pff, why?" So I like that. All right, and then for your, fortune cookie here, we've got the exaodal, which is regeneration. I like that. Let's take a look here and see what this is here. So this, I think it's axolotl. It's a unique amphibian known for its ability to regenerate lost limbs, symbolizes healing, regeneration, and resilience. This card suggests that you have the power to heal and regenerate no matter the challenges you face. So the axolotl encourages you to trust in your ability to recover and to embrace the process of healing. Wow. The direct energy is you are in a phase of healing and regeneration. So trust in your body's and spirit's ability to recover and renew. Wow. For this to come out with your health questions, too, right? The reverse energy is you may be avoiding the healing process or trying to rush through it. Consider whether you need to slow down and give yourself time to truly regenerate. I like that. And then your questions are, what needs healing in my life? Am I allowing myself enough time to regenerate? And how can I support my body and spirit in the healing process? What great questions. All right. So I love those for you, Debbie Debbie. So thank you again for your donations. And I'm excited for you. Yay. All right. Let me make sure here, catch up on the chat here. Let's see what's up here. There we are. We got pretend was it Brittany? Brittany Collette in the house. What do you Yeah, golfing is boring, right? That's one of the sports I could never get into. It'd be like if I wanted to fall asleep on like a Saturday afternoon, I'd just turn on golf and I'd be out like that. It's so funny. All right. So we'll continue on here. Next up, we have Sudeshna for three. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So, Sudeshna, we got 14008 for your first one here. And so this is for Sumita on behalf of Sumita. And so arranged marriage match. So they came to visit today. Overall, you felt nice. So that's good. You didn't have to throw them out. Will the boys' family like us and Sumita? All right. So based on current energies. Okay. Get this and this. And then will the match proceed further? Will they get married? Based on current energy, right? And what else will happen? All right, let's see what we got here. So, will they like us and Sumita? So we got here. Yeah, I feel like they're getting to know you guys, the Knave of Swords or the Page of Swords. There is this energy. So there is this, interesting kind of wanting to find out more, wanting to get to know everyone before we make a choice. Because the 5 of Pentacles, they also have this, you know, kind of it's the fear of being abandoned, left behind, being left out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough. So they're wondering, um, you know, they're wondering, "Will you guys like us?" So it's funny that, everyone's like, "Will they like us? Will they?" Both concerned about what each other think about them, not so much about not liking the other one. So I kind of feel like that we've got that, we've got that energy of that. It feels like they're not concerned about not liking you guys. I feel like they like you guys. It's they're more concerned you guys like us. So, will the match proceed further? We have the Wheel of Fortune. That is the wheels a turning. So, that does is progress. It is a positive energy. Will they get married? Well, we have the Death card there. So, I don't know if this is going to pan out completely here. Let's see what will happen here. Yeah, we have the Hermit. So, I know, it was looking so good for a moment there, right? But I feel like something happens. It starts to proceed to move further, but there is something. Let's just see if we can find out what causes this ending. Can we know something about that? Yeah, we've got the 9 of Wands. Yeah, there's something that comes in that blocks things. Can we know what that is? So mysterious. The Magician. Yeah, I feel like there's something here about the not knowing, because it has to do with energy, our energetic focus, like the magician, but it feels like not knowing how to get, because it's usually GPS. It's like knowing where you're at and knowing where you're going. But because this is how to get from here to there. I feel like one of the big problems is that they don't they're not able to figure out a way for Sumita to be able to have transportation, to be able to be that, and that's like a deal breaker, right? That they need to figure out something and they can't figure out something, and they're like, "Well, she'll just have to not work there anymore and get something local or, with the village or something," and I feel like that's a no, that's not gonna work, I'm sorry, kind of energy. I kind of feel like that's where it goes with that energy. It's interesting that they brought it in with the magician, with GPS, because that's what I've been using for them. It's like, well, if there's no vehicle to get from here to there, that's not helpful. If there's not transportation that makes it an easy trek there, then, she would have to stop working, kind of energy. So, I know what we got there. So, let's see what we got for your fortune cookie here too. See what we have. Yeah, I wonder what this is here. It's like something's broken. The guilty child energy. It's all my fault. I'm a bad person. The insight is you take responsibility for things that aren't your fault. So this could be for Sumita. Don't take it's not your fault. This mode seeks to appease others to avoid conflict or rejection. The reflection prompt, and this would be for Sumita, are you taking blame for someone else's emotions or actions? A healthy voice action is say, I release the I release the responsibility for things I cannot control. I am innocent. I like that. I like that. I feel like that'll be helpful for Sumita if you want to share that with her. All right. So that's for your first one there. And then for the second one here, we got 14604. All right. So, currently working at Cognizant and searching for better job opportunities. So, today the Tower card appeared in your career reading. Oh, that was the one earlier, right? Or the one I did last night. So what is that tower chord meaning I can't even talk, tower card meaning t significance in your career, what's going to happen, anything serious, or what? Alright, let's take a look here. What was that tower card about? What significance? Can we know? What's going to happen? Anything serious? What can we know about that? Okay. Alright. So what is this about here? Yeah, because we've got the 4 of Cups. Here's that stagnant kind of energy that you're experiencing, not cognizant and not meeting up to expectations. You know, the job is not meeting up to your expectations. It's not bringing you what you had hoped it would bring you, right? And so this energy of endings, the Tower card is something getting removed out of your life, which could be a position, could be a job. It's, things are being moved out of the way for you to move forward. What's going to happen here? Yeah, 3 of Wands. You're given options. There's like you with new information that comes in from them, you make a different choice. So the Tower card for that with this combo isn't something happening outside of your control. This is something you decide going, whatever's coming down, whatever clarity. The bottom of the deck, you do have the Page of Swords, which means new information. And the 3 of Wands does tell us that with new information, I choose to go a different direction than I thought I was going to go. I'm like, well, no, I'm going this way then. So, you know, kind of energy. Is it anything serious? Let's take a look here. Um, you've got the Page of Coins. Now it opens up a new opportunity for you, a quick opportunity for you in the I feel like outside world. You have the Lovers card, which is your power of emotional choice. So I do feel like you have this, you know, choice to what you're wanting to do. And but I do feel like it's your choice that you make, that you're like, whatever is happening, whatever decisions they make, you're like, okay, yeah, this definitely seals the deal. I'm I'm finding somewhere, and you find a new opportunity to go somewhere else, and it's your choice to do it though. So I don't feel like it's anything, um I just feel like there's some sort of drama that happens. You got the 5 of Wands on the bottom, which I feel like it's like they don't give you something that you deserve, and they give it to someone else. It's more of a political thing than, a, skill kind of thing, and it's like they bypass you or remove you out of a position to put someone else in, or there's an opportunity that opens up that's just natural for you, but they move someone else, and you're just like, "Really?" Kind of thing, or like your back pay if you never receive that. They're like, "Well, we can't fix that, so you did all that for free," kind of stuff. It's like that kind of, you know, bogus, behavior that you're just like, "Okay, I see, that I'm just someone you don't care about me. It's just the business, right?" And you really realize, "Okay, I'm really motivated to get out of here because I feel like you're still kind of connected to them a little bit. Like, "I really don't wanna leave," and so you're kind of looking. You are, going through the steps, but I feel like there's this will that kinda has you still 1 foot at cognizant. I feel like this is you're like, "I'm leaving, both feet are out the door. I'm 100% leaving," and I feel like that's what changes the energy and brings something in quickly for you. And then you have your fortune cookie is releasing guilt. And it says, I forgive myself for not knowing then what I know now. Right? There you go. The insight is you cannot judge your past self with your current wisdom. You did the best you could with the tools you had to survive. The reflection prompt says, what past mistake are you still punishing yourself for? And your healthy voice action says, Write the mistake on a piece of paper, rip it up, and say, "I learned the lesson, I released the punishment." Ooh, I like that. Gonna have to use that. Alright, so that's that one, Sudeshna. So thank you again for your multiple donations. For number 3 here, we're at 151.39 here. And for this one, so new job opportunities. Should you continue applying for jobs with your current resume? All right, so let's see the energy if you do that, and then the energy if you update your resume, and any other changes required. Thank you. Anything else? And that one too. All right. So, uh, with current resume, you got the King of Cups. Yeah, I feel like with your current energy here, about what this is, we've got this energy of, you can still find a very compatible position with just your current resume, the King of Cups. So that's a good energy that's there too, right? And then if you update your resume, yeah, I feel like you can be seen more. There's something here that came in about if you a lot of times resumes now, they use AI and it searches for different words. So I feel like if you kind of research and say, what are the top, words for this kind of field or like this kind of position that people search for and kind of bring those in, and put it in the, kind of that energy, put it in that in your resume. I feel like that can even make it stronger with the strength card and be seen with the kind of thing that you're purposely positions that you're looking for because they'll use that to search things. Ooh, interesting, right? And then any other changes required here? You know, I don't feel like changes to the resume, but when we have the 8 of swords and the 10 of swords coming in here, that is an energy of letting go of expectations, thoughts, and beliefs. So it's not so much what's on your resume that what energy we have in putting forth our resume. Because if we're focusing in like on the energies of I want, I fear I won't get hired, they're not gonna call back, this isn't going to happen. I really, all that energy, expectations of they need to call back, they need to do this, all that sucks the life out of it, right? And the more we move it into gratitude, surrender to the creator, we do the things, but we do it in all right, creator, I'm submitting this. And if this is meant for you, if this is what's meant for me, thank you, and you just have this gratitude energy as you're submitting instead of an expectant energy that will create a difference. So, not so much about the resumes themselves as much as the energy behind the resumes as we're submitting them and as we're living with the energy towards our career, right? All right, and let's see what the fortune cookie is here too. All right. Then you have the guilt inducing parent coming in here. So this says, "Look what you did to me. You are so selfish." So the insight is this is the voice of a martyr parent. It controls you by making you feel responsible for others' happiness or well-being. This kind of brings in, when we're trying to do something because we don't want to disappoint our parents, right? And so it's like, well, I would like to do this, but because this is what my parents have told me that I should do and need to do, I don't want to upset them. So out of guilt, I'm going to choose a position or a job that I feel they would want me to have rather than what I want in my heart, right? What my inner child wants. A reflection prompt is emotional boundaries check. Where do you end and the other person begins? And a healthy voice action says, say, I can care about others without carrying their emotional baggage. I am not responsible for your happiness. I love that. All right. So that is what they have for that one, Sudeshna. So many blessings to you. All right, let me just check my emails here. All right. All right. Thank you, Debbie. Debbie O. All right. All right. Not sure. Are you talking to us, Brittany? Are you on the right screen? Because I don't know if you're meaning to tell us all this stuff. Do you have a question you'd like me to add to for a reading, or are you just here to disrupt? If you are here to disrupt, I barely ban anyone from my channels. So um, if you are here to disrupt, please don't. Otherwise, I will ban you from my channel. I don't like doing that because I feel like everyone can glean from each other. But if you're here to disrupt, then that's not going to be um, something that I'm going to allow on my channel. Okay, so if you're here for a reading, then put a reading request in. Otherwise, um, we'll do that. Okay. Hey, Norma. Yeah, you can put a question out there. If you want a donation, you can do that. Free readings, donations do get first priority. So just put your question out there and I'll throw you on the free reading list if you like to do that. All right. Up next, we do have Diana. We have two for you. So your first one here is that one there. Yeah. But my channel, Brittany, we try to be like supporting and upholding higher vibrational energy. Um, so, I feel like, what you're saying is not higher vibrational, it's more kind of agitating kind of energy behind it. And so, you know, I feel like you know, if you're supportive, that's different, but making comments about everyone's readings is what I consider disruptive. So, yeah. Okay. Very good. He bans you from every channel. This guy. Okay. Okay. So this is your actual question then. You want to know if he knows exactly what happened when you fell away from him. Okay. So I'll add you on there. That'll be, yeah, I'll add you on. You'll be number 17 on the free readings. So we will, donations do get first priority. So I'll do those. And then free readings are first come, first serve. So we'll do that when we do that. Okay. All right. And then, yeah, normal, my Cash App is if you look down in the description area of the video, I have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay there as well. All right. So let me see. Let me get you a new one here, Diana. Sorry. I'm going to undo that one and get you. Let's get you an updated timestamp here. All right. So we got 2 hours, 56 seconds is for yours, Diana, here. Boom, boom. All right. And then you want to know what happened between PM and SM today from each other's perspective. Ooh, all right. Let's see what we got going on here. All right. All right. Brittany has lost the privilege to be here. I know someone shared with me she's been banned on a couple other channels too. So just a disruptive individual, and that's okay. Um, Sometimes healing places do that, you know. They draw in individuals that are suffering, looking for attention, you know. It's what we do. But for the sake of all our peace, no, we won't allow that here. So, all right, thank you, Norm. I got you here. I know. Yep, that's all right. I don't have to mention it very often, and I hardly ever have to ban someone, but when I ask them politely and nicely and they still do it, then it's like, okay, you know, it's all right. They're not here for help. They're here for, you know, for, you know, just for negative attention, you know. So I got you. So Norma, I got you on the donation list. Thank you for the Cash App, and I got your question in there too. So you'll be number 16 on the donation list for that there. All right. Sorry, I'm gonna give you another one, Dinah. I know I keep trying, like, Dinah's like, "Okay, oh, okay, not yet, not yet. We'll try here." Let me take a sip here. Let's refresh our energy. I'm just gonna clear out. Get the negativity out and return to love, and that's what we're here for. So, we have our power of choice, and they chose to not be here. It's like Mel Robbins' book, The Let Them Theory. We let people be themselves. I don't need them to not be themselves, but if they don't wanna be respectful, then that's the let me part of the let them theory is I don't have to have it around me if I don't want. So, yeah, they're just in pain, expressing their pain, but they're not looking for solutions, you know, they're just looking to express their pain, and that's okay. There's plenty of other places they can do that, and just other channels where people will gladly argue and, you know, interact and, you know, have some drama together. That's okay, they can go have that time together. That's not this channel. All right. Yeah, I agree, Norma. Thank you so much. All right, so Diana, we are to you. 20441. So let's dive into that now. All right, so can you tell me so what happened between PM and SM from each of their points of view? So from PM's point of view, what happened there? And from SM's point of view, what happened? Let's see what we got here. Is that it? All right. Bottom of the deck, I mean, we've got here the King of Swords. So there definitely is this, you know, it's very mental energy. I mean, 2 times the amount of mental energy that's coming in here. So there is a lot of discussion that happened here. A lot of different perceptions and perspectives. So let's see what unfolded here. Seems to be that there was a discussion. So from PM's perspective, we have the Knave of Wands, the Page of Wands. So there was a little bit of fire reaction. So I feel like from their standpoint, they feel like SM overreacted, that they reacted like they went over the top. And 11 on a scale of 1 to 10, you know, wow, okay. Six of Swords. I feel like from PM's standpoint that they were trying to move the conversation from the choppy waters that were created to calmer waters, trying to clear things up, trying to have the old ways the perception, whatever SM was thinking, to put some of those beside and then to, see things differently. So they were trying to get them to change their minds. That doesn't work well for any of us. Not when we're in fire, trying to tell someone that what how they're thinking of something doesn't work very well. Well, but that their perception is that they were trying to help them see things more clearly, right? And then the 5 of swords. Then an argument ensued here. On guard, both trying to protect their small t truth of what their perception was, defense, because so fight or flight kicked in, right? So we either are going to attack or we're going to run away or attack and then run away. But there was definitely an argument that happened. And we have the 3 of coins, the 3 of pentacles. It does feel like there was this is about being true to one's authentic self. And, I feel like PM was just trying to be who they are. And I feel like SM, from PM's standpoint and perception, SM was telling them how they were failing, how they weren't living up to expectations, how they were, doing it and trying to change them to be who they wanted PM to be, right? And, we have the Knight of Cups, which so this does have to do with the relationship itself. And so I feel like there was a bit of a an argument about that, about who you're not being. And there's nothing like, you know, I'm trying to show you a different perspective. And they're like, you're not being this, you're not doing this, you're not doing this. And it's like, ooh, this is not an open listening to one another. This is, I'm waiting for you to finish speaking so that I can, um, destroy what you have to say, poke the holes, that's not communication. That's trying to have a win. And when you're trying to have a win, nobody wins, right? You can win yourself right out of a relationship. Nice. All right. And then from SM's perspective, yeah. PM had so much energy. uh, they were being aggressive, And that's funny because, PM thought SM was like an 11, but, SM was like, "Oh my god," PM was at an 8, a level 8. They were like, "Whoa, aren't you being a little aggressive? Aren't you being a little like, whoa, over the top?" But not an 11, right? Um, and, from SM's perspective, they're like, "I'm just being, I was sharing my feelings. I was sharing my heart and letting him know what was going on inside of me, and then he freaked out and he blew up around it, right?" It's always, our perspectives are all correct. It's how we were seeing things in the moment, and for each of us, it's absolutely 100%. Somewhere in the middle is the truth, between 2 people's perspectives, but we don't see the world clearly, we see the world as we are, so, um, we don't see things too clearly, right? Yeah, so, feels like here with, SM felt, um, that PM then shut down and wasn't, open to hearing what they had to say. Which mirror really for both. When you look at each other's perspective, it's a mirror telling them about themselves, so if you re-listen to it and realize each of them were talking about themselves, as we were seeing the perspective, that gives you a whole new perspective of the conversation that they had too, right? So, I feel like that is what was going on here. It's about expectations, not living up to what I want you to be, and you're not acting the way I want you to be. Um, just all these expectations. Um, Instead of focusing on who someone is being and what you're grateful for. That's the way it happens. That's what a great example of what unfolds when we are focusing on expectations instead of gratitude. So let's see here. Your fortune cookie for that one is healthy boundaries. Yeah, I think someone got locked out of the gate. It says, my no, oh, sorry, my no is a complete sentence. I protect my energy. Just in case you guys wonder, I have a no button. Anytime I see a no, I try to use my no button. So my no is a complete sentence. I protect my energy. The insight is boundaries are not walls, they're gates. You have the right to decide who enters your emotional space and how much energy you give. A reflection prompt is, where are you feeling drained? Is there a leak in your fence where you are giving too much? And a healthy voice action is, practice saying this out loud. I cannot do that right now. I need to prioritize my own rest. Ooh, I like that. I'm going to remember that. I cannot do that right now. I need to prioritize my own rest. I need to give to me right now. All right. So that's for that one, Diana. And then we'll move into your second one here, which is 21251. There is the timestamp there. And for this one, so how does PM think of you lately? And what does PM miss about our connection that he doesn't have anymore? What is lacking because of your absence? All right, let's take a look here. So, how does PM think of you lately? Boom and boom and boom. And then what does he miss about your connection that he doesn't have? Basically, doesn't have it in the current connection as well, right? All right. All right. I think we have that here. Yeah, we got the death card on the bottom. So definitely they're feeling that ending energy uh, very deeply right now, it feels like. So let's see what we got here. So, how does he think of you lately? We got the knave of coins, the page of coins. That's that return energy. So they do think of going like, wow, you don't know have what you got until it's gone kind of energy, right? And you realize, you know, maybe this was not too much of a good decision. But we have the Knight of Coins, which Knight of Pentacles, slowest moving knight, and the Three of Swords, which is expectations equal disappointment here too. And I feel like here, they think of another opportunity, but then they also think in this, we talk about how, you know, we've got this energy where um um where was I going? I totally went off to somewhere, didn't I? This Oh, so these new opportunities, you look at, well, I want to go back, maybe think of going back to new opportunities, but growing up, you've got all these expectations that before you met anyone, you grew up and you have this long list and you think everyone has those expectations on you. And if you even see an inkling of someone mentioning in an expectation that's not being met or something that they're hoping that we will do, then it activates this entire list and going, oh my God, you want all of this? And you're like, I didn't ask for all, I just, this little, that's all I was just mentioned. I didn't mention all that. But it automatically activates because that's what they grew up with going, oh, expectations are activated. And I feel like they think here, like of going back, but then they feel this Three of Swords is the fear of disappointment of, if I come back, what if I'm not able to meet up to your expectations? That's my fear. That's why I left before. Then that's why they slow it down and go, I need to figure things out. So I feel like they're kind of looping within their own selves, right? They think, oh, maybe if I go, if because I feel like this relationship is a reflection of that, like we just talked about, the expectations not being met, right? This is the cycle that they have. And they're like, well, maybe it was better back there. And then the expectations follow them because wherever they go, there they are. And those are in here, not out here, right? So I kind of feel like that's kind of where it gets stuck with them there. But we wanna know, what do they miss about your connection that he doesn't have anymore right now? Yeah, I mean, we've got the devil card here, Capricorn, Saturn energy. I feel like a great conversations. I know that sounds like, but that's one of the things, like, they loved how you guys could just talk about stuff, you know, a glass of wine and a beer out on the porch and or the patio and just blah 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 and like he says, shoot the shit for hours, and then there goes the sunset, and all right, it's like you guys would have these times of great conversations, and he doesn't get that with SM. We have the Hierophant. Yeah, this openness and willingness to listen and change and listen to each other kind of energy. I feel like you guys were more or less open to hearing different people's sides of things. And that has to do with these conversations too. It's like, really, you believe that? Tell me more. It's curiosity, not just, you know, too bad you need to believe how I believe, it's like true curiosity kind of energy that would come in there. Um, and being open to change, being open to try new things. I feel like SM might be pretty, stuck in a mindset and at this point in their lives. We also have the Chariot and the Eight of Pentacles. And underneath that, we have the Five of Coins and the Eight of Swords. Yeah, I mean, the Five of Coins, of course, is the fear of being abandoned, being left out in the cold, being left behind kind of energies. And I feel like with this Eight of Coins, Eight of Pentacles is transformation. The Chariot has moon energy behind action, growth. I feel like they felt like you kind of guys were growing together. You were facing some challenges that even when you had arguments, at least it didn't feel like the arguments that they have now. Like you had true discussions, not discussions, you know. Um, so I feel like that's some of the what they missed there as well. So, which are some things that I mean, everyone can have, passion, um, and gifts and all those things, but the things that are difficult are like true emotional intelligence and communication skills, right? So, I feel like even though it seems like that's what they miss, it's like, yeah, it's such a huge part of a relationship. You don't realize the impact, right? I mean, I feel like you do, but so hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one here. All right. They want this one here. All right. And you've got the caterpillar. Yeah, the potential, right? Caterpillar turning into a butterfly. These are cute cards. The caterpillar, a creature on the brink of transformation, symbolizes potential, growth, and the promise of new beginnings. It represents the early stages of development where change is imminent but not yet realized. This card encourages you to recognize and nurture your potential. The caterpillar reminds you that growth takes time and that every phase of development is important. The direct message is you are full of potential, and now is the time to nurture it. Embrace the growth process, knowing that transformation is on the horizon. The reversal energy of the card says you may be rushing your growth or feeling impatient with your progress. Consider whether you're overlooking the importance of the current phase of your development. And then your three questions are, what potential do I need to nurture? Am I being patient with my growth? And how can I embrace the process of transformation? Ooh, so I love those for you. So that is what they have for you, Diana. So many blessings to you. Hopefully that helps. And again, thank you for your dual donations. All right. And let's see, we have Stop Stalking You. Hello, hello. Thank you for being here and for sharing your guidance and healing. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. You're so sweet. I am very grateful. Thank you. You guys. Thank you. Stop. I think I said cheers, cheers. All right. So up next here, we do have Beatrice. Hey, Beatrice. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. Here is your timestamp. Boomity boom. And did M see your post about your therapy sessions and learning more about abandonment and how you felt since childhood in relationships? Very nice. Let's take a look here. Have they seen it? All right, this is it here. Well, we have the death card here. It doesn't seem like they have here with that card. So why haven't they seen it, right? We have the 6 of coins. Looks like they're trying to do a little bit of work-life balance. We're trying to balance things, so I don't feel like they're been active on the social media. Yeah, High Priestess, they're kinda off on their own today, or since you posted that. Yeah, again, trying to balance things in their life. So I don't feel like they actually have seen it there, yet anyway. Will they see it? 2 of Cups. That's the power of emotional choice. There is a possibility they will. So let's jump on that timeline, right? It's like a train changing tracks. Let's go and see if they do see it, what kind of energy will they have? What do they think of it when they see it? If they see it in that timeline, all right? Mhm. All right. All right. Wow. Okay. They definitely hear, with this Ace of Swords, we got the Ace of Swords, so Ace of Swords, the 4 of Swords, and the 5 of Swords. It I feel like they definitely it helps them understand because the Ace of Swords brings clarity around, and it kinda brings them peace of mind as you're sharing about, what you're learning about abandonment and those things. They're like, "Oh," they're like, "It makes sense with, the the interactions." I feel like it brings them clarity on what your reactions were to what they were doing and not doing, um, and I feel like they're happy for you that you're on this, the Knight of Cups is on a quest for your self-love, and I feel like they, feel like that's a good thing that you're doing for yourself, you know? Yeah, I know. Well, it's like when we share things and we're kind of that's not why we're only sharing it, but in the back of our mind, we're part of why we share that because 'cause we're hoping that it'll spawn them into, like, maybe they'll consider therapy. No. I know. I was like, the energy I'm getting is like because I feel like they feel confident in who they are in this thinking, fiery place, the ego and the passion, rah, fire, I am man, kind of energy. But the emotional inner child is the one that's like crying in a corner, all scared, but we don't get to see that because they're locked in the cellar, right? They don't, it's like Harry Potter. They keep him in the cupboard under the stairs, right? But so they're like, "That's good. I'm so glad that, that you're working on, building your self-love and your self-confidence and that it's a good thing for, everyone to do." But it's not igniting them going into super reflection of going, "Maybe I have abandonment, uh, things since childhood and this kind of thing." But I feel like it did give them it would give them if when they look at it perspective of, um, like, why their actions were hitting you hard, and not, um, like they thought it would, because, because they're not, of course, in that emotional realm, right? But now they're like, "Oh, okay, I see. That's good. I'm glad you're working on that for yourself. I feel like that'll help you have a more fulfilling, loving, loved life, kind of energy, but not activating them into any, you know, self-reflection." Yeah, I like it. Your fortune cookie is here it is, the bottled up trap. It says emotional inhibition. Wow. I must not show feelings. Emotions are weak and embarrassing. So this is like their energy, right? The insight, if they knew this, you suppress spontaneity and emotions to avoid shame or losing control. You may seem flat, cold, or overly rational. A reflection prompt would be, what emotion are you afraid would leak out if you relaxed? Anger, joy, sadness? A healthy voice action would have been for them, allow yourself to feel, watch a sad movie, or listen to emotional music and let yourself cry or laugh freely in private. Yeah, that kind of sums it up, don't it? The lack thereof on their behalf, because they're so much in their head and in their fire, right? So hopefully that helps, Beatrice. That's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. All right, we got Ruby G in the house. Hey, Ruby. Yes, absolutely. Do you want a general reading on the freebies there, Ruby G? I'll assume a general unless you say otherwise. That seems to be your normal order. All right. All right, and just let everyone know where we're at. So we are up to number 9. We have Lauren Smith up, and then 2 for Nelia, and then we got Lady J, and then Kat Mia, and then Marilyn times 2, and then Norms after that. So he'll be up after that. All right. So Lauren Smith, we're at 229.07 for you. Boom, boom. And has Philip seen the threads you've posted? All right, let's take a look here. We've got the Knave of Swords, which is the Page of Swords, which would be new communication. So that would be a yes for me here. We've got the Chariot card and the Tower card as well. So, I mean, they have seen it. Um, what is this energy about? Because the Chariot is movement and an action because of what they've seen it here. And the Tower card is, let's see what this removal is. I don't know if they like unfollowed you or um logged off, or what is this reaction? Let's take a look here. I mean, what kind of thread was it? Well, we have the Page of Wands. So that is a little bit of a fiery reaction. What did they react about here? They have the World card, an ending of a major cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. What is this? What was the threads? We talking about people named Philip and how how mean they are? Men with names that begin with P, things that they do that are not acceptable. Boom, boom, boom. Um, I have the Queen of Cups, the Queen of Wands. So, here's this emotional energy with some fire there as well. You show up in each other's feeds. I don't know if they blocked it or something, but I don't know what this is about, because the Queen of Cups, very emotional energy, and then emotional energy with fire. So, yeah, I feel like they saw it, but there seems to be a very strong reaction, energy, not like you know, I'm just trying to understand it here. Does that make sense to you? Because we've got the justice card here, which is trying to balance things and understanding here, you know, um, the, it's relationship energy, Libra energy, trying to see what I want and what I don't want, trying to see 2 sides of things. But some they got triggered. Something triggered him here with all this. I know, right? Yeah, what did you do? What'd you post, Lauren? What is this all about? Because Tower, fire energy, endings, beginnings energy, um, action energy with the Chariot, and then trying to balance emotion and fire that's coming in here. Yeah, and even here, um, and the star card here, you know, which is again a balancing energy. Um, the star card can have here brutal honesty about things you're working on yourself. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they saw it though. I mean, that's your main question. um, so I feel like it just has something to do. I mean, we've got the King of Coins and the Ace of Coins, which brings in self-esteem issues, our self-worth, pointing to his self-worth. I don't know, we never know what words and things we use, and, when we're sharing about ourselves, like, I wonder sometimes if my exes or even my parents watch these, if they would be, like, offended by things I say about what I learned about, my relationships and growing up, if they would take offense that if they meant I was pointing a finger at them when I'm not, it's all about my growth, my mirror, what I saw, and they'd be like, "What, you think I was mean or whatever?" That's not the point, right? He said, "But things I'm uncovering about your own relationship patterns." Oh, okay, yeah, 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 yeah. It wasn't pointed at him directly, right? It's like he's over here, right? And you're going, "So this thing over here," 3 fingers pointing over there, right? As you're pointing over here. Yeah, yeah. So that makes sense, Yeah. But we can't help it, we can't help what they see, right? So, yeah, that makes sense. So, kinda like I was saying, we don't intend to do it. Yeah, sometimes, like, I'll post, I post on Facebook, Instagram, um, and on YouTube, right, in my YouTube, center. My mom's on Facebook, and sometimes when I would share something about, one of my podcasts about being depressed and stuff, she would say, "Are you okay? Is everything okay?" I'm like, "Did you listen to the podcast?" Because sometimes people, they'll zero in going, "Did I do something bad to make you feel that way?" And I'm like, this wasn't about you, but we all humans, we make it about ourselves, you know, and that's what happened in this. It feels like there, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, exactly. Not our intention, and you can't that's the whole thing, we can't control, right, what other people are seeing, right? Yeah, that's right, that's their adventure, right? If you wanna dive into it, we can, but, for this one, your fortune cookie is here, the subjugation trap. It says, "I have no choice. I must do what they want or they'll get angry." The insight is you surrender control to others to avoid conflict or rejection. You suppress your own desires and anger until they explode. So true. Um, the reflection prompt is, when was the last time you said yes when you really wanted to say no? That's my no button again. How did your body feel in that moment? And then healthy voice action is practice a "This is my last word. No." Decline a small request today. Remind yourself, I have the right to set boundaries without guilt. I like that. No guilt. You were not intending that, and we can't help what other people take from our actions or non-actions, words or silence. We can only be responsible for our own choice of story, emotions, energy, and action. So there you go. All right. So we'll get that added on there, Lauren. Let me just catch up here real quick on the chat. So Ruby G, thank you for your donation. That will be number 17 on the list there. Thank you for the kitty cat. And we got yours little thing here. There we go. And then dive into it. So we got this here. And let me just grab this so I'll remember when we get down to there. All right, I think I got enough notes in there. Oh, okay, very good. Thank you. I'll just grab all that and throw that underneath here. Boom. And I'll read that when we get to your one there. Let me just condense it here for the sake of space and the final frontier. So thank you for doing that, Lauren. And I'll be excited to see what you learn too. We all can learn through each other's wonderful adventures, right? All right, and then Diana, thank you for your additional donation. You'll be number 19. Don't know why I suddenly went Southern. I did spend 16 years in Texas. Sometimes I have a y'all that slips out. Hey, Nelia Modelos, good to see you. Hello, hello. Nelia, you're number, oh, you're going to be up next. That's why you're saying hello. You're like, come on. I'm just kidding. You wouldn't do that. Giddy up, right, Deb? Hey, y'all. All right. So I think I'm all cut up. Oh, let me check emails too. All right, good. We are good to go. So Nelia, you're up for 2. We got 239.54 is for this one. Right? That save a horse, ride a cowboy. Yeehaw. All right. So too funny. So a general on you and your boyfriend's relationship. He wants to make a memorial garden in the yard in memory of his late wife. Will we argue or have issues over that? Whatever else spirit has to say. I'm reminded, what is her name? Tomlinson. I forget her first name. She's a hilarious female comedian. Something Tomlinson. And she was like, um, in my when I was younger, I would get, so upset because it had to do with her boyfriend wanted to have wanted to bring, oh wait, no, 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 no. It was, his, was it um, his dad's new girlfriend was upset when, um, they wanted to bring their wife's ashes into the house, you know? Yeah, I think yeah, Lily Tomlin, I no, maybe it's no, it's Tomlinson. She's a blonde, younger one. Lily Tomlin, she's hilarious too. But she was talking about, um, you know, as a child, um, she was like, "Of course you're supposed to be able to bring that in." She goes, "But then when I go older in a relationship," she was like, hell no." She goes, "If you bring that in there," she goes, "I'm gonna just take a spoonful every day and, and put it down the toilet and flip it off," as she's flushing her every day. She goes, "That was when I was younger." She goes, "Now," she goes, "I'm so like, you know, um" how does she say it? Um, "You can put it underneath the TV. Wait, am I gonna get to watch the shows that I want? Am I gonna get to have the snacks I want? Okay, fine, you can put her wherever. You can put her next to your us on the couch. We can all watch Netflix together. I don't care." She talks about that. So she's really it's hilarious. That's what it reminded me of when I read that. But, yeah, let's take a look here, Nelia, and see what we got, going on here. Did I put your timestamp out there? I did, okay. So let's take a look here. Um which kinda has that we can change over time about how we approach things, how we see things, how we, look at from different viewpoints at different times in our life. So, first of all, we'll find out here, regarding this memorial garden, um, you know, what kind of energy is around it? Is there gonna be arguments, disagreements around it here? What does spirit want you to know around this? This and your relationship as well. All right. So, bottom of the deck, we do have the Judgment card, which is our higher self calling us to see things like from a higher perspective. So that's, regarding our relationships, it helps us in anything really, right? And when we step out of our human mindset of supposed to be, should be, need to be, a lot of the stories that we make about what does that mean about me, right? What story I'm the one that's making any action or non-action, word or silence. I'm the one that's making it about me. Um, and then when we question that and see it from a different viewpoint, we can gain clarity. Let's see what comes in here. Oh my gosh. Yeah. You know, kind of like Debbie O said it well. No threat. They're gone on Earth, right? But it's the emotion that we are concerned about, right? It's what What does like, that emotion that you wanna put towards her and her memory, that's my emotion. Mine, like a little kid, right? "Mine, mine, mine. What are you giving that away for? That's mine." You can't give that away. Yeah, and look at the moon energy underneath. There's all this moon and all this emotion below the surface, right? It's not so much the act itself, it's the emotion we're putting behind the story of what it means, right? Um, so I feel like there doesn't have to be an argument about it. You get to choose if you want to have one or not. There's no right or wrong, experience. If we want a low vibrational experience, then, we can definitely have one, but you don't have to have one. You get to have that power of choice. It's understanding, like if you had a Saint Bernard that you loved so much and they passed away and your boyfriend hated dogs, but you wanted to put a memorial out in your front yard in memory of your Saint Bernard, uh, and then they got upset about it. Would we do it on their behalf? Or would we be like, it's a gone dog, what do you care about, right? It's almost like I don't they're comparing it to a dog, which I know is like so, but it's your spirit guides. I feel like they're trying to relate with you there. But, it's like, okay, we can look at it from a different way. Well, let's see what these other cards are here too, right? We got the 5 of Cups, the 6 of Wands, Yeah, it's like understanding the 5 of Cups, understanding people's sorrow and that people, need to mourn their energies, right? They need to mourn their emotions of sorrow, and people cry, people create gardens, people do different things. The 6 of Wands is to move energy, that they'll do those things. Your spirit guides are so sassy. 'Cause they're going and you can always let them do it and then just slowly spray bleach on the plants and then it dies. And you're like, "I don't think she wants to be here." That's awful. Yeah, we have the emotional choice, the 2 of Cups. In general, with the relationship, with all of those things, that we're the ones that get to choose. Like we talked about, whatever happens in the outside world is meaningless. There's no meaning to it at all till it gets in here, and then our story maker creates a story about what that means, and most specifically, what that means about my worth. We all humans are examining the outside world to focus in on on our own. You're laughing because I think you're catching up on, on the on the stream. But, we're the ones that get to choose, the story, and then the emotional soundtrack that we attach to that story, our actions, our, energy, and I feel like it just in general around a relationship, it's like understanding that people aren't doing things intentionally to piss us off, you know? Human beings are beings of reaction or response, and if we're responding, we're doing it from a place of unconditional love or love and compassion and intelligence. When we're reacting, we're doing things from not, from fear, from sadness, hatred, or from sadness, anger, or, rooted that's all rooted in fear. And we're doing it from a place of a child, right? From 7 years old and younger, some sort whatever that trauma happened, um, and they feel like this need to do a memorial for the sake of, you know, um, for whatever reason they need to heal something inside of them. So this is about what's going on inside of them, not about us and how they feel about us, but we as humans will make it about us, right? And so there's this, transformation because it's realizing that our choices will either move things along with, that magician, or it will create a wall. And, it's important, for us to realize that. And there's no right or wrong, there's no judgment. Sometimes we will go, "I don't care, create a wall. I don't like this." And that's okay because the wall that's formed gives us alone time to sit with and transform whatever fear is at the root of our reaction. Because if we're responding, that'll be magic, that'll be flow, that won't be, um, a wall. Our reaction is what creates a wall between us, and then we work at bringing down that wall slowly, it comes down slowly. So, hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie for this one is here. Alright, and then they gave you your other one here too. So, this card is called The Victim Trap and Self-Pity. What does that anchor say? The past, anchored to the past. That's what that says there, the past. It says, "Life is unfair to me. I can't change anything because of what happened." So the insight card says, "You feel like a victim of circumstances. You focus on how much you have suffered rather than what you can do now to change it." The reflection prompt says, "While your pain is real, does dwelling on it help you build the life you want today?" And healthy voice action says, "Take one small step of agency. Change one tiny thing in your environment or routine to prove you have power," right? Yeah, a wall for think time, right? I was just thinking too, your spirit guides are very sassy. Like, well, oh, if we're gonna make gardens of memory, I've got my 5 ex-boyfriends. Do you mind if I'm gonna create like, 5 little mini gardens around your memorial garden for your, wife? And and they're gonna be, yeah, the card is very fitting, right? And there's gonna be towers erected from each one. What do you feel how do you feel about that? You're like, "Even if you don't have 5 boyfriends, it doesn't matter, we're gonna make them up." But, not to put light but sometimes we just need to laugh at a situation and go, get to the root of why it matters so much, you know, um, you know, so that we can understand that this is something that they need to heal emotionally, and that's good, and the thing that's happening inside of us is what we need to do to heal emotionally. Again, it kind of feels like that emotion that you're giving to your wife who has passed, that belongs to me. Why you giving it away? You know? Um, and, there's things that we can do, realize that, her spirit will always be around him because she's a loved one. They loved each other. She'll be around him the rest of their life in spirit, not as the spouse, but as a higher vibrational being. And he's just trying to honor that. It's part of his healing, right? And that's okay. That's allowed. um, so let me catch up on the chat here real quick, and then we will jump into your second one here. And let's see. Okay, I did get that one. All right, and then I see here. Whoops, come on. So, Diane, thank you for your additional donation. We'll put that here. Let's see. I think you said I'd like a deep dive on what will transpire. Okay, so that's not in addition to this is this one here. Okay, I get you. Okay, we got that. And then let me check the timestamps here. Yep. All right. And then Maria P, I see your free reading here. You'll be number 18 on the free readings. And then I did get two Zia Z PayPal, and I believe these are yours. Yes. So boom, boom. Thank you for those. You will be number 21 and 22 on the donations up there. All right. And then we've got AKA in the house. Hey, Mystic, good to see you. We'll get you on the free readings. You'll be number 19 on the free readings there. Okay, I got that one there. And Kat Mia, for your free one, we'll get you on there. You'll be number 20 on the free ones. And um, I know it's Tomlinson, like Tomlinson, is her name, I believe. You talk about the comedian about um, the ashes of her mom, you know, because as a child, she's like, "Yes, you need to bring in the ashes of my mother into the house." And now she's like, "But now as a grown woman, I'm like, hell no, you wouldn't bring that is not alright. Need to dump those ashes out." I try to be organized. Thank you for recognizing that. All right. Oh, we got Premia too. Hey, good to see you. Let me get that onto the free reading list real quick here. That'll be number 21 on the free readings there. All right. I think we are ready to continue on. So, Nelia, for number 2, you're at 256.42. There we go. Come on, mouse. There we go. So here is that one there. And anyone or anything coming towards you. All right, let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Night, night, Debbie. Sleep tight. Can't believe it's Sunday night already, right? What happened to the weekend? Zoom. All right. What's coming towards you here, Nelia? Anyone or anything? All right. There's something here. We've got the 6 of Cups energy, which that's child energy. Also, it could be someone coming back like from the past as well. Let's see what that's about here. You got the 3 of Wands. You got the Leo energy that's coming in. The Strength card, 3 of Wands. Look at these other cards that are coming in here too, because it does feel a little bit of this energy of, excuse me, hiccup, going to like you choosing to go a different direction, having the courage to go a different direction than you thought you would be going because of new information, right? Let's see what this is here. Yeah, and you got the 10 of Cups, the 6 of Swords. So again, there's this relationship energy of the 10 of Cups, like joyful energy. 6 of Swords is letting some old ways of thinking go, seeing things from a different perspective that allows you to move from choppy waters to calmer waters, which brings movement of some kind in the outside world. Let's see what this is about here, because tell me more about... I want to know about what change of direction this is. Okay, thank you. And the 5 of Pentacles. There's something here about feeling abandoned, left behind, left out in the cold is an energy. Feeling like I'm not enough or I'm not going to have enough or be enough energy. Let's see what else has here. Yeah, in the Hermit. Are you, excuse me, are you looking at being alone? Is that this little 3 of Wands area? Is this where you're going? You have the Queen of Coins, Queen of Pentacles, which is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, really nurturing on your, for yourself here. But it does feel here, the 6 of Cups, that there is a return energy here of someone from your past. And I'm sorry, I'm just going to pull one more card for clarification on that here. Yeah, we have a 2 of Swords. There is a choice to be made coming up here. So maybe, I don't know if you have an ex that you wish would return, but I feel like there is some sort of someone coming back across your path, and I kind of feel like you kind of are in this choice point. You're doing a lot of reflecting, right? There's this, I don't know if I want to continue to go this route, or if it's almost like you're at a fork. I need to make a decision, right? That am I going to continue? Am I going to, you can't continue going forward the way you have been. It feels like there's a fork. You have to decide, continue or not. And then if you don't do the not, if you continue, I'm sorry, if you choose to not continue, then there's a choice. It feels like someone comes back from the past here, whether that's, your current boyfriend becoming an ex and then coming back, or an old boyfriend that's coming back. Could be either one of those cases. Um, but it could be that's where the choice has to be made between the current one or the old one that's coming back. Um, so hopefully that resonates. And of course, if you don't have an ex that you don't want back, then it doesn't matter. You don't have to take them back. You're not forced. Spirit doesn't go, too bad. You have to do it. It would be more of an ex returning back across our path for us to reflect on, like you're doing a bunch of reflecting. They could come across for you to see how much you've grown, see what bubbles up for you to, that can be reflected on with them too. Your fortune cookie is the humiliated child, which says, I am so ashamed, I want to disappear. The insight is you feel exposed, flawed, and embarrassed. This mode is triggered by criticism or failure, making you feel like there is something fundamentally wrong with you. The reflection prompt is this shame truly yours, or was it placed on you by someone else who shamed you? And the healthy voice action says, lift your head up, say, I refuse to carry this shame anymore. I am human and allowed to take up space. I love that. Ah, you were seeing someone prior to your boyfriend. Ho, ho, ho. Well, I know we weren't expecting that, were we? All right. So that's what they have for you, Nelia. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. All right. I don't think anyone else came in, right? Nope. Okay. So we'll continue on here. We got Lady J in the house. Thank you, Lady J, for your donation. You got 30336 for your timestamp. And you want to know, has Jay been thinking about you or crossed his mind lately? Has he thought about reaching out at all? All right, let's take a look here. So let me shuffle here. We'll tap into Jay's energy here. See what we got going on. So has Jay been thinking about you first? Okay. Have you crossed his mind? And has he thought about reaching out at all? All right. We do have the Two of Pentacles on the bottom here. Overall, I feel like that he keeps you, with the balancing scales energy here. Um, you can see the scales. This is about balance. It's like he always kind of has you in mind as a choice, even with the Three of Cups. It's like them and, like there's them and they have these two choices. You know, it feels like that in their mind, it's like that you're present there. Interesting energy, right? Let's see what this is about. Because has he been thinking about you? Yeah, we got the Magician card energy that's there, and the Queen of Cups. So, they definitely, I feel like you kind of were represented by the Queen of Cups with a huge heart and a lot of emotional, powerful energy that's there. And the Magician energy that comes in with this, is action energy. And so I do feel like they have been thinking about you because I feel like that is that. Again, it's almost like it's a cycle that comes in with them. Let's see, you've crossed his mind lately. Yeah, because I feel like he's been feeling alone with this hermit energy. And, we got the Knight of Coins, the King of Coins. Life it feels really slow, and he's on this, the Knight of Coins, the Knight of Pentacles, they're on a quest of self-worth, right? And the King of Pentacles is also self-worth. So I feel like, you cross their mind because I feel like they defined their worth by the relationship and their relationships but I feel like yours was a significant one with those 2 of coins, like, you're one of 2 very significant relationships I feel they had, um, and so they reflect on that a lot when they're doing their looking at their I feel like they've done a little bit of journaling or inner work or something trying to improve themselves, and that comes across, and so not just you, when it comes across their mind, but you definitely come across their mind with that as well. Have they thought about reaching out at all? Yeah, they definitely have. They've got the 2 of swords, which is, crossroads thinking, should I? Shouldn't I? Should I? Shouldn't I? And they have the 8 of swords. I feel like on one side, they're like, well, I need to let go of some ways of thinking, supposed to be, should be, need to be's that, have made me feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. I got some work to do on myself. Otherwise, I would just keep doing what I've always done. So maybe not, don't reach out yet. And then they have in the other choice is the 4 of wands, which is joy and celebration and, you know, um, fire energy, passion energy, and they're like, but there could be some happiness too, but then they realize, but for how long before this old pattern that I have kicks in? So I need to kick this pattern first because I don't want to keep doing the same thing over and over again and impacting others while I do it. So I feel like a little bit of self-reflection going on here, and wanting to make some change. We do have the 5 of wands. 5 of wands? No, 6 of wands, which is a movement of energy, and the 10 of wands underneath that, wanting to end an ending beginning energy that comes in. So it feels like they do have some reflection going on, and you do come across their mind. I don't I feel like there's gonna be a while before they would decide on doing it or not, because I feel like they keep reverting to going, "Nope, still have more work to do. Nope, still have more work to do." Um, and, um, so based on current energies, I feel like there's still enough different options and stuff that they're not, like, giving me. If it was like a small range, they would be like, "Yeah, we can give you that," but when it's like, "Well, there's pockets of this and that and different stuff," they're like, We can't really give that to you yet because there's too many decision points still left." So, hopefully that makes sense. And let's see what your fortune cookie is. Pshoo. So it comes flying out here. Yeah, I like a little grounding energy going on here that says, "I am here in the present. The past cannot hurt me now." Says when triggered, you time travel to the past. Grounding brings you back to the now, where you have adult resources and safety. I love that. Reflection prompt says look around the room, name 5 things you can see, 4 you can touch, 3 you can hear. And then your healthy voice action says stomp your feet on the floor, say, I am whatever age years old, I am in whatever location you're at, and I am safe. So I like that. I am, how many years old? I am in my house. I am safe, right? So I like that. That's good information for our inner child to hear. All right. So that is what they have for you, Lady J. So thank you very much. And you're very welcome, Nelia. All right, Lauren, thank you so much for your additional donation. That'll be number 23 is the donation list. I'll bring that up there. All right. And Chelsea, you had to do that last week because you're having a little panic episode. Yeah, the 5 things. How did that go? Did it help at all? Let me give that 11 a like. Ooh, you know what? I don't think I gave the other ones way up here a like. Let's see. I think this will let me do it here. Let me get up here and do all these like. Oops. Okay, I did all the rest of those. More than 5, right? Naming 5 things out in the yard so you feel like you're outside, right? Look out a window. I see a tree. I see a mountain. I see a sky. Yeah, it, brought you out of the loop, right? Yeah, claustrophobic, right? Look outside, not inside. It's like the walls are coming in. Outside. I like it. So cheers, cheers. All right. So let us dive in. We'll continue on here. We have Cat Mia up next, 3/12/19. So Cat Mia, here is your timestamp. And then should you do 25 or 35 or none, right? So let's take a look here and see what would be bring you the most positive outcome. So 25, 35, or none of the above, or none. All right. So it looks like 25, you have the page of coins. So there is some benefit there. You have 35, which the hangman is a pause energy. So I would say no on the 35. And then what about none? Then you got the lovers, which is power of emotional choice. Um, that doesn't bring in a uh, like a results kind of positive outcome energy. So it would be 25 is what I feel gives you that energy there. Um, is there anything else that you could do that would bring you a better one? There is a different way. I just confirmed. I was like, what does the page of coins, the 25, bring you? And they're like, well, it brings you mediocre results. Out of them all, it brings you the best results, but they still kind of seem, you know, okay, not like, "Ooh, fabulous." And then, I pulled the 3 of Wands, which is there is another way, there's another option, 3 of Wands. So, if you have another option besides 25, 35, or none, I feel like there's something that brings you even better results than the 25, right? Alright, and then let's take a look here and see what we have here for your fortune cookie. You've got the critical parent. Ooh, the little magnifying glass. It says, "That's wrong. You look fat. You sounded stupid." The insight, this voice nitpicks everything you do. It kills creativity and confidence by highlighting only the negatives. Your reflection prompt says, "What is one thing you did right today that this voice is ignoring?" Healthy voice action says, "Counter the critic with effect. Actually, I did my best and that is enough." I like that. Do your best and that's enough. You don't have to shoot for perfection. All right, I love that. Let me close my blinds here. We've reached that time. The sun is going down. There we go. All right. We shall continue on here. We've got Marilyn up next. So, Marilyn, we got 3:15:37 coming in here. There we are. So, thank you for your dual donations and good to see you. You wondered what were the thoughts, feelings, and impressions of Kim, who you met last night? All right. Let's take a look here. All right. So, Kimmy Kim, what were their thoughts last night? Start there. Thoughts, and thoughts, and thoughts, and thoughts. Wow. Okay. This one too. Right. A lot of thoughts. Wow. Big thinker. Are they an air sign? Okay. And what about feelings? that one. I do want this one. I do want that one. I do want this one too. Any others? Nope. All right. And then impressions. Sorry, your spirit guides uh, just showed me a a a clip from, oh, I forget what her name is. Um, Again, she's a great comedian. She's been in a lot of uh, well, I don't, is she a comedian? I don't think she's a comedian. She's been in movies. What was she in? Like Oceans 10 or whatever. She was the best friend. Anyway, she did an impression of a dolphin on one of, like, The Tonight Show or something, and when they said impressions, that's what they what they put in my head, that they were doing impressions of a dolphin. I'm like, oh, because dolphins are cute. I can't think of her name right now. Um, alright, but let's take a look. That doesn't matter. Let's go forward here. So, what were her thoughts? So let's take a look here. Yeah, Queen of Cups, they thought, "Wow, what a, you know, large-hearted, big-hearted individual you are." They really sensed that you have a lot of emotion, not in an unhealthy way. This is coming through as, like, big-hearted, like, wow, you have a lot of feeling, and a lot of heart to give. Knight of Wands, thoughts were, this is hot, passion, energy, like sparks, like, wow. So, I feel like they had butterflies 'cause, they got some little energy, some little surges going on there. Uh, we also have the Page of Cups. So, again, there's this emotional energy here. Like, I feel like their impression of you is that you're someone that can give, you're not normal in the amount of emotion that you can give in the depth of relationship. I feel like there's like emotional depth to you. It's not like a pond or a lake, it's like an ocean that is undiscovered. Like, you have emotions that are undiscovered. I feel like their impression of you was. And this is not impressions, this is the thoughts, right? Which is kind of impressions. Yeah, Ace of Cups. So their thinking here was like, you are relationship material. Like that. Again, High Priestess, a lot of emotional energy coming through. I feel like they just kind of felt this, um, I mean, you have the Knight of Wands, which is a movement of energy itself, but this amount of emotional energy, I feel like they kind of felt like they were in a shield or a force field of emotional energy. Like, they were just like, wow. I feel like they were a bit overwhelmed a little bit in a positive way of the emotional bubble you have around you. Yeah, we have the Two of Wands, which is a back and forth kind of energy. Let's see, what do they go back and forth with? Yeah, 10 of Cups, this overflowing joy energy, and this, Page of Coins too. This Knave of Coins is the Page of Coins, this abundance energy, and I just feel like they were going back and forth between feeling this big emotional energy and then coming into this grounding kind of energy, and it was kinda like this flow back and forth, and in their mind, they were just like, "Wow, I love this." This, um, like a new I wanna have another opportunity to hang out with you with this Page of Coins, and the 10 of Cups is, you know, again, focusing on the great, I mean, it's joy energy, but a great flow of all this emotional energy. Wow. That's what they noticed with their mind. Now, with their feelings, yeah, then they get into their head, right? We got the devil card coming in. A lot of I feel like with all this emotional energy, there must have been like a big emotional flow that's coming in here as well. Um, Let me see what we've got here. Yeah, we've got the 8 of Cups. So let's just start here because we've got the King of Pentacles, which again is this abundance energy, which, the heart was like, with all of this emotional energy that they were feeling, the heart is like, we hit the jackpot, right? Um, and of course, the Ace of Wands, allowed in a fiery spark to be there as well. Um, what I feel here, it's like the mind with that devil card. We got all this emotional energy, the heart, I feel like we got what the heart wants, right? That it's like, yes, oh, another opportunity. I love this because it loves emotion, right? But the mind jumps in here, right? And it's fearing here. The 8 of Cups is being left behind, like someone leaving a relationship and are being left alone. And the Emperor has that needing to get out of the head and into the heart to be able to allow the heart, to have here, and that makes sense why this 2 of Wands, where they were going back and forth going, "Wow, look at all that emotional energy." That's, I my heart is very excited, but my head is freaking out because it's fearing I can't live up to that kind of energy, right? So I feel like there is this need for them to do that. They definitely want with this Page of Pentacles, it feels like they want another opportunity to meet you. Um, their impressions, we got 3, yeah, King of Cups. It's beautiful balance between head and heart, so they're like, um, it is I kind of feel like they were blown away a little bit here because you've got this all this emotion, but you have all this intellect that to balance it all out, and I feel like that's why they're just like, wow, and we got the Queen of Wands too. You've got this fire, passion, energy, and emotion. So you've got, the this wonderful well-roundedness kind of energy that I feel like they're coming in here. And the 9 of Wands, yeah, this is their impression is, they have this barrier activating within them, that fear, which I feel like it just needs to calm down a little bit. But I definitely feel like I don't feel like they're allowing that mind to hold them back. I feel like they've have this courageousness of I'm my mind is freaking out and afraid, but I don't care. My heart, I'm gonna follow it. I'm gonna allow it, I'm gonna allow movement. I'm gonna move beyond this barrier and I'm not gonna allow it to stop me like it has stopped me in the past. Because, with the cost benefit analysis, it's worth it to try to move forward, right? So I feel like they're wanting to meet again with all this energy here. So I love that. Accurate. I mean, she's so good at accurately seeing you, right? You're like, touche. I like that energy. All right, let's take a look here and see what your fortune cookie is for this one, which is the flying fish possibility. Yeah, look at that. All that water energy too. Woohoo! The flying fish, that air and water energy. So this, the flying fish, able to leap out of the water and soar, symbolizes breaking boundaries and exploring new possibilities. It represents the courage to leave familiar surroundings and embrace the unknown. So this card encourages you to take a leap of faith and trust in the opportunities that lie ahead. Wow. The direct message says, embrace new possibilities and be willing to take risks. The leap you take now could open doors to unexpected opportunities. The reverse energy of this says, you may be hesitant to step out of your comfort zone. Consider whether fear is keeping you from pursuing new paths. 3 questions you can ask yourself: what possibilities am I overlooking? Am I afraid to take a risk? And how can I embrace the unknown with confidence. Ooh, ooh, I like it. All right, so that's what they have for the first one there, Marilyn. And we'll go to your second one here in a moment. Let me just catch up on the chat real quick here. Let me take a quick sip here too. Cheers, cheers. All right. So, Bird Girl, you are very welcome. We'll get you on to the free list here. You'll be number 22. All right, we gotcha. All righty. So, Marilyn, for your number 2, we got 32720 for you here. And again, thank you for your dual donations. And then this one was, what were the thoughts and feelings, intentions of CD who invited you to the get together last night? Female, non-romantic. Oh, like what were they setting you up? What were the plans within the plans within the plans? That sly devil. All right, let's take a look here. So, what were the thoughts of CD? All right. And then the feelings. That one too. All right. And intentions. Dun dun dun. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. Yeah. This energy underneath the Queen of Pentacles. Such a mother nature, mother nurture energy that's coming in here, right? It seems like they are the mother of the group, right? It feels like they're always concerned about everyone, trying to make sure, always trying to meddle in a loving way, trying to help people have the happiest lives possible and all that kind of fun stuff, right? So I feel like that's the underlying energy that they have, with that. So very interesting, right? All right. And let me just answer Diana real quick here before I jump into your actual reading here. So, Diana, you had two already, right? I don't know if you know those already. Here are your timestamps for those. And then your numbers coming up, your number 19 and 20 for your additional two that are coming up. Okay. All right. So let's take a look here. So, what are grandmothers? What are their thoughts, right? um, their thoughts. So, we have the Six of Cups. Yeah, they got a reunion type of energy that comes in here as well. Um, yeah, because they've got reunion, Seven of Pentacles, Knight of Cups energy. You know, Seven of Pentacles is slowly building, and Knight of Cups is bringing romance and I feel like their overall thoughts, like even just for the night, is to try to bring reconnection between people, but also to foster and see what can grow into romance as well. What kind of relationships can grow, what kind of love can grow. I feel like they're even, this energy of, what kind of friendships can grow, and if it turns into anything else, then, more power to it. But I feel like a big piece of their mind is to grow relationships. I feel like that's why they why they do get-togethers. They like creating community, but they like bringing people back together, and there's a little bit of, helping people get out of the high priestess, alone energy, and cycles begin new adventures kind of energy. Help bring people out of their shells, help bring people out of their funk as well. So, I love the heart that she has, for that. But that's the mind, um, and I feel like that's, like, their kind of their energy, and that's probably gonna roll over into intentions here too. But what were their feelings? Yeah, 3 of Cups, again, community. They love building community, building a tribe kind of energy. Again, Temperance, they're not in a big rush, they're all about opening up communication with the Eight of Swords, getting people communicating. And that's their heart. Their heart is, it's like, I love tearing down walls and having people open up minds. And I feel like they invite different type of individuals so that people can have and learn and grow from each other's perspectives. I just feel like they're, you know, I don't know why they're kind of like a New York dinner party, kind of eclectic, inviting a lot of different people kind of energy that comes in, is what they're showing me in my head, like movie clips that I've seen over time, right? We have the Six of Coins, Six of Pentacles. They are a bit of an overgiver. So I do feel like that's how they kind of feel good in their heart is if they're giving to others and kind of overgiving in some ways. I feel like they have to watch that. They might be a recovering overgiver in like codependent relationships, but I feel her heart is in helping individuals. I don't feel like this energy here is, um, like towards you specifically. Like, I don't feel like they invited you for their own, because you said it's not romantic, right? So I don't feel like it is for theirs. But there is this progression. Their heart is hoping to build, build, build. We got the Eight of Wands to the Nine of Wands to the Ten of Wands. So this is to build up this fire energy, to build up this movement of passion, not like into like a you know that kind of group event or anything like that. But it feels like it's meant to build this fire to um bring life into people's lives. And I feel like that's the heart. They just want to bring all this emotional energy out and share it. And I feel like they just and they could be an extrovert with all this energy. Like they get their fill from being around groups of people and they love it, especially when everyone's energy is flowing, kind of energy. It's like those movies where there's an energy vampire and they like being around people because then they get to all this energy they get to absorb, but not in an evil way. All right, what were their intentions? Let's find out here. Yep, Five of Cups, to turn some sad faces into happy faces with the Five of Cups, help people transform some of their energies. We got the Star card. It's interesting. This is Aquarius energy, which is the we energy. It's all about community, and it's very much a community energy, wanting to grow community, wanting to help community. Yeah, Six of Wands, victory, movement to get energy moving too, flowing energy. Let's see what else this has to do here. Queen of Wands, yeah. Here's this fire and emotional energy, and the Justice card. Relationships, Justice card, she's the Venus, Libra, balancing of scales, clarity around relationships too. So I kind of feel like that's the intentions is that, and I don't feel like they're trying to match make people specifically. Um, as far as like romance and, they might have a little bit of hopes here and there because the Star card is a hope energy too, that Aquarius energy. But I feel like their main energy is to build relationships like friendships and community and tribe and support. And so I feel like that is more of what they try to do. Um, and, you know, So I feel like that's kind of the big intentions. And if it was just like, 4 of us and you 2 ended up being the other 2 people, like I have someone that I'm with and they invite, that can be a little more of like, I feel like you guys could be really great friends, if not more, and at the very least, I think you guys would love, have a lot in common, if nothing romantically unfolds. They're like, you guys, you'd be great friends kind of energy. So I feel like that is kind of what's behind the scenes there with CD. So hopefully that resonates. Let's see what your fortune cookie is too. The coral foundation. Yeah, building a coral community so that all the fishies have somewhere to live. Oh, all the fishies. All right. So coral symbolizes foundation, patience, and community. There you go. Just as coral reefs grow slowly, creating vibrant ecosystems, this card encourages you to focus on building a strong, lasting foundation in your life. Whether it's relationships, work, or personal growth, solid groundwork is essential for future success. The direct energy says focus on creating a stable foundation in your life. Patience and steady effort will lead to long term success. The reverse energy says your foundation may be unstable or neglected. Consider strengthening key areas before moving forward. And your 3 questions are: how can I strengthen my foundation? Am I neglecting important aspects of my life? And what steps can I take to build lasting stability? I like it. So hopefully that helps, Marilyn. That is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donations. I greatly appreciate those. So many blessings to you. All right. So I am going to. So up next, we will have norms, and we'll do that deep dive in here for you for that past person's feelings and intentions. Let me just put that in here. I know. Before I do that, though, I'm just going to run to the facilities real quick here since I've been on for almost 4 hours. And I want to be able to like really not rush through your reading at all because I want to do a good, nice deep dive here for you. And so I will do that and I'll be right back. And then we'll jump in for yours. And then after that, we got Ruby G, Lauren Smith, then 2 for Diana, 2 for Maria, and then back to Lauren Smith. So that is what we'll do here. So thank you so much. Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you for understanding. But I will be right back. It won't be too long here because I'm just going to do that and take this glass over to my little kitchen too. So I'll be right back. Thank you guys. God, it didn't light my candles. Oh my goodness. There we go. All right. So you guys got to see my little baggy shorts pants there. All right. Setting the mood. All right. So, thank you guys so much. I grabbed my protein shake too. I was over there for dinner. Gotta keep the proteins, you know. All right. So let us dive in here. So norms are at 343.23 for yours. Yes, indeed. There is the timestamp. All right. So thank you for your generous donation. I really appreciate that. So we'll do a good, nice deep dive here. So we will take a look for this past person's feelings and their intentions to find out what they have here for you, right? So we'll take a look here and see if so this past person that you know who this is. Let's see here. We got all those, huh? All right. So we got all these feelings. Let's see what's going on here with those. And then what are their intentions towards you? All right, thank you. What else? What else can we know here? All right. I feel like we got those here. Bottom of the deck, we do have the Judgment card that's coming in here. So the Judgment card, you can see like this is an angel that's, trying to raise something from the dead. So it's like there's this calling, this pulling that I feel they have that they might be trying to resurrect something, right? Bring something back. So we'll see what this is all about. Let's get in the skinny. That's the underlying energy, which it does feel like they're, what is this that you're picking up? That are they trying to come back? Are they trying to head back towards you, kind of energy? So let's see what we've got here. All right. Yeah, I mean, we've got the King of Swords. So very much in their head, very much a lot of thinking energy that's coming in here, with their feelings. And we'll see here what these other cards are, but we have the Knave of Cups, which is the Page of Cups, right? And often an on and off thing. Yay. Maybe they want to turn it back on again. um but the Page of Cups is a heightened emotional energy. um I feel like the issue of the off and on thing has always been, them wanting to be true to their authentic selves, but under the core, they have this fear with the 5 of Pentacles, the fear of lack of being abandoned, being left out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough. And so, they always love the idea of being in a relationship, but then when they're in it, then they kind of, I don't wanna say panic, but they kind of feel the walls close in, they kinda become claustrophobic a little bit, where they're like, "Oh god, I'm gonna fail, I'm gonna fail, I'm gonna fail, and you're gonna leave me, so I need to get out of here because I feel like I'm," and I feel like they use the excuse of I'm not being able to be myself but really underneath the surface, I'm afraid I'm gonna get rejected if I'm myself. There's a difference there, and so I do feel like that's kind of in their feelings energy, right? Let's see what these other cards around feelings are. Yeah, we got the Hermit. They might be kind of this avoidant energy. An avoidant is, they don't wanna be alone, but for them, connection is scary. And that's, it's a result of trauma when they were younger, being abandoned, that 5 of Pentacles being abandoned, rather than becoming an anxious connector of going, "Oh, no matter what, I need to connect," and connection is safe. Connection is actually dangerous to their inner child because that's where the rejection, they were drawn in and then they were hurt with that, right? Yeah, right? So it's they come in, and as soon as the connection becomes too much, then yeah, 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 psh, 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 and that's the avoidant type of energy that comes in. But they still desire, yeah, the Empress, they still desire that nurturing, that loving. They do want that energy, that's they're human and they still want love, they still want connection. And when the desire and the loneliness overshadow the fear of connection, then they move towards someone, but then it turns whoops, and then it goes back, right? It just it's a repetition, which makes sense with this on and off, type of energy that comes in, right? Um, yeah, and so they have this the Knave of Coins, which is the Page of Coins, is this trying to return kind of energy, a second chance. And the Three of Cups energy here, is I'm not getting like third party, like affair energy, but it's this like tribe community kind of energy, even friends, like maybe if we start off as friends. I feel like there's this energy. Maybe maybe instead of romance, then maybe connection with friends can work, and then, you know, as I feel safe, then I can open up, and then the connection won't be scary. So I feel like they're trying, like, to find a way around their little habits that they have, and try to make it, a different type of energy. Um, so, well, I don't know if you never tried that, maybe that is the way to go about it, friends becoming better friends, best of friends, then, um, best friends sleeping over, and then maybe marriage, maybe that's the path for avoidance. Hey, you never know. Maybe we found the secret. We need to patent this. Quick, quick, before it gets out. Um, so but I feel like this is what's going on in their emotions and their feelings and, how they're looking at things is, I keep repeating the same cycle. How can I stop this, from me freaking out and withdrawing when connection starts to build, right? Because avoidance, we have anxious attachers and avoidance are like two of the common, kind of things. It's the same reaction to the same trauma of abandonment. Um, being abandoned by an avoidant hurt, and so they fear the connection, that's why they avoid it. But an anxious attacher was like, "No," grabbing onto the leg, you can't leave," and, and then they're like, "That's how I make sure you never abandon me is because I will attach like a ball and chain to your leg, and you can never get rid of me." Um, and that when an anxious attacher meets an avoidant, it's, oh, this game that just goes back and forth where, you know, there's the attacher and they're avoidant, and the avoidant is in the mood of attaching, having some sort of relationship interaction, so it starts moving, and the anxious attacher goes, "Oh, wow, look at you. I want you." And they're like, "No," because they feel like they're gonna get consumed by the attacher, right? And they might even chase after him. No, it's like a lion searching its prey. It's like, "No, no." And when we stop, they're like, "Wait, you stopped running." And we start walking away. They're like, "No, no, I do want, I do want, connection." And they're like, "You do? Yeah." "Well, come here." "No, no, not that much." And so there's this come and go and come and go and come and go kind of energy. Oh, that's what it is. Yeah. So it's good to understand it, and when we understand it, then we can transform it, right? Because both the anxious attacher and the avoidant, we can both, heal to where we and it's about finding our self-love, our self-worth. Because once we find our inner connection, an anxious attacher doesn't need to attach to the outside world or connect because they got all the connection in here. It just becomes I want to connect, but I don't have this anxious need to connect where I overwhelm. I can just be. I can be still. I won't chase because I don't need to anymore. I'm full. And avoidant starts attaching and connecting with their inner worth. They don't fear connection because they realize people can't reject me, and if they do, it doesn't mean anything about me, and so that's where the healing happens on the inside, and then then we can be in a relationship together, that's where we don't have those reactions, right? Takes time to get there, but isn't it interesting? All right, let's see what their intentions are. We got the 8 of swords. Yeah, they really do wanna try to let go of a lot of long-held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make them feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted to this cycle, because it is their nervous system has learned to do that, and so when they click into fight or flight, they black out in a way because we black out, we push out our intelligent, loving, compassionate side, and we act stupid, right? We end relationships, we run away, we do all these kind of things, right? So, we've got that kind of, energy that's there. What else are their intentions here? Got the high priestess since 2024. Oh, that's not too bad. Got the wheel of fortune and the justice card. Wow, three big energies here. So their intentions here are, we have the high priestess, which is to really spend some time with themselves, looking behind the veil, what's going on in their mind, looking into their emotions, because their hope is that, with the justice card, they can balance out how the cycle that they have to where they can have abundance and have success in relationship. This justice card, Libra energy that rolls over the house of relationships, kind of energy that comes in here. So, there definitely is this energy of their intentions are to stop the insanity. You remember was it Susan Powder was her name? She had the little thing of "Stop the insanity." That's what he wants to do. "I wanna stop the insanity." And break cycles, So I feel like he's trying to or they're trying to find a way, to do this, right? Um, and then what else can we know about him here? So we've got the 8 of coins. They are actually wanting to do the work. They are wanting to transform. 8 of coins is like putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, the energy of go from a caterpillar to a butterfly. Let that go. That's not them. Good for him. Yeah, they're going through this little shadow energy here of shaking and rattling some long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make them, want to do all the things that they do. So we have all that, right? And the hanged man, that's the other cocooning, hanging upside down like a cocoon, transforming. So they really are trying to transform long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets and I do feel like they are trying to rise from the dead here, trying to do it differently, trying to change something here. They're tired of repeating cycles, as I'm sure you are. So, yeah. So he deserves to, transform and, he's the one that is the only one that can do it for him as well as we are the only ones that can do it for us. So I do feel like that. Yeah. Bottom of the card energy to end it all was 6 of cups. This is the return of an ex. So I do feel like there's this energy of kind of what are we gonna do? A Jaws theme song? Dun, dun, dun. You're like, you see a fin in the water, you're like, uh-oh. I think the shark is back. Did you ever see Saturday Night Live way back in the day with Gilda Radner days where they had land shark? Knock, knock, knock. And they were, who is it? Land shark. Get away. No, I'm not opening the door. There's no way. Get away. It pauses. Knock, knock, knock. Candy Graham. Candy. And they open the door. And he eats Gilda Radner. Land shark, right? Do you remember those days? So hopefully that helps. Let's get to your fortune cookie here too and see. And if you have any other questions, you gave a nice donation. So if you have a follow-up question or so, I'd be happy to get you some additional answers there too. You've got the seahorse. Well, it's not quite a land shark, but it's about perspective. So let's see what this is here. So the seahorse, a delicate and unique creature of the ocean, symbolizes perspective, adaptability, and the ability to see situations from different angles. Unlike most fish, seahorses swim upright, giving them a unique view of their surroundings. This card suggests that you may need to shift your perspective or look at a situation from a different angle, which I feel like you just did, right? The seahorse reminds you that sometimes changing how you view things can reveal new insights and solutions. The direct message is shift your perspective and consider the situation from a different angle. A new viewpoint may reveal solutions or insights you hadn't considered. The reversal energy here says you may be clinging to a single perspective, unable to see the full picture. Consider whether your current viewpoint is limiting your understanding or ability to move forward. And 3 questions you can ask yourself. How can I shift my perspective to gain new insights? Am I stuck in a narrow way of thinking? And what new angles or viewpoints can I explore? Interesting. All right. I love that for you. Tunnel vision, right? I get it. I get it. But now that we understand, I understand my actions and reactions, I understand theirs, and that we're, two different animals. We look at things differently. And when we understand that, we realize it's not personal. It's part of their nervous system. It's part of their reaction. And like we do, as we all do, like I said, we go into fight or flight mode. We kind of black out, and and then they just act stupid, and you're like, oh. But when we're like you're grounding yourself in your self worth, you don't chase anymore. It's like I'm scared. You're like, all right, back to what I was doing, and they're like, what? You're not chasing after me? No, I'm not. I don't do that anymore. I don't need to. And then they're like, oh, well, maybe I don't need to run as far as away to feel safe then if you're not chasing me. I used to have to run up the mountain and climb up a tree to feel safe, right? But now I just can, run 10 feet away and go, oh, you're not chasing. So I can feel safe again before I step back, come back, energy. I know, right? I get you. Recovering anxious attacher, uh, what is it called? Predator. That's me. I get you. Smother, smother. You will connect with me, damn it. No, get off of me. Right? Soul sisters, right? All right. So thank you again so much. I love your sense of humor. I appreciate you. All right. Well, let's catch up on the chat here too and make sure I got everyone on the list. We've got Gabby. Hey Gabby, good to see you. We'll get you on the donation list. You'll be number 24. Whoops. Let me try that again. 24, not 25. There we go. Have to click in the right place there. Yeah, absolutely. Many blessings to you there, Norms. All right. And then Gabby, and for your deep dive, you'd like to explore future together. Absolutely. I'll add that on there and we will check it out. And we'll give that a love and a like since I have it on my list. So thank you again so much. And just so you know, I'm about to start number 17. So it's not as far away as it sounds. You just have 7 people ahead of you. One, well, 6 people ahead of you. You'll be 7th. So, all right. Blessings to you too, Norms. All right. We got a Teshi Singh in the house. A Teshi, hey. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list. You'll be number 23 on the free readings when we get there. All right. Let me take a quick sip here of my dinner. Lovely caramel protein shake. 30 grams of protein. Yeah. Cheers, cheers. All right. That'll do for now. All righty. So up next, we got Ruby G, 40401. So, Ruby, thank you so much for your donation. And we're taking a look here at the X, child support, custody, fraud. Okay. So let's take a look here. So first, we'll take a look here at child support, their point of view, and then in real life. And then we've got the custody, their point of view, and real life. And then we've got fraud, point of view, and in real life. Because we're going to see their their version of things. And then the reality, right? Bottom of the deck, good reminder with the 2 of Wands. Whatever we focus on is what we grow and expand. So if we're focusing on gratitude for what has, focus on the things we're grateful for that have happened in all of these things, and release, outcomes, then we grow and we bring things in. If we're trying to control things or fearing or focusing on need and want, that means we're lacking, like we're feeling there's something missing in our life. And when we focus in on that missingness, like I need these to be resolved, that's lack energy. And that's what's, can keep resolution further away. When we're focusing in on the moment and just grateful for what is happening in the moment with my son and life and what I do appreciate with what's going on with my ex, that's the hard one, I know, but it changes things, right? Which I feel like you've been doing, and experiencing that. So I like that. All right. So let's take a look here at, first of all, child support, his point of view. And we have the 8 of Swords. He is trying here. I mean, the 8 of Swords is all about trying to remove, the blinds, these thoughts and beliefs that make me feel bound and trapped and restricted and small. And they're trying to find ways to not be restricted by child support, right? Like, what can I do to change, this energy? What can I do to change things to see it differently? So, it doesn't feel I don't feel hopeless. I kind of feel like inspired is kind of a big stretch too, but I feel ignited, probably be a better word, ignited to find alternate answers to things. And so that's the kind of energy where they're coming from in that, and I don't feel like it doesn't feel like ominous ways, like sneaky ways and anything. It feels like, you know, he realizes this is the court and you can't fool Mother Nature, right? You can't fool the court. They will find out and then there's hell to pay. Um, so I feel like he's trying to, do what he can to do things according to law regarding child support. In reality, yeah, I feel like we're about to have a victory here, energy for you. Major ending of a cycle, the major beginning of a new adventure, free of expectations, free of restrictions. So, I mean, that kind of energy that you've been getting with that, it kind of feels like whatever situation you end up, we'll see here with custody next. It feels like that energy, right? I don't wanna get hopes up and do that, but, there's possibilities of this where there's a victory with this. It's a win-win. You're either gonna get child support from them or you're gonna get custody because those are tightly connected, right? So I feel like it's a win-win, in the cycle of avoidance and all this kind of stuff I feel is about to change. So let's see here. For custody, where is he coming from? Got the Hierophant, the Queen of Cups. Yeah, I feel like there is this. Again, the Hierophant is like the judge, it is the justice of the peace. And I feel like they're going to try to play on the heart of the justice of the peace of the judge, right? They're going to try to, you know, sob story, maybe they'll feel bad for me and they'll be lenient and da 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 da, Um, and I'm like, I don't know if that's gonna work because they I feel like it's like nurses, judges and nurses and, lawyers and different people. After a while, they see so much, stuff that they don't become numb, but they just don't get moved by emotion because they've heard it all, seen it all, had people that have connived and tried to, um, manipulate, and they're like, not gonna work. Here, give him some Kleenex. That's like the extent of the empathy. Can someone give him a Kleenex? Thank you. In real life with custody, you've got the Knight of Swords. Yeah, there is here movement of clarity. There is things coming here. There is movement that's coming here again. So I do feel like information is being provided to the court regarding the custody based on, this child support because you still haven't received any, right? Because it feels like there's, things that are coming in regarding that information. And then for the fraud, you got the King of Coins. Yeah, he still thinks he's gotten away with something there. They still feel like they're sitting pretty with that King of Pentacles. They feel like they're protected, that they've done things enough where they can't be connected to anything. But in the real world, right? We got the Ace of Wands. There is action, there is activity coming in. The Four of Swords, there's peace of mind. There is this flow, small flow of information with the Four of Swords that's coming in here. There's this, I feel like there's attempt from someone with the Four of Swords to try to put it to rest, but there's Ace of Wands, there's too much action already going on with it, they're not gonna be able to. So someone's trying to kinda squash it and say, we need to there's no proof, we just need to and they're like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa." Um, you know, there may not be proof in this here, but we've got this coming in now, and they're like, "Oh, crap," So I feel like there is movement and information coming in on the fraud there, and there is action with that Ace of Wands. So some information is being gathered there. So only thing you can do, Two of Wands on the bottom, right? Focus on your energy, not on what's not happening, what should be happening. Um, waiting for life, that these things need to have resolution before I can live life. These are just side projects, right? You get to live your life every day, and these other things, you do what you can and you release the rest. The more you focus on it, the more you push it away, right? The more you focus on gratitude about what is and what you love about things, then you draw more in. But if you're trying to control things and feel like I need to be on top of it, a lot of it, it's, that's pushing it away. It's kind of opposite of what we're kind of taught, right? But your fortune cookie for that one is the punitive parent. Let's hit that giant finger. Critics and parents. It says, "You deserve to suffer. You are bad," is what a punitive parent says. The insight, this is the internalized voice of abuse or harsh punishment. It hates you and wants to hurt you when you make a mistake. The reflection prompt says, would you ever say these cruel things to a friend or to your own child, right? Why do you say them to yourself? A healthy voice action says, stop, visualize a stop sign, say firmly, get out. You are not allowed to speak to me like that anymore. So that's that voice, that accusing, punitive, like punishment voice, that harsh punishment voice. I like that. Taking that power back, right? So I love that for you, Ruby. That is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. And then your free reading will be circling back around. You are on the list somewhere. Oh, yeah, number 17. There you are. All right. So many blessings. And we will move forward here. We have got Lauren Smith. We are back 14. I wanted to read your little thing here real quick too, but here's your timestamp. And we're going to dive into it. You asked because, okay, and then I want to say here, so you had ChatGPT summarize it. I love it. So the thread's about realizing that a fear of abandonment can lead to self-abandonment. Yeah, right. The writer reflects on how she has spent much of her life trying to make others feel seen, loved, and understood, while often ignoring her own needs and accepting less than she deserved. Yeah, right. Through therapy, she's recognizing that she sometimes confused being needed with being valued, overgave to people, tolerated hurtful situations, and made herself smaller in order to keep love or prevent people from leaving. Yeah. She doesn't want these experiences to make her less caring or open. Instead, she wants to become more discerning about who gets access to her and vulnerability. I love this. The main realization is that loving deeply was never the problem. The problem was believing she had to sacrifice parts of herself in order to be loved in return. Wow. Right? Did you write this? I know this will be the theme, the what do they call it? The fight song. We're gonna turn this into a fight song for us, right? Right? So I like that. So wow, 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 right? So I love that energy. So thank you for sharing that. I love it. Yeah, can we confirm that he saw it? Yeah, we can definitely do that here. And then we will, because we want to find out um, what came in. I feel like I've been clear that I wasn't people who made me feel. I wonder what his takeaway was from it is what we were going to dive into, right? So we'll confirm first that he did indeedy see it. Let me just crack my neck and stuff. Oh, there we go. Oh, oh my gosh, that feels so good. Okay, here we go. We're ready. Let's dive in. All right. So, did he indeed see it? Is the first thing I wanted to see here. Yeah, we got Two of Cups energy. Yeah, right. So, we got the Two of Cups. It's emotional choice energy. And the Empress, yeah. So here, there's all this Empress energy, which is abundance, um, and because this does feel like this is the emotional reaction, because there's the Empress is like 5 parts emotion underneath it, right? Did you hear the did you hear the crack? Oh, it felt so good, it did. Yeah, so this I feel like this does confirm it. Can you give me a card that just says, "Hell yes," that he did indeed see it? Because this is the emotional reaction that we're going into already. 9 of Wands. That's like a block energy. Did he block you now? I don't wanna see that anymore. That was the tower and all that. I mean, I feel like after he saw it, he reacted and ran and blocked. Yeah, Knight of Wands. Here's that reaction energy that we got. So they're saying, yeah, that's the hell yes. Because I feel like they ended up like so that they don't see your post kind of energy. Because I feel like this was a huge reaction, like a huge emotional reaction. So let's see what their takeaways were from this. Let's take a sip of this here. He didn't block you? Did he like, um I wonder if he set something, or maybe that's his force field. Bleep, bleep, bleep. Maybe it's just an emotional, energy block here. Yeah. I don't know if this is on Instagram. I don't know if you can put "Don't show me this anymore," "Not interested," kind of things. Yeah, right. All right. So we wanted to understand. So with this, when he read this and he was like, "What? What's this takeaway?" Right. So what is the takeaway? What did he leave with here? And then what does he end up on here as well, right? Because there's the immediate reaction, and then after we cool our jets, and then we're able to look at it with our conscious, intelligent mind, what can we glean from it versus our little reactive inner child, right? The little all right, so what was his takeaways in the moment as he ran away? And these 2 here, yeah, okay. Yeah, right, so tsunami of emotion with the moon card coming in, my lord. I love these cards, these are so beautiful, aren't they? And the Ace of Wands, which of course is the spark, fire and water, burning steam in a way, right? Um, so there is this energy that comes in here, you know, with them, there's all this emotion that just came flooding up. It's almost like they're showing me a volcano. Um, so when lava hits water, it steams and does that. But when water goes into a volcano, it can cause it to erupt. Isn't that interesting? I think that's true. That's what Spirit's telling me. they're bringing in it from somewhere, but it's like I think it's when I went and visited the Big Island in Hawaii with my dad and his wife that we read that, if water floods in, it can actually cause eruption, um, of volcanoes. But I feel like that's what they're saying here is that there is that energy that is there, and that's what caused the eruption is this flood of emotion that came in out of nowhere, and they weren't ready for that. Yeah. Um, well, abandonment, you mentioned abandonment, um, and so I feel like they were reading it going, "Oh, what did you go through?" And they didn't realize their inner child was gonna recognize, um, that he was gonna recognize, like, the inner child would go like Arnold Horshack from Welcome Back, Kotter, "Ooh, ooh, 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 ooh," "We have that too. Here, have some of this." I've been waiting forever to release this, right? And so it flooded them and all these alarms went off, in their head. And then we have the Queen of Cups too. So this double amount of emotion, that came flooding in, energies. Um, and it's interesting. I mean, because that's caused the volcano. We'll get into when they calm down what they reflect on here. But what's interesting, these cards that came out here. So here's you. This is your representation of them, the Queen of Cups. This huge emotional, sea of emotion and, how they are looking at, I want like they're a king of wands. I want a queen of wands and, for marriage, like this is who I need and this is why. And I feel like they're in that moment, their takeaway was, "This is why I can't have an emotional person because this is what it does to me." And that's interesting, right? It's like their takeaway in that moment of the volcano erupting is going, it's like, "See, this is why we can't have good things." It's like, "See, this is why we can't have emotional women as our partners because, the volcano would be going off all the time." And so they don't realize that the volcano doesn't erupt when you deal with the lava lake below it, then it doesn't erupt anymore, but pushing it down, pushing your fire down and not allowing emotion to come in is what, uh, blows up and what, causes it to erupt. So in that moment, of course, their reaction was, "What is this? This is why I can't do this," whoop, walls go up, that 9 of wands, right? Their fire goes off, and then, you know, it's like, a dog who touches an electric fence. "Yay, yay, 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 yay," and you see 'em scampering with their tail between their legs and, fast, fast, fast away, right? So, I feel like that's the energy, that's coming in that moment, right? All right, I'll dive into these things. Okay, let me look at your stuff. I'm gonna try not to look too much at what you're putting because I want, to stay in their energy, but I'm gonna look real quick and then I'm gonna go back and just I'm not gonna look and I'm gonna dive into this, okay? Um, so you said you felt used all your life and particularly with men, both physically and emotionally, and most feel like they want to conquer you, then dove into therapy and recognized your patterns. Yeah, I love it. So what could have caused such emotional response? Okay. Um, okay. Do. HBJ, yeah, just throw your question out there after I'm done with Lauren's reading. I'll grab it and put you on the list there. All right. And then does that emotional response happen less after confronting it in therapy? You have no idea if he's in therapy, but I'm just interested to know. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, like his emotional reaction, it's not a response, it's a reaction, right? When we have um, a trigger of fear that goes off, when our inner child feels unsafe, out of control or uncomfortable, when it hits one of those triggers, it goes and we are out of our minds. We're not, conscious. We're not consciously choosing a response, an emotional response. We're doing an emotional reaction, fight or flight. That's it. There's no contemplation when we're in fight or flight. It's just get me the hell out of here, get me to safety, fight or run like hell, whichever one, right? And he ran like hell, right? That's that Knight of Wands. A horse on fire, you know, galloping away. Um, Once we um, recognize that we have a trigger, when we start to feel it going to trigger, we can do things to calm ourselves so it doesn't trigger. And as we deal with the emotional source and the trigger, then we can respond in a conscious, loving, compassionate way rather than a reactive, unloving, uncompassionate, stupid way. So therapy does help us because we helps us get to the source, and they help us transform that trigger into awareness instead of just an alarm system that goes off. So hopefully that helps. All right. And then what were his takeaways after he's calmed down? What are his takeaways? What is he realizing here? Yeah, that I really should be alone. We have the Hermit card. We have the 10 of Swords. We have the 2 of Wands. I feel like they sat with their triggers here. They sat with these 10 of Swords. They understand the 2 of Wands. I feel like those are 2 triggers, but they understand that they have a lot of triggers around um, expectations, and that when they feel like they're going to be a disappointment, then that's when they fear being abandoned. And that is so tied together. If they feel someone has expectations, then they feel I'm going to get abandoned. And so I abandon it first. And I feel like they're realizing that, when they're alone, when they're in hermit mode, they don't have those fears because they can't abandon themselves, at least in their mindset, right? And that's why, like avoidance, they know that when they disconnect, that because connection equals expectations, expectations equals failure, failure equals rejection, rejection means abandonment. So thus connections equal abandonment. That's the route that it comes in, right? And they're realizing that this is their belief. They're just recognizing it. Let's see what else we have here. We got a couple more cards. We got the Magician. We have the 7 of Coins. Yeah, so they have the 7 of Pentacles, which is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. And the Magician is, I'm going to put energy into this, and it's almost like, you know, I'm gonna go to the gym. I'm gonna go to the gym. I will go to the gym, January 1st, I'm gonna start going to the gym. And then, you know, it's like, but no action is actually taken. And then here, then it's December 1st. You know what? I didn't go to the gym. It's like there's this energy of they keep putting it off, keep putting it off, keep putting it off. They recognize the pattern, and I feel like they recognize abandonment is a trigger for them, and I feel like they understand a little more about it, but I still feel like they are putting it off here, like, to the future kind of energy. Yeah, because that's gonna be the change for them here. I don't feel like they recognize this yet, because the 4 of Coins is self-worth, kinda where we're putting our foundation of our worth. And the Wheel of Fortune, is the abundance, that's what comes in, but I feel like they attach their worth to the outside world, to abundance, and that's what they revert back to because that is what they we're taught growing up, is you're and I feel like this is maybe from father energy, but it's the man that you are is by how much you can provide. And I feel like that's kinda why they have that strong foundation because it was conditioned into them. It's all about, your worth is determined by your what you own and, what you make and that kind of energy that's coming in here, right? I mean, we've got this energy here that is about this, kind of, energy. So, yeah, and under the bottom of the deck, I mean, the source of everything is, of course, where he's putting the ace of coins. That's his self-worth, and until he realizes that, you know, all the things that humans normally put their self-worth in, which is the 3 buckets of the outside world, right? Um, relationships, situations, jobs, and education, and money, right? Money in our bodies. When we are when we do that, all those things are unstable, so that's when we feel unstable. And I feel like that they don't realize that yet, and they're still defining themselves by how much I make, that's what determines if I'm a success or not anything on the inside. Because I feel like they don't wanna go in there, and it's gonna be a while with that 7 of Pentacles before they take action with that Magician coming in there. So, I feel like the takeaways, I feel like it was mainly the reaction and they have the takeaway of, "This is why I can't be with emotional women. I need a fire woman, King of Wands and Queen of Wands, because then there's not as much." But behind the scenes of a Queen of Wands, there is an Ace of Cups, but not like the double whammy of the Queen of Cups, right? Because that's, like, huge amount of emotional energy that comes in. So, hopefully that helps. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here as well. But, it doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of I feel like they tinkered a little bit with, you know, why they feel connection equals abandonment, um, and then they were like, "Okay, that's enough of that." Distract with something else, right? Yeah, because abundance, right? The bison and abundance. Yeah, they definitely focus in on money, um, to define themselves. So the bison, a powerful and revered animal in many cultures, symbolizes abundance, prosperity, and the sustenance of life. Known for providing everything from food to shelter, the bison represents the gifts of the earth, like the pentacles, right? And the importance of gratitude. So this card suggests that abundance is available to you and that you should honor the resources you have. The bison reminds you that true abundance comes from respect and harmony with nature. It's interesting because they used every part of the bison. Again, that feeling used energy kind of comes in here too, right? And then the direct energy, it says, embrace the abundance in your life and honor the resources you have been given. Gratitude and respect will bring even more prosperity. You may be focusing too much on the reverse is you may be focusing too much on material wealth. I feel like this is so much his energy, neglecting the spiritual or communal aspects of abundance. So consider whether your pursuit of prosperity is aligned with your values. And the questions that come in is how can I honor the abundance in my life? Am I too focused on material wealth? And what does true abundance mean to me? Wow. You know, all right. So yeah, absolutely. So did it make him reflect on any past interactions with you? Um, I feel like I don't feel like in the immediate, like, when he was reacting, I feel like the big piece was the abandonment that was blowing up, but then there was things talking about, um, he imagined the scenarios you were thinking of where, he let you down, where like those learning things you learned in relationships where he was thinking about specifics of you probably thought that's what I was doing there and that's what I was doing there because he's accusing himself, right? This is his voices showing him where he failed in expectations. Look, yeah, they're probably talking about that and that and that because he has accusations against himself inside, right? So I feel like that is, you know, he thought about specific things in that moment of because he felt accusations that of course, projected on you that you're accusing me of doing these things in between the lines here, but it's actually themselves that were accusing themselves on this little mini you that they put in their head and they had but as you were speaking, it's in his voice, but the character it's like a puppet, "You didn't do this, and you didn't do that, and da 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 da," that's him accusing himself. It wasn't you, but he was projecting it onto you, right? Um, and then I feel like he did think of some past interactions with you, but also other people when he was determining that big piece of that connections equal abandonment because he thought about other situations he's had with other people where it ended up that way. Because he developed that pattern back earlier in his life, so there's a lot of echoes. You were one of the echoes, but he was thinking back and then he stopped because he was like he didn't wanna get to the core original trauma, right? The little inner child is like, "Oh, we're not going back there. We're not going into that haunted house. Stay out." So he stopped at some point because his inner child was going, "No," throwing a tantrum of fear, right? So is he putting it off, but he will eventually confront it? Yeah, I mean, that's the 7 of Pentacles is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, and the magician is they will eventually take action, like, down the road, down the road, down the road, but it doesn't feel like anytime soon. Is he currently single? Let's take a look here. No, we've got the 10 of fire, 10 of wands, so I wouldn't say well, I mean, he's not in a committed relationship. It's not a romantic relationship, 10 of wands is this energy that we get for a lot of your guys' exes, which is all about a passionate exchange, it's like a very transactional, um, you know, um, fire-based, passionate, you know, uh, agreement, hanging out and, you know, "Yeah, I'll take you to dinner. We'll do all the dinner and everything, and then how about back to your place?" And they're like, "Sure," you know, but I feel like that's the kind of thing that they're in right now with that, right? Um, did it make him see you any differently or feel any differently? No, it just more confirmed this is why I can't be with emotional women because the it it's it brings all this on and stranger danger kind of energy. So I don't feel like it like made him see you differently going, "Oh, I see you're going through this and this." It just kind of confirmed to them that that's that's why I need to stay away from women who have a lot of emotion. It's like, little man, if you only knew." But that's what he needs for right now. He needs to feel safe, and that's stranger danger. I need to feel safe, right? Is there anything that would make him want to confront it, or just when he chooses to be ready? Um, anything like anything that you could do? Is that what you mean? Or anything in the world that would just happen that would make him want it? Because it's always when we choose to be ready. Because anything that tries to change us, right? Yeah, anything in the world, you know, let's see, just we'll do one more follow-up here, and then I do need to move on to other, readings here. Let's see here. Is there anything 6 of coins, 6 of pentacles energy that comes in here? Um, what is the 6 of pentacles energy? Because this is like codependency awareness energy. Um, balance. And I feel like it's just the because this is the suit of, like, self-worth. I feel like it would, like, take here oh, they're saying a big windfall. I'm like, "What is this?" Or, like, someone handing them the amount of money that they feel they would need to be, um, financially secure because they're looking for their worth in the outside world. Let's say it's $1 billion, let's say. It would take something like he would get the $1 billion, and then he would realize, "I'm still empty. This isn't still" it's like, "It's not giving me this feeling inside. What happened? I thought if I reach and achieve this, you know, 100,000,000, let's say that's probably more realistic, right? $100,000,000, and I don't I don't feel complete. I don't feel whole." I feel like that's what it would take because that's the thing that he's defining himself by. And when he has it all and he still doesn't feel like, any different, then that would cause him to really his whole idea that this is my definition, it would collapse, right? And that would be what it would take for him to realize. Because otherwise it's always this is what it'll be to make me feel, complete. Well, maybe it's more, maybe it's more, maybe it's more. And at some point, it gets to this magical number where if this doesn't make me feel happy and whole and complete, nothing will. And I feel like that's when they turn inward. Because right now they're so motivated about the outside world kind of energy, that comes in here, right? So hopefully that helps. I know, right? Do, 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 do. All right, let me catch up on the chat here, and then we'll get back into more readings here. So thank you guys so much for your patience here. So this is where we started here. Make sure I didn't skip anyone. All right. Oh, yeah, that's right. So we have HBJ. We got you here. Thank you for your question. You'll be number 24 on the free readings once we get to those. And Chelsea always wondered, if the women in these arrangements are where? Oh, the 10 of Wands arrangements? I'm sure it varies. Um, 'Cause I'm when I'm going in, I'm getting all these do you ever see, like, the X-Men when Professor X has the little thing on his head and he sees all the mutants across the world? That's what I just felt like. I'm seeing all these different people with all these different experiences, and I'm just like, "Oh, they're all over the place." There's people who are aware and people who aren't aware. Um and even the guys that are in it aren't aware, you know? They're just aware that emotions, no, fire, yes, and their perception of their interaction, they don't realize, and their intention isn't to use someone, they just have been taught. Emotions we don't act on, we experience through fire, so I want a relationship of fire because that feels safe, and they feel like that's a relationship because that's what they grew up with and grew up on, not emotional, right? And so they think that is, and they don't know, right? They don't know what emotional people know. They're like, "You think that's an emotional relationship? Oh, honey, mm-mm-mm, just you wait." So, interesting, right? And then May, what did you say here? You wonder about that and Max. I think it came up that his finances would have to be impacted, right? Yeah, right? If, him it would be abundance instead of a hit to his finances, who knows? It could be either way, really, right? It's either losing everything that takes them to a desperation of like, "I can never build all that back again. Oh god." Or, you know, it's either severe lack or severe abundance. You either get what you want and you're like, "That's not fulfilling," or you never get what you want and you give up on it. That turns us inward, right? So, good question, May. Could be either. Maybe it's because Max has such a high bar of how much he feels he needs to make to finally be fulfilled that he would have to lose it because there's no way. Like, all the money in the world? No, you're not gonna be a billionaire, you know, kind of energy. But, yeah, that makes sense. Alright, let me shake this up, and then we'll be diving in here into Diana times 2, then Maria P times 2, and then Lauren, and then Gabby will be up after that. So, cheers, cheers. Mm. Did you guys see the light bulb go off just now? Because when we're looking at them, right, and how they look to finances for their abundance, we look to relationships for our abundance, so that's our coin. So, we either need to get the amazing relationship we think is that's gonna fulfill us to still feel empty, or the losses of relationships to feel that emptiness to turn inward. Whoa, that's deep, right? Because that's our transaction. That's our currency is emotion, right? When we're emotional beings, I need this much emotion, then I can feel satisfied, and then I can feel worth something. That's the same way they look at the money. They're just talking about, possessions and financial currency, but we're doing the same thing, but just for with emotional currency. And we either would have to, like, lose it all, and then then we are that's when we're turning inward to learn, right? Which is what a lot of us are doing, right? We're all in therapy, learning about, because we had a the emotional market crashed, right? And then if we ever did get this emotional dream come true of the perfect person being the perfect way, bringing us the perfect emotion, which is kind of almost like trying to become a billionaire, in here versus this, it's like, yeah, it's almost unobtainable to have that because that person doesn't exist on the outside world. We're that person, right? So interesting, 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 interesting. All right. So cheers, cheers. Maybe that didn't blow your guys' mind as much as it did me, but I was like, epiphany. All right. Gotta turn that down. That's getting way too hot. All right. So let us dive in here. So we've got Diana. We got two for you. 45111 is for this one. So thank you for all your donations this evening. So this one is, does PM miss me, or is she completely over our connection? Okay. Let's look at that first. So, does PM miss you, or is she completely over? All right, and that one too. All right, let's look at that here first. Well, we got the Venus, Libra Justice card of the House of Relationships on the bottom here, the balancing of the scales. Let's see what this is about here. Do they miss you? Got the 7 of Cups. Yeah, I mean, we definitely have a lot of mixed emotions there, which would include that, and we got the 10 of Cups. So, they do miss the connection there. I mean, the 10 of Cups. They miss the good times, as we do, right? And the 6 of Swords. Yeah, I feel like there is this kind of what if we would have done things differently? What if I would have done things differently? What if, I feel like there's some of that. If I'd have let those things go and saw it from a different perspective, would we still could it what would have it looked like? How could it have been different? So I feel like they're looking at that, kind of energy that's there. Are they completely over the connection? We've got the Tower, we've got the 9 of Coins. So, this is hermit energy with the 9 of, coins, and the Tower was the removal out. They see the benefits here of the separation, um, the connection being ended, um, as well. And that makes sense with um, the Justice card coming in there. It doesn't feel like they're completely over the connection, but they do see the benefits of the disconnection right now, right? It doesn't feel like it's a forever thing, especially with this other, the other side of the scale. So it's not an all or nothing. It's just for right now, they see the benefit of being alone and being separate there. Um, and then you want to know, how does PM and SM's relationship look like for PM for the rest of the month? Okay, I get you. Let me put these back in here. So how does PM and SM's relationship look like? So we're doing it from PM's perception and experience for the rest of the month. All right. So PM, let's step into your energy here. Based on current energies. All right. So we got these 4 cards. We've got the Ace of Swords. Ace of Swords energy here. What else do we got? All these energies. Oh my gosh. So, because we have the 7 of Swords and the Ace of Swords coming in, there seems to be, 7 of Swords is like lies, deceit, not telling the whole truth, deception kind of energy, and the Ace of Swords, which is clarity and discovery. And I do feel like here PM discovers things that SM has been holding back from them. Um, wow, yeah. So there's something, well, maybe we'll dive into that. We gotta know what that is, right? But we got the 6 of Cups is the return of an ex. The 8 of Cups is leaving a relationship that no longer serves energy. Um, and and maybe that is. Oh, okay. Yeah, and the High Priestess and the Justice, so they end up stepping back and to themselves, and the Justice card is, again, trying to balance the scales, trying to understand, you know, uh, what they want from a relationship and the different sides of things, because I do feel like SM has an ex that has been talking to them, and we'll look here and see. You know, have they, what is this secret all about? Has there been some interactions between them, between SM and their ex? Two of Swords. I'm laughing because what I was hearing in my mind was scissoring. And so Two of Swords is two swords. It's normally two swords that look like that. And so I feel like there's been some interaction that's been there. Uh, oh my god. What else can we know here? Whew, I've got a worm. Oh, here, I have these little cards. My. Okay. Let's take a look here. Oh, Jesus, baby Jesus, help us, please. All right. And we got the Magician on the bottom too, which does have to do with some energy going in there. Yeah, and we have the Five of Wands, which is some, conflict and drama energy. King of Cups, you know, is this, compatible person? It's almost like there's an ex that kind of came back and reconnected with SM, and they kind of fell into something with the conflict that PM and SM have been having. It feels like, this, but they definitely, it feels like, there is this, I feel like PM's experience for the rest of the month, I feel like they find this out and it happens, and in the dishonesty that they've been talking with them and that they actually, you know, have been meeting each other is the big thing that causes the fight. And then there's this aloneness, this um queen, not the queen, the high priestess, which is them stepping away, kind of energy. So it does feel like things might, based on current energy, it feels like there's going to be an explosion of unpleasant type that happens here. And it does feel like there's that emptiness, which does take them into that reflecting on, you know, relationships and trying to balance their understanding of it with that here. So let's take a look here and see what the fortune cookie is for this one, and then we'll dive into your next one there. Did you like that, Chelsea? Oh my God. I'm just like, what? The guinea pig, innocence. I used to have a guinea pig. Her name was Susie Q. I woke up one morning and she was not in her cage anymore. And then my brother said when he woke up and he came into my room to scare me, and he saw that my guinea pig was dead, and so he took it and buried it so I wouldn't have to see it. And now that I'm reflecting on that, maybe my brother's a sociopath and maybe he killed my guinea pig. Hmm. He did join the military because he huh. The plot thickens. Anyway, the guinea pig, a small and gentle creature, symbolizes innocence, curiosity, and simplicity. These animals are often kept as pets, cherished for their gentle nature and playful demeanor. This card encourages you to reconnect with your sense of innocence and wonder. The guinea pig reminds you that there is beauty in simplicity and that approaching life with curiosity and an open heart can lead to joy. The direct message is embrace innocence and approach situations with curiosity and an open heart. Simplicity can bring clarity and joy. The reversal of this, innocence may be leading to naivety. Consider whether you are being too trusting or overlooking complexities that need attention. Your questions that you can ask yourself are, how can I reconnect with my sense of wonder? Am I being too naive in this situation? And what beauty can be found in simplicity? I like that. Interesting. May you rest in peace, Susie Q. All right. All right, Dinah, thank you so much. And let's dive into your next one here, which is 50205. So thank you for all your donations this evening. I'm so grateful. And cheers to you. All right. So you'd like a deep dive on what will transpire between PM and you for the rest of the month. All right, based on current energies. All right. And then any communication. I'm sure that'll come up in all this as well. And then thoughts from PM. Nope, not all those. All right. What else? Okay. All right. So what's going to transpire between PM and you? We've got the 8 of coins, the 9 of coins. Seems to be there's a lot of growth with independence here. Got the 8 of pentacles, which is, like the caterpillar transforming to the butterfly, putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, to get results and transformation. And the 9 of pentacles, 9 of coins, it's like being alone with spirit. So I feel like, they're saying here that, you guys will still be independent from each other, not like in a relationship or anything, right? But I feel like you're both going to kind of end up being in, like, I feel like they're going to end up being in a lone situation, and so are you. And see what else unfolds here. Yeah, so just to confirm, you guys will be hermiting. So it doesn't mean you're not gonna, we'll see here. It doesn't mean you guys aren't gonna have communication. It just means that you guys are purposely like, it's best, I need to focus on me, like PM, I need to focus on me to process this, right? Yeah. So there is Page of Swords, Knave of Swords. So there is new communication, returning communication between the two of you, it feels like, with this. Yeah, we have the World card, an ending of a major cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, free of expectations, intentions, all of that. And the 7 of Wands. Yeah, just being true to your authentic selves, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine. So I don't feel like you guys get into anything here, but I feel like you guys start talking again with this energy. What else do we have? Yeah, it is all about transformation energy for PM and continuing for you too. You're in your own cocoon, transforming yourself. Um, but the Hanged Man is like the 8 of Pentacles, 8 of Coins energy we had in the beginning. And the Emperor does clear the throne room, get rid of all the noise, trying to get out of their head into their heart to figure out what they want to do, from the heart, make a plan, and then take action. So they are in that cocooning kind of energy there. Yeah, and I've got the Tower card here. I feel like they are not in a place here, um, you know, for anything new yet. The Tower card, I feel like that's their energy of, I know that, you know, SM was removed out of my life on purpose for a purpose to make space, but I'm not ready to build anything in that space yet, is that kind of energy that's coming in. That's not a tower towards you and PM. Your guys already had that, right? This is this space is being created for someone that's, in alignment with their energy. And so I feel like they're still going to be waiting while they're kind of processing whatever this unfolding is happening in their life here. So will there be communication? Yeah. We got the Moon card here. I feel like here, I mean, We've got a new moon solar eclipse in Leo next Wednesday. Um, oh, here it is. I thought I put it over there. It's over here. And we have the full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces, of all things, a water moon, happening on, I thought it was the 29th. Maybe I'm totally off here. Well, this is next week. So that'd be this week, this week. It's usually 2 weeks apart. Am I just not seeing it? Oh, it's right there. Yeah, 27th. Thursday, the 27th, is the lunar eclipse in Pisces. So it's a big emotional, you know, lunar eclipse moon of fruition. So I feel like the moon energy is when, excuse me, communication gets restored either next Wednesday or like the 27th. It's going to be around those periods. I would almost think like the new moon because that's new beginnings, but the full moon can also be like this pouring out of emotion. So, they could be drinking some beers and going, you won't be what happened. And you're like, what's wrong? What's going on? Come cry on your shoulder. You never know. But I feel like that's the important energies with that. And then thoughts from PM. Yeah, we got this judgment card. Yeah, there's this resurrection energy, this pulling, seeing things from a different perspective. Um, we got the Eight of Cups, yeah, walking away from a relationship that doesn't serve. So all this stuff, and they've got relationship energy, that's on their mind with the 10 of Pentacles. But, the Four of Cups is the stagnant emotional energy, which makes sense. We don't want to be a rebounded rebounder, we don't want to have that and then have it end after they, you know, get over their sadsies or, anger or both. So I feel like that's kind of what we're looking at here for to the end of August energy coming in there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. Just put all these cards back. Give me just one sec here. I really like these tattoo cards though. I like their simplicity, but the deep colors in them too. All right, so Wild Soul. What else do we have here for this energy? Thank you. We got the Otter, playfulness. Yeah, I like this. Not being serious. Why have we been so serious? Because love is a serious thing. And the otter, a creature known for its playful and social nature, symbolizes joy, curiosity, and the importance of play. Otters are often seen frolicking in the water, embodying a carefree spirit and a love of life. This card encourages you to embrace playfulness and to find joy in the simple pleasures of life. The otter reminds you that play is not just for children. It's a vital part of maintaining a healthy, balanced life. Your other card talked about simplicity too, right? The direct message, excuse me, embrace playfulness and allow yourself to enjoy the simple pleasures of life. Joy and curiosity will lead you to new experiences. The reversal is your playfulness may be turning into irresponsibility or avoidance of serious matters. Consider whether you're using fun to escape from your duties or emotions. Balance, right? Questions that you can ask yourself. 3, how can I bring more playfulness into my life? Am I avoiding responsibilities by being too playful? And what simple pleasures bring me joy? There you go. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps. And many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donations. All righty. Now we have 2 for Maria P. So we got 5. Whoops. 11, 24 is for your first one here. So we'll do that down here. And this will be your first one here. Loading, loading. There it goes. All right. So, Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today, his thoughts and feelings after your date yesterday, what's coming for you next week. Will he ever leave that place during this year? Based on current energies, message from Wally to you, and spirit message. All right. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. Yeah, 9 of Cups. He's in a big, dreams come true, emotional dream come true energy. So he's in a good place. If he feels very, everything's going good. Everything's like perfect dreamy from my standpoint as Wally. His thoughts of you after your date yesterday. Yeah, I feel like there's this energy of new beginnings, no intentions, no supposed to be, should be, need to be, just an adventure, just kind of like just gonna flow and see what unfolds here. And I feel like that's their kind of approach. Maybe that's why they feel like the 9 of Cups. They're just like, I have no expectations on anything. I'm just gonna enjoy the moment and just see what unfolds kind of energy is what kind of comes in there. What's coming for you guys this next week? Queen of Swords. Yeah, there's this beautiful balance between head and heart. I feel like it feels like the energy is very compatible this coming week. Not doesn't feel like there's arguments, at least based on current energy. Maybe after this reading, there might be, depending on what these next 3 cards come in. Right? I haven't seen them yet, but based on current energies, before you see these 3 cards, it feels very, very cumulative here. But this next question's the scary one. Will he ever leave that place during this year? Well, we have the Ace of Cups. There's joy and happiness energy here. Um, I mean, I feel like I gotta clarify that because he's happy, but with all this other energy, I just need to confirm. So, does he leave his residence? Does he leave the dragon here? 8 of Swords, this is letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make me feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. So I feel like, we even got the Death card on the end here. So there is some sort of ending and beginning that seems to happen over there. So it feels like that might be a yes. Energy. Whew, okay. And then message from Wally to you. Yep, I feel like he does want to have his alone time with the Hermit card. So I do feel like when he, again, if he does leave, he's leaving to go into his own place and he still wants his own life kind of energy that's over there. So it's like a change of location. It's still kind of be the same. It's just a matter of that he would be in his own place. But the relationship kind of feels like it would stay the same kind of energy. Spirit's message, yeah, the 5 of Wands. Conflict. 5 of Wands is conflict energy. And, of course, they point us to that we grow through all the conflict. We grow through these growing pains. And, the conflict doesn't happen out here. The conflict is in here about the stories that you create. Whatever you um, make, whatever's going on out there or not going on out there, what that means about you. But you're the one that's creating the conflict within you, not Wally, not work, not your exes, not your children, not the neighbor, not the girls at work. All the conflict is in here, not out here. So I feel like that's their message for you there. See what your fortune cookie brings in here. Yum, cake. The impulsive child. I want cake. I want it now. Capital NOW. I don't care about later. The insight, this mode seeks instant gratification to soothe pain or boredom. It ignores consequences and acts on immediate desires. The reflection prompt says, what feeling are you trying to numb or avoid with this impulse? And your healthy voice action says, pause for 10 minutes. Tell the child inside you, we can wait. We are strong enough to tolerate discomfort. Just wait 10 minutes, right? All right. So that is for that one. Thank you again for your dual donations here. And we got 517 is for your second one here. All right. And for this one, what's coming for you at work this month, this week? Dr. Laura's thoughts on you with work and anything she would like for you to know. Promo for you at work, question mark. Dr. Bob's thoughts on you, and then a message for you at work from spirit. You mean the spirit, the ghost that haunts your building? No, I'm just kidding. All right. So what's coming for you at work this month? You got the 3 of Wands. Yeah, there's going to be a change of direction that you're wanting to take here. So there's going to be options and that you get to choose. With new information, you choose to go a direction at work. For this week, yep, you have this ending and beginning energy that's coming in here. So I feel like there's a significant change that happens this week. Let me just see. Can you tell us what that significant change is? Give us a hint. We have the 2 of coins. It's like maybe this has to do with that 3 of wands because this is balance, but a choice between 2 different sides. So I feel like you get to choose to go in 2 different directions at work. Dr. Laura's thoughts on you at work. You got the Queen of Coins. Yeah. So she feels like you're being productive. That's abundance, kind of energy. So right now, their thoughts on your work are productive, abundant, fulfilling kind of energy. Anything she would like you to know? You need to stop your fighting among the work people. Well, I think that's the 5 of Wands that's drama. And I feel like she just brings it up, I just want everyone to get along. Can we just take steps to get along? Don't take things personally. Don't worry about what everyone else is doing. You're just responsible to maintain your relationships with people. You know, whatever people are doing, don't let that, impact you as much as you can. So that is what they have for that. And then promo at work, got the 7 of cups. That's some mixed emotions here. I feel like with this change, it's like that could be considered a promo, but it also feels lacking in a promo. So I feel like there is whatever change this is, it gives you an option. And it's like, well, I feel like it's more feels like more lateral than it feels like, going in different directions, right? So I kind of feel like that's what that is. Dr. Bob's thoughts on you. Yeah, he doesn't have expectations. The 10 of swords is, you know, I they more look at who people are, not what they're not doing or whatever. I just feel like he's so, just like you're doing good kind of energy. He doesn't really get into analyzing a lot of everything that people are doing. I feel like he's more of a, big picture, you know, kind of individual. And then a message for you at work from spirit. Yeah, you have the Hierophant here. And they are the card of growing pains. They are the card of change. And that, realize that when change comes, it's not happening to you, it is always for you. And it's never, a permanent, movement down. It's always, if it's ever a movement lateral or down, it's to move you over in a position to move up instead, right? Um, and that can happen. And so they're telling you here that just know that all change, all obstacles, all conflict is for your growth, because that's how you go to another level. There's no, like they said, right, with Humble the Poet, right, the book I was talking about once before, where there is no growth in the comfort zone. but there's little comfort in the growth zone, and you're in a growth period. So that's what they got. And then you got the good parent as your fortune cookie here. I show up for myself every single day. I am reliable. Healing comes from consistency, not intensity. Showing up for yourself in small ways builds trust with your inner child. So choosing for you, not sacrificing yourself for others, right? The reflection prompt says, what is one small promise you can make to yourself today and actually keep? And the healthy voice action is commit to one routine, like brushing your teeth, drinking water, as an act of self love, not a chore. I like that. So, brushing teeth, drinking water um, is self love, not a chore. Right. So, that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Appreciate you. All right. We got Sudeshna Ghosh in the house. Hey, Sudeshna. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. That'll be number 25 on the list here. Get this all set up here. Get that and this here. All right. Give that a love and a like. We got you all on the list here. All right. And then we are to Lauren Smith. We're back to you, my dear. Thank you so much for your donations this evening. Always grateful. Let's see what we got going on here, right? Dun, dun, dun. There's your timestamp. Oh, sorry. There's more to your question. Let me grab that real quick here. Get that on there. There we go. All right. So, Lauren, you want to know how is F and G? That sounds like I'm cussing, right? F and G. How is F and G's relationship going? Are they together or on pause or done? The friend group doesn't know. Dun dun dun. So we'll find out. Cheers, cheers. All right. Let's see what we can find out here. All right. And then are they together or on pause or done? Let's find out that. That's kind of the leading probably card, right? At these two. All right. Bottom of the deck, we have the 6 of Cups energy and the 10 of Cups, which is kind of like a, hey, welcome back. I am so glad. Because the 6 of Cups is someone returning back from, you know, a return of a relationship. And the 10 of Cups is a relationship energy. So we'll see what this is about here. So are they together or not? Let's take a look here. Okay. Well, my face hides nothing, right? Well, because we got the Ace of Swords, but we got the 3 of Cups, which represents here a third party, and the Justice card, which represents, of course, relationships and balancing the scale. That's coming in here. And with that return of someone underneath the bottom of the deck, the 6 of Cups, like someone from the past is coming back. Let's find out. Wow. I know, I want some popcorn. I want some I want some theater nachos, which is basically some old Velveeta cheese in a cup. I know, right? We will definitely have to figure this out here. So, let's find out what happened here in the relationship. So we got the 5 of coins. This is this energy here of the fear of abandonment, being left out in the cold, left behind, not being good enough. We got the 9 of Wands, which is a block energy. So it feels like they're in the relationship with F and G that, there is an individual, maybe it can be both, but I feel like there at least with one person, there was significant fear of abandonment, which created a block of things kinda moving forward, yeah, and because we got hermit energy coming in here. Oh my goodness, we got the Empress energy here. Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing themselves. Yeah, we got the Knight of Wands and the Two of Wands energy, which it feels like there is this, uh, the Two of Wands, I feel like is a choice of two wands coming in. This is a male and female, right? F and G. Um, because I feel like this Knight of Wands and the Two of Wands, I feel like um, that it's a choice. Yeah, so it would be the female that has someone coming back into their life because she has a choice between two wands. There's two two wands that are there. um, so you wish you had that choice. Um, yeah, but I feel like I don't feel like it happened because I feel like there was this block, and I feel like they were already separated. Um, 'Cause I feel like here the 9 of Wands is like someone's insecurities kind of put a squash on things, and so they were kind of already independent with the Hermit and kind of just by themselves, nurturing themselves, and then suddenly out of nowhere came this other option that came in. So I feel like they kind of were kind of on pause, but, um, you know, um I don't feel like it was committed, like, relationship. They kinda just felt like, "Why don't we just kind of see how things go," right? I know, right? Oh, no. Dun, dun, dun. 'Cause we've got the Fool card, which is a brand new, here's a new beginning, free of expectations, no, intentions, just, going forward here. So it feels like the female might have kind of hooked back up with an ex, that's come back into the picture, we were on break, like from Friends, right? We were on break, uh, so I do feel like they're not together, they're not on pause, they weren't technically done, but we were on break, kind of energy that was there. And I did feel like when I pulled that 3 of cups, it did feel like it was the female that had someone else come back into their life, kind of energy, you know? So, anything else we can know? Excuse me while I crunch my cough drop dinner mint here. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, don't bend the cards, simmer down. Um, so there is Ace of Cups that's kinda confirming to me here. Yeah, and the Two of Pentacles, and the Queen of Swords, this balance, you know, balancing energy. I don't know. I mean, this 2 of Pentacles, are they are they choosing, or are they just being Chelsea's, Chelsea's dream, Chelsea's inspiration. 'Cause I wanna be a hoe. I wanna be a hoe. Let's take a look here. Wow. Well, I feel like she's kinda conflicted. We got the 5 of swords, which is like a battle between a page of, swords and a page of, pentacles. So, reminds you of a question to ask. So there is I don't feel like they've necessarily decided to be done with the other one as well. She should choose the other guy, honestly. Yeah, because one feels like, um, the Knight of Pentacles is the slow-moving one. The other one is a fast talker, though. So, I feel like there's, you know, something about, questionable choices in her life, in a way, and because she's choosing from her, you know choosing mirrors that she needs to see things about herself, so she's choosing some pretty, uh, clear mirrors, we'll put it that way. So, you know, what are you gonna do? Alright, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. You gonna put it in the group chat? Oh my god, you won't believe what I just heard. Dun, dun, dun. Alright. We got resilience, the ibex. Well, look at you. You go, resilient one. Oh, that like the choices, but like the X that she's choosing, and then this one that she's choosing, because you're saying that to choose the other guy, honestly, but I feel like both of the choices are like questionable. Like it's like, you're drawing these individuals in that, aren't um respectful and not respecting, but her mirror that she needs to see is how she's disrespecting herself, and it's for her growth. And so the mirrors that we choose, the people that we choose, really tell us a lot about what we're wanting to see about our own self by our questionable choices. Like all of my questionable choices, and when upon reflection, I realize, oh, there was a theme. They all disrespected me in their own unique ways. 'Cause I wasn't respecting myself, and once I found my self-respect, then I've been single for 17 years. Alright. Yeah, right. Right? Exactly. Um, so the ibex or ibex, a mountain-dwelling goat known for its agility and strength, symbolizes resilience, determination, and the ability to navigate difficult terrain. Kinda reminds me of the devil card, Capricorn, Saturn energy, right? Ibexes are masters of climbing steep rocky cliffs, representing the power of perseverance and the will to overcome obstacles. This card suggests that you may need to tap into your resilience to navigate a challenging situation. The Ibex reminds you that no mountain is too high to climb with determination and strength. The direct message is tap into your resilience and keep climbing. No matter how steep the path, your determination will see you through. The reversal is your resilience may be turning into stubbornness or an unwillingness to seek help. Consider whether you're trying to climb a mountain alone when support is available. And yeah, and I kind of feel like they're not sharing that with anyone because they're kind of torn between, two different people. The questions: how can I strengthen my resilience? Am I being too stubborn or refusing help? And what is the best way to navigate this challenge? Right. Well, if they would just ask the group chat, you guys could just vote. No, thumbs down on both. Alright. So hopefully that helps, Lauren. Oh my goodness, who knew? Wow, we thought that was just gonna be a little, you know, isn't that crazy? Start a poll. The X? Well, we need to know about the X, right? So fun. All right. So let us continue here. Let me take a quick sip here and wash down my what's left of my uh, throat lozenge in here. Just finish this up real quick here. Bring in the water. All right. Oh, took away my little cloth. We'll just use my fingers like the good old days. That's what pants are for. All right. So let's make sure I don't think. Oh yeah, Sudeshna. I think you added more in here. So all right. So I think I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I got all of your information on there now. Okay, good. All right. And then Gabby, you are up 538.13 for yours. So Gabby, thank you so much for your donation and your patience in getting to your reading here. And you'd love to do a deep dive on the connection with L. All right. And for your deep dive, you'd like to explore a future together too. Okay, very good. Itch, itch, itch. All right. All righty. So connection with L. Let's see what we've got going on here. So what can we know here? Okay. Wow. Boop, 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 boop. Do you want this one here too? Do you want this one? Do you want this one? That one's under the surface. All right. I've got this and this and this. Any more? Yes. Deep, deep dive. Well, that's what you wanted. All right. And then future together based on current energies. Thank you. What else? That. All right. Underlying energy for your entire reading is the Knave of Swords, which is the Page of Swords, which is about clarity. There's a lot of clarity that's about to come your way here. Boop, boop. Hey, Gabby, good to see you. So, well, you're about to get some clarity right now too, but I feel like as you guys are getting to know each other more, you're going to get a lot of clarity that comes in for you. Doesn't feel like uh-oh clarity. It feels like just clarity. Nothing ominous. So let's see here. We got 6 cards here. So let's start with these here first, I feel. So you got the 7 of coins, 7 of pentacles. There is a little bit of last, thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. So there's a little bit of slow progression that comes in here. Let's find out what this is about. We have the 6 of wands, which this is an energy of victory. It's also an energy of mutual attraction, of fire energy, right? Passion, um, energetic attraction, physical attraction energy that's there. So we do kind of feel, that's coming in. We have the strength card, Leo energy. And I feel like they're taking the time here to build more courage. Whenever we get a slow card, usually it means, it's going slow for us to work on something, but it's also going slow. People want to take it slow when they need to build trust before they open their heart, right? So, they that's kind of that energy that's kind of within that 7 of pentacles. We have the 5 of wands. There is some friends energy here too with the 5 of wands. Don't know if you guys have mutual groups of friends, but I feel like there's something coming in here. Let's see what this is with these others here. We have the Ace of Coins, Ace of Pentacles, and the Two of Swords as well, which there's just some decisions to, coming up here. It's almost as if that they they kind of take a lot of their friends' opinions, advice, they take it into consideration to make decisions, right? Ah, okay. But I do feel here that there is this, opportunity, that a decision needs to be made, and I do feel like they do take some of their close friends' opinions into account, kind of energy. So I do feel like there is energy here, and that makes sense that you guys are, you know, you're considered friends right now, you're at a distance, and you like each other. That 6 of Wands, obviously, and the strength of stepping forward, kind of energy. And I don't know if you have mutual friends because I feel like that's kind of the reason why they're like, because sometimes if we have mutual friends and we're all part of a friends group sometimes, and I don't know if that's true with you guys, but, you know, they wanna they don't wanna screw things up by dating if it doesn't work out, what kinda stuff will it bring in, but we'll see what else comes in here. There's plenty more cards, so then we have 4 cards coming in, let's see what these bring in. We got the Ace of Swords, so like the Page of Swords, the Ace of Swords is getting to know each other, talk more, kind of energy is kinda what the connection is looking like. We have the World card, which is an ending of an old cycle, a beginning of a new adventure. So taking things a little more than friends, maybe with this energy. Yeah, 10 of Cups, which that's relationship card energy. And whoa, 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 well, well, well. And they got the Lovers card energy here too. So it feels like there are possibilities here, with getting to know each other more. I feel like that's what they wanna do before they jump into all this, but it does feel like there is that, you know, kind of energy that's supporting this, pathway, kind of where you guys are at right now. Underneath the surface, we've got these 4. We got the 4 of Cups. Yeah, they don't wanna do what they've always done. The 4 of Cups is like, boring, relationships is kind of, they want something different. They don't want something like they've always done before because it's always is kind of stagnated out. So they are wanting to do things differently than they've done in the past. Yeah, and that makes sense here. They have the Knight of Swords, which again is a quest for clarity. And the 5 of Pentacles energy that's coming in here, and this is what I was talking about, how, like, with the 7 of Pentacles, they wanna take their time because, the 5 of Pentacles is this fear of being abandoned, being left out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough. So they kinda are scoping it out more. They do want to investigate more, do wanna communicate more, do wanna kinda check it out to see what this would look like and what kind of, you know, expectations you might have because if you have a lot of expectations and they're like, "Oh gosh, um, I don't know if I wanna risk it," right? That's that kind of energy. That's why that courage energy of the Strength card too. And then got the 3 of Wands, yeah, because there's a few different ways that they're thinking of that this could go, that they could take it, and that's why they're kind of just wanting more data to determine which route we go, with where we're going here. So just be true to your authentic self. You don't need to try to guess at what they want to do and who they would want you to be in order to be in a relationship and all that. It's like that's what they don't want. That 4 of Cups, when people try to be what they think someone wants them to be, we blend in and we just become average. But when we're our own unique self and we go, "Here I am, baby," don't dim our light, don't walk on eggshells. we just shine bright and we're true to ourselves. So we stand out then, and that's what they're looking for is someone to stand out, right? Yeah. So, they wanna make sure and that's a good statement about because they don't know if they have the capacity for love that everyone wants. I feel like they kinda know what their capacity is, but they wanna make sure if someone has this requirement for capacity and they can only give this, that they're like, "Well, I won't be enough, so let's stay friends," you know? But if they're like, "You want this capacity," and they know they're able to give this, then they're like, "Hey, I have enough for that," you know? So I feel like that's kind of this energy that's coming in with that. Um, so the future together, these 3 cards, and then we can dive a little deeper too. Yeah, we got the Hanged Man. This is about transformation, caterpillar to a butterfly. It takes time to determine and to unfold. We have the Full card, which is this energy. It kind of follows you had the World card somewhere here. Yeah, the World card over here with the relationship and lovers card. This is an energy that unfolds with, um, this, a new beginning, free of expectations, free of intentions, and just an adventure. Like, "Would you like to go on this adventure with me?" And it's like, "Sure." If we're going, "Well, what time does it leave? What time is this one? Da, 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 da." They're like, "I don't know. I just wanna go on an adventure. Would you wanna go with me?" And if we're like, "Well, I really am uncomfortable with not knowing where this is going. I need to know where it's going first," they would be like, "Never mind." Because 'Cause they're looking at, something to experience different emotions and not have like a structure around it. I feel like that's kind of like why you know, because expectations do suck the life out of relationships because we end up focusing on what's not happening instead of, having gratitude and focus on what is happening. Because we have all this that we feel has to happen, and we're here, we're gonna be checking off, "Is that happening? Is that happening? Okay. Oh, that's not happening. Oh, that's not happening. That's not happening. That's not happening." Our energy is more focused on the not. The rest of it's just kind of we're doing all this just to get up to 0. When we let expectations go, we can just enjoy someone for who they are, have wonderful gratitude for those things, and then the things we're grateful for, it expands this wonderful energy and it expands, and grows instead of sucks the life out of it as we get more lack energy in, right? So I kind of feel like that is where we're at with those. Um, do you have any other clarifiers you were wanting there? I'll get you your fortune cookie here too. But if you have a specific follow up here, since you gave me $10, we can dive a little deeper here for you too. Um, and I need to get a fortune cookie from the wild soul so we can see what kind of energy comes in the oracle too. Just put all these cards back in here. There we go. That was great. Right? All right, this is your card here. All these little cards fell out. And you have the hen nurturing. So let's take a look here. So the hen, a symbol of motherhood and nurturing, represents the care and protection of what is precious. Hens are known for their devotion to their chicks, often sacrificing their own comfort for the safety and well being of their young. So, this card calls on you to nurture those around you, including yourself. The hen reminds you that nurturing requires patience, love, and a commitment to growth, right? The direct message is it's time to nurture yourself and others, show care, love, and patience in your interactions, and you will see growth and warmth in return. There's a hint, right? The reverse energy is over nurturing can lead to smothering or losing your own sense of self. So consider whether you are giving too much of yourself and neglecting your own needs. I like that too. Your questions: who or what needs my nurturing right now? Am I neglecting my own self care? How can I create a balanced approach to nurturing? I like that. All right. So that is what we have there for you. And then you had here, will we ever, ever, ever be aligned as far as capacity for a relationship? You feel like you have some things to work on, and maybe he feels he does too, but not positive. Yeah, yeah. I feel like that's accurate. So let's see here. Based on your current energies, will you guys ever be aligned as a capacity for a relationship on any timeline? You said, oh, and any timeline, like timing, right? Yeah, we got that Leo energy. Here's that having the courage and the strength. Um, I feel like it's just time is what it takes for that courage to build up. Yeah, and we have the Empress. This is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, but it's birthing energy. I do feel like both of you are focusing in on growing yourself during this time. Yeah, and I do feel with the King of Cups, that is an energy of beautiful balance between the head and the heart, and that does represent like a compatibility energy, someone who's very compatible, you know, for one another. So that is a capacity for relationship energy. You guys, there is the 5 of Swords, that comes in here. And I feel like there is this 3 of Cups energy, which is the tribe, which is the friendship energy in a way too. But it feels like overcoming conflict, 2 conflicts. One conflict is the conflict of third parties being involved, like, friends, um, having input and that stuff. And I feel like that's something that he's working on, to have the courage to make his own decisions and not make it like other people, like, because he's afraid if he chooses wrong, that at least he has someone to help share the blame. So I feel like that's something that he's working on. Um, so I feel like that's the thing he's working on. For you, I feel like one of the big things you're working on is the fear of being cheated on, the fear of a third party, you know, and that what does that mean about you, and in those, root energies that are below there. And I get it. I have one of my podcasts. I need to write this down because I keep on saying I'm going to do it, but then I forget by the time I've gone, through all the evening. I have on my podcast. I'm not sure which episode it is. I feel like it's within the first 10 for sure, of where I talk about, why humans cheat, and, you know, the stories we have around it and how we can transform that fear. So if that resonates for you, you can definitely look at that. Um, Let me just put on here, cheater post episode. I need to have those so I can share those guys with you. I have other links, but I started later, so, when I started creating my little list, so I need to go back and do that. But if you're interested, the link to my free podcast, The Easier Path, is down below if you wanna look into that. But I do feel like here with that energy, that's the thing that kinda you're working on, the thing that he's working on, so there is that, but there is this compatibility that comes in here as well, so all right. So, yeah. So good stuff there. And then I give you your fortune cookie already. So hopefully that helps there, Gabby Gabby. Absolutely. I appreciate you so much. And thank you for your donation. I'm really grateful. So wonderful energies. Yay. All right. All right, so let me catch up here. Let's see, we started right here. So we've got Sudeshna. Thank you for your additional donation. Let me grab this here. You'll be up next. You'll be number 25 and then number 26 as well. Whoops. Come on. And I'll give that 11 a like, but I know you have more down here. Yep, here it is right here. All right. So we got that. We got that. Okay. And then Chels, thank you for your donation there. You'll be number 27. That's for the email. Uh, and you added additional questions on the email already. Is that what you're saying? So this will be a $17 donation combo. I'll just add those together. And I'll put email here. I do have your email here, so we're good. Let me just make sure everything came through good here. All right. So I got those. Let me make sure. Money, ho, oh, ho, phase and men. Yay! All right. I got you. All right. So we do have that here. This is gonna be a fun reading too. All right. And then Lauren said, okay, so Lauren, you said your guy friend in the question that you asked about has trauma. Oh, with cheating in his past. So the third cup making an appearance with the girl could get messy. Oh, so not him cheating, but people cheating on him. Well, yeah, because I feel and that makes sense. That makes so much sense because the fear of being abandoned, being left behind, left out in the cold, that would be him. So his insecurities were the 9 of wands that were blocking things from progressing. That's why there was a break. That's why they're like, "Well, maybe we should just, you know, kind of see how things go and maybe, that," right? Yeah, yeah, so that makes sense. Filling in the blanks. I love it. I mean, I don't love it for him, having been there myself, but it's important for him, and if it needs to get messy, then we know it's getting messy for him, anyway. Um, oh, that's true too, because she's choosing people, we all are choosing people that are showing us what we need, right? So, yeah, the wonderful, wonderful world of Oz. All right. Oh, and Diane, thank you. Diana, thank you so much. Oh, cheers, cheers. I'll get you. You'll be number 28 here on the donations. We got Vidi. Hey, Vidi. Good to see you. Hello, hello. All right. So I think I've got everyone on the list here. So let us dive in here. So we have, oh, we hit 6 hours. It blinked. All right. So Sudeshna, we got you up for 6 hours, 25 seconds. And just a reminder to everyone, starting this next Wednesday, I'm going to limit my sessions to 7 hours. So I'll be on from 5 p.m. to midnight Mountain Standard Time. And then whatever I don't finish in a session, including donations, I will complete the next morning, just to balance. Because my record so far was 9 hours and 43 minutes, but I have to balance. So we're going to start that on Wednesday. And I'll make an announcement on Monday or Tuesday about some other things around donation amounts and process, just to bring a little more structure in. So we'll be doing that. We'll be flexible with it all too. I just need to have like kind of a boundary to kind of keep us in a reasonable, um, balanced energy so that I don't pass out on everyone. All right. So Sudeshna, sorry, that wasn't just meant for you, that was meant for everyone. Alright, so, this is here. Last night you saw a dream about your current project. You're working too hard. So okay, I got that there, kind of okay, they're forcefully oh, wow, out of your position and removing you from the project. Wow, which somewhat resonates with the reading I did today about your career. I know, right? Ooh. And then you saw someone calling me and giving you some opportunities, but about the old technology which you're not interested in. All right. So what's the significance of this dream, right? So let's take a look here. What's the significance of this dream? Will they remove you from the project or from the company? And if you receive opportunities, will it be from other companies? And what's going to happen? All right. So, first, what's the significance of this dream? Yeah, 10 of Pentacles, the Star card here that's coming in. 10 of Pentacles is about abundance and fullness. And the Star card is this, like your higher self, more bringing up, information here. I feel like I don't necessarily feel like this is a premonition dream, even though that reading I had was like, whoa, it kind of resonated a little bit. But this is, I feel like Spirit is bringing up this energy of, um, you know, um, um, clarity around a fear that you have around having enough, being enough kind of energy, right? Especially around work, right? Because that's like a big piece of that. So a fear of not having enough, they're bringing it up in dream time so you can face the fear of what if, right? So it's part of that energy coming in here, right? Um, will you be removed from the project, Cargill, right? Got Queen of Swords. Doesn't feel like here. That feels like a balance between head and heart here. So it doesn't feel like it there. Will he be removed from the company? You got the Two of Cups. No, this is a partnership. This is still flowing here. So I feel like that this dream wasn't a premonition. So that's good. Um, if you receive opportunities, will it be from other companies? Yep, Three of Cups, third party. So I do feel like you are going to be offered opportunities from a third company. And then you have the Five of Swords. I feel like you're going to be conflicted between your head and your heart a little bit. Um, because and I feel like the thing with this is that you're just not sure, like, you know what you wanna do, but you're afraid to do it. Because that's kinda what when we're at a crossroads in a way, and we either don't know what we wanna do because we don't have enough information, and in that case, you can ask spirit, "Please show me which is the no show me something to make it a no-brainer choice." Which I feel like you have enough information where you know what choice you wanna make, but then the second reason we don't make a choice is because 'cause we're afraid, I don't wanna make a wrong choice and regret it, and so we stay frozen going, "I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. I wanna go there, but I don't know, I don't know?" And we can also ask spirit for that to give us guidance and to show us something that makes us, you know allow it to be a no-brainer where we're like, "Okay, never mind, I'm going," where something that happens that just makes us gives us that much more courage, that makes our, you know, us just that much above our fears where we're like, "That's it, I'm doing it." Something saying something, someone, doing something snarky, some sort of, saying something or them not doing something, you're like, "You know what? Screw it, I'm doing this. Psst, I'm doing that." I feel like that's kinda what comes in. Right. So that's for that one. Let's see what your fortune cookie for that one is here. Yeah, right? The frightened child. All the boogeymen. And it says, "The world is dangerous, something bad is coming," right? The insight says, "This is part of you that holds anxiety and trauma. You feel overwhelmed by the world and unsure of your ability to cope." So a reflection prompt is, what is the scariest thing you think could happen right now? Is it a fact or a fear, right? This nightmare, right? Your healthy voice action, it's breathe deeply, ground your feet, and say, "I am the adult now. I can handle this situation." I like it. Boom, power. All right. So that is for that one. All right, let me catch them on the chat real quick and we'll go into your second one here. So let's see here. All right. And then we got VD. Hey, hey. You've been trying to make a super chat the last two times, but it's not going through and it's getting declined. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. I have a ton of other super chats, so I'm not sure what's going on. Um, you know, you can do a free reading request. We'll stick our little toe in there if you'd like. But otherwise, I have Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, or Google Pay if any of those work. Or maybe, you know, reach out to YouTube if you want to find out why they're declining, because I don't know. I don't know. All right. And then Diana, I see here's your question. How does PM do? We'll get that into here. And a comparison reading. Oh, so a comparison reading. And then thoughts, feelings, benefits, blah, blah, blah. Put that in there. And oh, okay, thank you. I'll add that in there. So we'll make that a $9 donation for extra deep, uh, some extra for better insider on the questions. All right. Appreciate that. So we will dive into that. And Chelsea, I did get your other email with that as well. Yep. You're very welcome, Diana. Good night. You out? Are you out? Yeah, it's 11 o'clock at night here. So it could be midnight, 1 a.m. if you guys are on the East Coast or Midwest. All right. So I think I got everyone. Let me just update this. Okay. Make sure I don't want to skip anyone. Okay. So, Sue Deshna, your next one, 60943 for this one. Get that down here. Boom, boom. All right. And this is for Sumita. All right. And this is for the Taurus. All right. So, regarding this match, we're thinking to adjust Sumita's office by traveling with a car. Is Sumida like this match? Okay, very good. Will the no come from their side or our side? All right, so will the no come from their side or our side? Look at that. Look at that first here. Let me just highlight that. So, does it come from their side? We got the Two of Coins. And we've got the 10 of Swords on your guys. This feels balanced. It feels like it comes from your guys' side with this 10 of Swords, because that's like the Two of Coins is balanced on their side, but the 10 of Swords is a lot of expectations that would have to be let go of on your side. So it almost feels like you guys don't feel it's a balanced kind of approach with this energy. But let's take a look here. Will they not try to adjust or understand their problem? Let's take a look here. All right. Yeah, I feel like, there's the Five of Cups, that's sorrow energy, and the Fool card is being free of expectations, free of a lot of obligations and intentions. And, so I feel like they are that would be a no, like, not to adjust to all the expectations. They're looking at less expectations, and they're kinda like, "Well, we can do, like, this one, but all these other things, that's a little more than we're able to offer," We're not able to do this, so I feel like, there's, this, uh, list of I would say list of demands, but a list of requests. Um, and so I feel like, that's why it ends up being a no on your guys' side because you're like, wow, we'd have to let go of a lot of stuff for this. Um, and that's kind of the energies of right now. Would you find another better match for her based on current energies? Um, I had the Seven of Cups. So, there's a lot of this, a lot of different opportunities. There's like, here's seven more suitors kind of energies. Yeah, from your standpoint, I get it. We're talking about from their standpoint, right? And it could be like, they just are like, we can't. There's a lot of that. And we don't have, you know, the availability to accommodate those demands, or requests. So, yeah, I didn't mean so much like it to come across so, but because sometimes it's like a list of demands, but this is a list of requests, right? Um, but it depends here. You have 7 cups, so there's plenty to choose from. Um, anything more specific here? Yeah, we have the judgment card. There is this calling, this pulling, this draw. So we'll take a look here. What's in store for her marriage, future spouse, based on current energies? What can we find out here? Yeah, we've got I know the hermit. Right now, there's a little bit of aloneness coming in here. Um, but this has to do with Samita's energy. Yeah, it does have to do with, you know, and we talk about this a lot, right? It's about self-love and the conflict that we have on the inside. And I feel like the hermit is more of not that she's gonna be alone for the rest of her life. It's about stepping back, looking and getting in tune with her self-love, right? And the conflict between her head and her heart is what, projects out into the conflict of the outside world, right? So when she kind of sits with and goes into her own heart, that can change things. And that's what kind of spirit is saying is that if if the person looking in the mirrors doesn't change, then the reflection doesn't change. So, that's just this message, for Sumita to, you know, spend some time getting to know her own heart and how she feels about herself, because every relationship we have in the outside world, whether it's, you know, romance or friends or family or whatever, is a reflection of our self-love to the outside world. So, right. So let's see what we have here. And sorry, that's all I can offer there on that for you. The fortune cookie here we have, it says the imposter trap, common variation of defectiveness. So it says, I'm faking it. Soon they will realize I don't belong here, is like a belief, which could be like she feels, if she doesn't feel like like her inner child, if her inner child doesn't feel worthy, right, then it won't allow things to come in, as well, right? My podcast series, the Easier Path, is a wonderful adventure and journey with those things, which is free if you feel that would help her. The insight is that you attribute your success to luck or deception. You live in fear of being found out despite evidence of your competence. The reflection prompt is list 3 factual pieces of evidence like degrees, feedback, completed projects, if this is for relationship, 3 facts that she loves about herself that she feels, is something that, is a gift, that she gives to people, right? That prove that you're competent. And then the healthy voice action is own your success. Say, I worked for this. I earned my place here. So I like that. I am lovable, right? All right. So hopefully that helps a little bit there, Sudeshna. All right. And let me catch up here on the chat. So Phoenix Oracle Healing. Hello, hello, my friend. Good to see you. You'll be number 29 on the readings, and we're just about to start number 27, so we're not too far away. Give that a love and a like there. And then let's get your questions in here. All right, I got you. All right, you're very welcome. So glad it helped. All right. All right, Chels, you're going to be up here in a sec. Let's take a drink. Cheers, cheers to you. Wonder what would happen if I started drinking like wine during my readings. Since I don't drink anymore, can you imagine? It'd be scary. You about to get comfy in bed? All right. So let's see here. 6/18/25 is your timestamp here, Chels. Thank you for your donations. I'm so grateful. And let's get into your first email here. Right, right. I'd probably be falling asleep. Can you imagine me without any filter at all? Lord. Oh, yeah, absolutely. All right. So, will you get to go out of town soon for a little break by yourself? Financially, you have a lot going on, so not sure if you'll be able to. All right. So, based on current energies, I'm gonna be able to get out of town, get out of town. All right. Let's see here. I feel like not like soon. You have the temperance card. It's going to take a little bit of time, but I feel like with a little bit of planning with that page of swords, then it can happen sooner than later with that knight of wands. So, the page of swords is that, energy. It's about, you know, consciously cut, certain things and budget. I know, right? But when we budget things, then you can set money aside for it and then make it fun, make it, something that you're doing right. There's also a change of mindset around it. Um, of course, when we're focusing in on lack, then we're going to get more lack. When we focus on gratitude for what we have and have had, then we draw it in. So maybe a little adjustment on what are the words I'm telling my brain over and over again. I'm strapped for cash. I'm strapped for cash. I'm strapped for cash. Then I'm going to be strapped for cash. But if I start telling my brain there's money to be found, there's money to be found, there's money to be found, money comes to me easily and effortlessly, then suddenly whoosh, it starts opening it up, right? Because it'll start showing us what we need there. But I feel like there it is there. Let's see, based on current energies, let's just look and see timing here. Yep, one of those. No time for Jew. All right, now here we go. Yeah. So budgeting. I know. So based on current energies, you got 3 months from now. But, like with budgeting and change of energy, it could be sooner than that. But right now, it's like 3 months from now based on current spending habits. I know, right? Yeah, that's not terrible. So I like that. So that is what they have for that. And then how are things going with the girl Jay is seeing, right? How are things going with the girl that Jay is seeing, right? Thank you. Anything else? All right, these three. Let's see what we got here. All right. Well, it seems to be going all right now. We've got the 10 of cups, so, there's still a joyful relationship unfolding here. They're learning a lot of clarity coming in, and ace of wands, passion energy that's coming in. So, I feel like there is some, happiness that's happening right now. Um, so I feel like it's still happening there. Um, but it's still it still feels new with all these aces, right? So, right now it feels like it's not going to, I don't see any conflicts that's happening with them at this moment. Um, Based on current energies, where are they at in 3 months? Yeah, so it's still this fiery, still fiery energy that's going on there. So based on current energies, it feels like they're still going, right? I know, right? It's like, that's a good question. I wanna know that too. All right. You wanna know, has he been thinking about reaching out to you and why? So has he been thinking about reaching out to you? All right. And if not, why not? Yeah. Got the 4 of swords. He hasn't been thinking about reaching out to you, but with the 4 of swords, you've been on his mind off and on, with that swords energy. Um, I don't feel like he's thought about reaching out because he's kind of still working on the 6 of swords, 8 of swords energy, which is trying to see things differently, trying to let go of some old mindsets. And, again, with the 5 of wands, if they haven't changed their mindset, then they won't, you know, nothing will change. So I feel like that they're kind of at least in that understanding that if I haven't changed, then if I don't do something different, then it's just gonna end up the same way. I need to, before I ever reach out to you or, connect with you, I need to work on me. And so I feel like it is squash that idea. If he could tell you what he wanted without any fears, what would he wanna tell you? I don't want that one, this one, and these. Any of those? Nope, okay. Alright, let's see what we got here. We got the Hierophant. Feel like he would tell you that he wishes he woulda handled things differently. The Hierophant is the master of change and seeing things from a higher perspective and from hindsight view, that they would be able to see and they would wanna have done things handled things differently. What does that mean, right? Well, yeah, it's a Lover's card. Again, I woulda handled it differently. Uh, and the 4 of Cups. Yeah, stable emotions. Stable emotions would be better than no emotions. 5 of Cups, yeah, stable instead of sorrow. He didn't want, 'cause I feel like he would have done things, to avoid, lower vibrational emotional energy that comes in there. Yeah, and I feel like the Queen of Swords, this is like you were, such a compatible match for me, but and they're bringing in the, the three-fingered person, the five-fingered glove, right? Like, they're a three-fingered person, you're a five-fingered glove, Yeah, reactive states, right? But, like, you were a perfect fit for me, but I, felt like I wasn't gonna be fulfilling for you, and it would just have been a matter of time before you would have realized how unfulfilling certain parts of you were, that he wouldn't be able to offer, and then he goes and that's, if like, especially, like, if he's being honest with that, then he would have without any fears and being totally honest, like he's on your Wonder Woman with that truth, the lasso of truth, right? He has to speak the truth. He would be, um, "I didn't feel I was gonna be enough for you, and so I left you first so that you wouldn't reject me later." And so we had that right. Yeah, right. And that's what they do. Did I send you I might have sent you something on Instagram from this cool guy. What is his name? I am Sean. I am someone. I am Carl. I'm Sean. It's his name. I am Sean, I think SEAN or something like that. But he mentions that, girl, I love him. Yeah, because he's like, you know You know why he's hitting up the Tinder town and he's being blah, blah, blah? He's trying to forget. He's trying not to think of you. He's trying to, and that's exactly what happens. It's not a replacement, it's a drug or, yeah. Oh, no, no, not at all. I get it. But I feel like that's that kind of thing, right? It's like, yeah, that's right. And so I feel like that's the thing that happened there. So interesting, right? So let me put these cards back in and we'll continue here. So I feel like that would be honest. And that's why you end up sleeping with someone so fast because I gotta distract myself or I have to think about stuff, right? And he hasn't changed any yet. He hasn't done any like real internal work, right? So just repeat the same thing. So what does he think of me now? What do you think of me now? What do you think of me now? Isn't that a song? Something like that. This one too. All right. All right. So, got the high priestess. Yeah, the high priestess up in a high priestess temple. Untouchable is a word that comes in. You know, we've got the seven of wands and this hanged man. This transformation that I feel like they've seen you here, right? And the seven of wands is about being like a sun. You're standing tall, you're standing bright, you're being authentic, you're just, you're not dimming your light, you're not asking permission to shine, you're being yourself. And I feel like that's what he sees here. He's like, wow, but untouchable is this energy. It's like you're a high priestess. You better not mess with her, kind of energy that's coming in here as well, you know. Um, so I got that kind of energy there. What'd you say here? I wonder. Oh, what it would take for him to look in the mirror. I mean, he's 41. Yeah. Um, what would it take? Well, willingness, a desire to. But, when we realize, so much of our life that we live is, you know, we have a wake up call date, that we like this is a giant vacation, you know, from our higher self's perspective. It's a giant uh it is a giant vacation. And so when we check in, we're like, hey, I'd like a wake up call on such and such date, blah, 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 because that's when I want to wake up. And no one wakes up until they're ready to. And sometimes people go their entire lives not looking into it, and that's none of our business when it comes down to it, because we don't know. And when we judge, we as humans judge each other, right? Everyone judges each other in the beginning, um, of, they should be awake by now, and, like, how do we know what their wake-up call was, you know? We don't know when they wanted to wake up, and we're like, maybe they don't wanna wake up at all. Some of us want an experience of, "I wanna be tortured my entire life," you know? Other people wanna wake up at a certain point, and then they get the phone call, and if they don't answer it, it'll keep calling and get louder and louder till they answer the wake-up call, but we don't know, and it's okay, it's always perfect, and when we realize that everyone's life that they're living is perfectly what they're wanting to live in, there's no mistake, there's no wrong, and there's no right. There's just experience and different choices, different experience, different outcomes. Where we get upset as humans is when that out there doesn't match the idea of how we think it should be. When our little vision doesn't match up out there, that's when we freak out as humans. And so we can look at, we can't change that out there. We can try, and that's an experience that we come down here to do, to try herding 100 cats for a picture. That's your assignment, enjoy, and we're like, "Oh, hell," and we try, you can't even get 2 cats sitting still, much less 100, right? And we realize after a while, yeah, that's it, you know, we don't know. So, that's kinda what we have with that here. "Hey, Maya, just wanted to show love and say, honestly, you just wanna say you really appreciate how real you are." Oh, you're so sweet, thank you. I don't sugarcoat. Oh, whoops. I'm genuine, yeah. Oh, well, thank you so much. I know, yeah, I don't sugarcoat. Hopefully, I don't come across as rude, but, I feel I appreciate that so much. I do try to give, provide information the way I would wanna provide it, although I do have a Capricorn rising, which, and an Aquarius sun, so same. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so, you appreciate that, right? And I do. Like, some of my best friends, um have been, like, people from the back east where they're just like, "Bleh," and I'm like, I appreciate that. I always know where I stand with them, right? "Oh, you're a Taurus sun." Oh, I like that. So, I like that. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you sharing that. You made my night. I appreciate that. And Chelsea, wanna know, do the lessons from the universe, continue not answering the call, get worse and worse if you ignore it, or more intense? I feel like they get louder. I feel like the stick in which they hit us with gets larger and larger, where eventually it's a 2 by 4. No, they don't. And I just feel like they come more often. I don't feel like it's louder or, like a smack or anything like that. I just feel like it's almost like those alarms where, it goes off um, and then, it like we snooze it, and then it snoozes 10 minutes later, and then 9 minutes, 8, 7, it just comes faster and faster and faster and sooner. Before we know it, all these alarms like, "Alright, already." But it's for us, and that's what it's happening, So, we got that kind of energy coming in. So, right, women need information, not sugar-coated, honestly. Really, we as humans, uh we have, it allows us, we've got too, it's not, that's a judgment, I was gonna say too thin coated over the years, but we have become more easily offended and thinner skinned, and so, the wild, wild west, no, I'm just kidding, way back in the day. Yeah. Well, the fear, we're not ready, we're not ready to, make those changes. And it's like, but for the most part, the wake up calls, most people, they're ready when the wake up call comes, because our higher self is working with our spirit team. Our higher self isn't down here in just this body. Our higher self is still fully up there. We're just a little pinky down here, touching the world. And so, that energy that's there, um, they know when we want to wake up, and so they're working on the things. They know exactly what needs to happen for us to wake up within the range of time that we want to wake up. So they know, what to do, with that, so I like it. Alright, and yeah, Maya Rose, I got you on the free list here. You'll be number 25, when we get there, since I kind of have sidetracked off the reading here for a sec. You're the most blunt woman ever? Well, it's not a competition, don't start one. All of a sudden, I hear a bunch of, "Oh, yeah?" Yeah. Alright. And then what else does he think about you right now? We've got the 6 of coins and the Queen of cups. Yeah. I mean, he sees you as this, full emotional individual that can overgive, with emotion. It's interesting that you don't think that you give emotion, but, um, you do. I mean, there's so much love energy that flows through you. You just don't realize it's just part of who you are. You think, "Oh, no, I don't," because you have this idea of, "I should give this," right? But you've learned to balance what you give, so in comparison, like, in your mind, you don't feel like you're giving as much emotion as you should, but you're giving a good balanced energy. But because of our overgiver mentality, we are like, I should be giving 1,000 and I'm only giving 100. And most people are giving 10, you know, you're still giving a lot. But in comparison, we feel like oh, I'm not giving enough. So I like that energy that he does see you as this, he sees you as this person. And that's something else that they feel like they can't keep up with the giving, and so they still feel like you have so much more that you can give that I can't give. Again, that three-fingered glove, I mean, sorry, three-fingered hand and a five-fingered glove, with you being that. Yeah, and you were more chill, you weren't given 1,000, you're just given 100, which is like a tenth of it, right? But for him, it still was like, "I can only give a penny," and you're like, "Well, I can give $10." They're like, "Oh my god, you know how many pennies that is?" Right? He probably would've just had a heart attack right there. Alright, so let's see here. Does he have hopes for us in the future? Let's take a look here. Alright. Um, 3 of wands, energy there. I feel like I wouldn't say hope is a good word. The man needs therapy. Like, yeah, yeah, exactly right. Because you got the Hanged Man, which would be the transformation, the Six of Swords, needing to change mindset, needing to change things, definitely is in there, right? Um, but I like hope. It's like it's a path, but hope I wouldn't say is an accurate word to describe the road. It's more of it's a long, winding, scenic route, um, that, for us to be able to be there in the future, but it takes a lot of work, a lot of transformation. That's why I don't feel like it's hopeful. I feel like it's more unlikely. So, it's a road, but it's that scary road that I don't wanna go down because, there's cliffs that drop off, and I don't even know if all those bridges will stay up, and if I'm able to stay on the road, and what if a winter comes and I end up running off the road and crashing, you know? So there's that kind of energy in there. All right. So I feel like that's there. Now for the hoe phase questions. So, if you go out of town, would there be some lovely times? All right, let's take a look here based on current energies. And would they be fun? All right. Oh, 'cause it has to be out of town, is that what you're saying here? I was like, "Why does it need to be out of town?" Well, because I don't want them to track me down. I wanna be able to say, "Bye." No connection. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Right, yeah, exactly. I don't wanna run into them again. Just make sure to wear, like, an afro wig and, dark sunglasses, and your name can be Cherry Bomb, you know? And then they don't know who you are. Well, you have the Queen of Cups here. Interesting, with this. Let's see, you've got the Nine of Swords, right? Nightmares and insomnia. You have the Empress. You have the Queen of Cups and the Empress. There is like this a lot of emotional energy, and I feel like what they're bringing in here. I mean, you could have some, fun kind of energy, but the Nine of Swords is like letting go of expectations and your idea of what that looks like, what a hoe phase looks like, right? Because, like, you know, because I used to be, in the beginning of my relationships, that's why I was a serial monogamist because I felt I needed to be in a relationship to have this emotional connection. Otherwise, it just felt empty and just empty, you know, interactions with people. I had one after my first breakup, and it was just like, ugh, yeah, no dinners or dates. Yeah. And but you can still have like a friendliness, and kind of a emotional connection, but it doesn't have to be like love. And I feel like with this Queen of Cups and the Empress is that you can have, kind of like these um buddies in a way, right? Where, you have these individuals who aren't looking for commitment, aren't looking for those things, and that we can just, um, have a nice time and then be gone. And it's not even like hanging around and, doing, anything else afterwards. It's just showing up, knowing this is what we're getting together for. And you have this, you know, connection energy, but it's not doesn't have to be a permanent connection, but you can still tap into this beautiful energy and have this, experience, and then you're able to step away. And the more you develop your self-love too, it's like it's all right, it was sharing of a moment with someone, and it's like when you go in with no expectations, it's pretty, uh, it's not disappointing. And so it's different than, just like a hookup app, you know kind of energy. But so I feel here, yeah, it can be balanced emotion with the 4 of Cups. It doesn't have to be heightened emotion. The Knight of Swords, there can be talking and, kind of, you know, chatting a little bit, um, getting to know someone, um, but, it's not for the sake of getting this deep relationship energy or seeing if they're, marriage material or dating material. It's just getting to know who someone is, kind of energy. Yeah, and it's you have the 7 of coins, 7 of pentacles. It's about taking our time, and 6 of wands is, just seeing who we have this mutual draw to, just fire draw to, and enjoy it for what it is. And um, again, no expectations, just kind of clarity around it. So I feel like with that approach, because I feel like they were kinda just wanting to say, the idea of what we have it is, it's like, it's gonna be this and then, but instead, you can actually find someone local even, 1 or 2, um, however, and it's you just kinda, you know, it doesn't have to be, you know, once a week, every couple weeks or whatever. It's just like, "Hey," um, kind of energy, and it's an interesting change for me when it happened, right? Where, and even a couple, and when one's not available, the other one is, and, and it's just like this. It was such a relief for me because that was after my 4 relationships, and I had a 3-year period, and, when you were able just to, have a moment with someone and then it be over, and then you just felt like, that felt good, and I didn't define myself by it, and I didn't feel, you know, um, that it was, wrong, and there was no guilt, no shame. It was just sharing a moment, and I loved it. And, you know, and then, an odd one here and there, if those 2 aren't available and you bump into someone and it's a one-time thing, then it's a one-time thing, and, you know, you just understand yourself more, and you realize a lot that the same love that you had for these deep relationships, that you can have a piece of that feeling, and you realize this emotion is inside me, not out here, and you can generate these feelings of emotion in a moment for anyone. It doesn't have to be a certain person, and you find out that you're generating the love, not them, and you can generate that love for anyone. It's really quite bizarre and amazing and transforming. So, I feel like that's kind of the energy they're more looking at with all that, so hopefully that's fun. Right? It's like, "Whoa. Who knew? Who knew?" And it took away my fear of being cheated on. It helped so much with that. Like my last relationship, I didn't have a fear at all because I knew, um, I could have, I had friendships that were giving me that side of love, and then those expressions, you know, I could get this other stuff with other people, and I didn't need to have it from one person if I didn't need to, right? And so really interesting. Yeah, like you said, you downloaded the apps, not impressed. Um, yeah, so let's take a look here. So when you're um when you're talking about the apps, is this still talking about the whole phase, or are you talking about um I know, right? So sometimes it's just about, going to places like going to the beach, going to some clubs, going to, different things, and, you know, yeah. All right, well, let's take a look here. So, are you going to find someone for just fun or even relationship? Oh, you do say that there, who checks all the boxes physically that F did? Let's take a look here. And then how about emotionally and mentally? Did they fill you emotionally? Or was it the imitation emotion they were giving you? All right. Yeah, bottom of the deck here, you've got this Four of Wands energy, which is joy and happiness. Um, and who knows, I feel like even um, there might be even more. In fact, I feel like the way that you have F in your mind is not accurate. I feel like with where you were at, the perception you had was like, "Wow," but I feel like if, as you've been raising your love vibration, as you look back on it, you're gonna realize, "Why did I think they were so amazing? What was it?" And you're like, "Well, their body," and you're like, "Yeah, but," you know, "I don't know." Yeah, totally inaccurate, right? Because we see it as we were. Yeah, but his body right. But you have the 10 of Wands here and the Four of Swords here, right? Four of Swords is peace of mind, um, letting go of expectations, because the 10 of Wands is the passion, like, the physical interaction you have with someone, um, like, um, you know, it's it's this energy of it's about the energy behind someone, and we realize that the body isn't, it's attractive. Yeah, physically attractive, they don't have to look like them, but there can be different things, and that's what I feel like here, letting go of some of the expectations of what it has to be like, I'm gonna trust the energy, the attraction energy that's there, because sometimes it can just be like a holy hell, what is this? I can't, it's like kind of energy. Especially when we let those expectations go, we can appreciate things and our it's like having blinders. It has to be this. So we're limited to this, but when we open our expectations, we're like, holy crap, there's all this other energy there, right? So I do feel like the 10 of Wands, there's a lot there. That's a strong amount of fire energy, right? Um, And then emotionally, I like that. Um, you have someone who can give to you equally, and I feel like that's why they're saying not only what they were able to give, but, here's this higher place, and I feel like this is this energy of clarity. Like, there's it was not a, accurate picture that you were because you were generating the emotions within you anyway. So they weren't the ones that were giving you the emotional. You just liked how you felt about yourself when you were with them. It wasn't them making you feel good about yourself. It was how you were feeling good about yourself when you were with them. And those emotions were here, not out here. So you were the one generating it, not Jay. So I like that. And then mentally, yeah, I like this. You do find someone, mentally stimulating, this wonderful Aquarius energy. They're awesome, intelligent, big thinkers. So you will, because I'm an Aquarius, obviously, right? But there's this good energy of, this is this, air energy and mental energy, and the king of, pentacles means an abundance, so you meet someone that's just like, "Wow," even more so, because the person you were back when you were with, you know, them that, yeah, F, right. Yeah, F, because this is all oh, J is saying oh, this is about F, okay. Well, spirit knows who we're talking about. Yeah, right. So, there definitely is that, that energy, that you can find someone, but when you were with them, that the mentality and the view you had of yourself is what you were. seeing everything through, and as you change, you would go back. It's like when you go back to your, you know, school, as an adult, and you go, "That seemed much bigger when I was a child. This is as big as the school was?" And you're like, "Yeah," you know? So, we've got that energy that's there. So, interesting, right? Alright, so what could you do to live rent free in F's mind? Anything to post on social media? What why? Mine is not to wonder why, but to ask to spirit. So, I'm just going to look at it there. Alright. Let me before I ask that, just because I feel like I'm gonna miss this otherwise, because your pictures are all blending together. So we've got, Janet. Good to see you. I'll add you onto the free list. You'll be number 26 on there. So I think I got everyone else up above here as we were going along. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anybody. I just wanna kinda have this as a checkpoint. Yeah, because I got Maya there. Okay, yes, I got everyone else. Let me do this here. I know. Listen. So, I want to live rent-free in F's mind. Alright, let's take a look here. Yeah, do you have a room in their mind already? Let's ask that first here. No, I feel like they reset. It's like they had a reboot with the Fool card. 8 of Swords. They wiped their bzz, bzz. They ran a magnet over their head, and so they don't have any more memories. So what could you do to live, rent-free in F's mind? Okay, alright. So I feel like with the Queen of Wands, continuing to do what you're doing, because this is sharing your fire, shining bright. That's something just, one of the biggest things we can do is to show how happy we are, and what we're, that we're loving life and we're enjoying life. Like, that's one of the things, when we have, um, having one of the best days I've ever had. And, you know, do you ever thank God for unanswered prayers? And, not naming names, not looking at anything. It's interesting here with this, they have the 6 of Cups, which is an ex returning, right? And I feel like doing something like, if you could ever have one ex return, to you in your life, do you know who that would be? And then leave it at that, right? Because 'Cause that'll make them wonder, "Is it me? Is it me that they would want?" So that's one way. And then we have, yeah, the Ace of Cups, the 7 of Cups, um, energy. Well, it just allows them to go, "Wait a minute. I wonder if I'm the chosen one." And you have the Ace of Cups and the 7 of Cups energy here. So, of course, this is your self-love, but the 7 of Cups energy, um, it's like, posting like, a a multiple choice kind of, uh, I wanna say it's like pictures of different physiques, right? Right? Like, you can't show names and stuff, like, for privacy, right? But you can be showing you like it's interesting these options that you have on dating apps, um, or, even look at, like, New York City. Oh, yeah. So, it's like, somewhere where you're like, "Oh my god," search cities for and see and go, "Oh my god, I think I'm gonna go on a trip to New York City," and show, like, a little thing showing New York City and showing, like, you know, uh, like, pictures of, like, 6 guys that are available, but it's on no headshots, right? It's just body shots. Um and it's like, what?" It's doing those kind of things. I mean, if that's what you're wanting to live rent free in someone's mind, if they're seeing your social post, right, then it makes them go, Wait a minute." They start doing comparison, right? And they start going like, "Wow," So so there you go. Um, yeah, it's things, about, all of these things, like the 5 of Pentacles. I mean, if we're going to, play a mind game, really the thing that all of us were afraid that we're not enough. We're afraid we're abandoned. We're afraid we're left behind. Um, kind of energy. And so those things, if we want to, get into someone's mind to make them question, those are the things that we do. Now, of course, you know, these are fun to talk about, really think about if that's what you wanna do. Sometimes it's just thinking about it enough is enough for you, right? But, of course, you can do it as you wish because you have the Knight of Swords I'm not the Knight of Swords, the Queen of Swords, which is an energy of, what, the perfect compatible person kind of energy. Because then they're like, "Oh, wait a minute, am I on that list of characteristics?" Like the perfect one of the, have you thought about one of the most compatible people, what that means for you? And you start putting, those things on there. And the Knight of Wands, of course, again, that Queen of Wands energy where you just keep shining bright, you just keep showing your fire and your uh, when you take pictures, connect with the sensuality within you and that fire within you, and just let it just like burn up into you, and then take the pictures because well, because your eyes will look different, when you have that fire in them. There's like steam in them, right? And that energy does go over pictures too. You've seen them in models' eyes, right? So, all right. So, now that we gave everyone secrets, and let's look at your final one here. One final one here, and then we'll pull your fortune cookie here and see what we got coming in for you too. Everyone else, shh, keep this all a secret between all of us, right? So, so why has Jay been completely ignoring you on Instagram? All right, let's take a look here. All right. So we got the 9 of Wands. Yeah, there's this energetic block energy. Let's see what this is about. I put these cards back in, they came back out. This calling, this pulling of someone that's more equal energy here. And what else do we got here? What is this about? Yeah, because we got the 5 of Wands. There's some confliction energy here. Page of Coins. So it's got the High Priestess and the Death card too here. So this you being kind of alone, this ending energy that's come in here. But I do agree because you thought it was the post with that you made with friends and the man that you were meeting up with, and I feel like they were just like, "Oh, okay." So, kind of this moved on energy that is here, this blocking energy. I don't feel like maybe they blocked you, but yeah, that was the hot guy in shorts, the built guy with the food, right? That's etched permanently in my mind. Yeah, muting, like they're not watching, more of it, come forward. Um, and it does feel like that kind of energy coming in here is they're just kinda like, "Oh, okay. It's over. I don't need to see that you're choosing." It's not like because 'cause you're not choosing someone else, but they're like, I don't wanna have to see that kind of energy that's there. And that's kind of that 5 of pentacles that we were talking about, right? People don't wanna see that they're not chosen, that maybe they're not enough, and maybe they don't compare, and in the way you put it of, a night of playing board games and doing this instead of going out. Wow, Yeah, yeah. But that's the whole thing, right? It's the dual standard, it's the double standard, kind of energy that comes in and, they have that, you know, um, don't do as I do, but it's this, you know, it's the difference between an emotional reaction and what they would, um, you know, they're allowed, right? They're allowed to feel one way and take action on it, and because everyone's just trying to do their best with what they have grown up with and where they're at in each moment and, what, energy they have inside of them and around them. Everyone's trying to do their best, and everyone does the best with what they have in each moment, and so when we realize it's not about that everyone's actions are not intentional toward us, they are, um a reaction of what's going on inside of them, you know? And so when we look at that and we realize that's not about us, that's about a reaction that's happening inside of them. It's not waking up going, I'm going to do this to Chelsea today or to bruddaZEN or whatever. It's I'm reacting in my own little world and I'm not even 99% of the time, people aren't even aware of how they're impacting others. They're just reacting, trying to feel safe and in control and comfortable again. And then they come out of their, blackout of being out of their minds and not even realizing, what has unfolded, right? So, yeah, I do feel like that's kind of what's going on with that there. Your fortune cookie, you got evolution, baby, evolution. You got the butterfly. You're leaving the caterpillars behind. Open right up to it. So the butterfly, symbolizing transformation and growth, represents the power of change. Emerging from its cocoon, the butterfly reminds us that evolution is a natural and necessary part of life. This card signals that you're undergoing or approaching a period of change and personal development. Embrace the process, knowing that this transformation will lead you to new beginnings. The direct energy is embrace your evolution, let go of the old, and welcome the new with openness and trust in the process. The reverse is you may be resisting change, clinging to old habits. Consider if fear of the unknown is holding you back from growth. And then your questions are what transformation am I undergoing? Am I resisting necessary changes? And how can I embrace my evolution fully? So I love that. It's a beautiful butterfly. So I love it too. So hopefully that helps. Yeah, absolutely, and thank you so much for your donation and all your love and support and your sense of humor. I'm so grateful, and your pictures. I love him. Remember, I live vicariously through you. So, enjoy, my dear. Oh, okay, very good. Yeah, right. You know, just share 'em, I mean, alright, just because I have to, I wanna properly, uplift you and, yeah, I want to, you know, shout out your praises. I know, right? Yeah, not approve, I was gonna say approve, it's more of, I'm going to, just, uh, do a shout out for your choices. Yeah, I don't need buddies, yeah, yeah, no worries. Alright, my dear, so thank you again so much, sleep tight. I know what's 11 o'clock over there in your world, so, enjoy, enjoy, enjoy your next adventures, and, we'll see what happens. Alright. Yes, good night. Good night, good night. Alright, and then Diane, I think you are asleep. I think you said you were heading off, but just in case, hello, hello. We got you at 7:13:04 is for your timestamp, and then you wanted to know here, so how does PM feel about you when compared to our connection and the one she has with with Lauren? Lauren is just a friend, a long-term friend. I'm curious about comparing how she saw each of us and feels, too. So comparison reading. Thoughts, feeling, benefits of each, wishes for the connection when it comes to you. All right. Very good. So cheers, cheers. All right. So let's do thoughts here. You'll be on the left. She'll be on the, Lauren will be on the right. So thoughts first. That's for you. This is for her. All right. So, thoughts for you. We have the Knight of Swords. Didn't they have that with you earlier, right? But the Knight of Swords, that is an energy of, smooth communication, seeking clarity, great conversations. I feel like they had with you. The Five of Coins, the Five of Pentacles, there was a little energy, I feel like, I feel like when in the beginning of the connecting that she thought that you had these fears of being abandoned, being left behind, being left out in the cold. Just kind of noticed a little bit of insecurity. I feel like with that there. The temperance, is an energy of alchemy, of movement, and the Five of Wands too. This is friend energy here. And I feel like there was this, the energy of I like your, you know, I feel like we can start off as great friends kind of energy. So I feel like that's kind of the energy that they had. And then just because of the insecurities in the beginning, I feel like they kind of had that energy, you know, because they saw it in you, of course, that means they had it inside of them. Right. And so they didn't want to, face that in an intimate level, at least at that point. Right. And then the thoughts around Lauren, we had the Knave of Cups, which is the Page of Cups. Thought they were kind of a bubbly, happy, go lucky person, kind of upbeat, kind of, I almost feel like, I wanna say Pollyanna, but they were a little too happy. And the High Priestess, they felt like a loner. kind of mysterious and alone kind of energy. Um, and 3 of Pentacles, I feel like they felt like they were really true to their authentic self, and they didn't really you know, I wanna say here that she felt that she was on the way of trying to be true to her authentic self with the King of Wands here. Because I still feel here, like, with the, Page of Cups that I'm getting this energy like they're acting happier than they are. I wish they would be their authentic self and not try to be, act all happy when they're not. So I feel like that is this energy that was there, like, um, wishing that they would be more authentic, kind of energy. So with the 6 of Swords in the middle, there's like 3 swords each side there, there is this things that they enjoyed and little challenges for each too, which is a good energy. This is the mind analyzing, calculating kind of energy. Um, so feelings, let's look at that next here. Just mark that so I can see that I've done that. So feelings, let's look at here. So feelings for you. All right. Put that in that. Oh, and that's that. They did 4 and 4. Oh, they're going to give you 5. Okay. And then what about Lauren? Feelings over there. All right. Yeah. So it looks like PM. I mean, we have the Knight of Wands under the energy for the in between card. And so there was things that were attractive for both of you guys too. What a whore. What a PM. Such a whore. I'm just kidding. All right. So for you, they saw you as the Empress. Yeah, their emotions, so much emotion, sensuality, the embodying the divine feminine energy, um, nurturing energy. They really like that about you. Also, emotions, Leo, courage energy, fire energy. And I feel like there was this natural draw, Leo energy has this it's like Edward the vampire, designed to capture your prey. They kind of saw you as this, they loved your, it's Leo energy is like beautiful looking too. So, I feel like they were really attracted, with those emotions, that fire energy, but the Empress is ton of emotion. So I feel like they had a lot there for you. Yeah, a lot of different emotions with the 7 of Cups. So definitely they had a lot of different feelings that were there. Yeah, the moon. So there's a lot of emotional energy that was going on below the surface, and they could sense that, wow, you had so much emotion, and their heart was very connected to all of that. The mind, though, is what kicks in, right? The 3 of Swords, which is the fear of not living up to all of that emotion, which, I feel like that might have, kind of kept them, um, in that, not being able to express as much of emotion as they wanted because they felt, I can't keep up kind of energy, right? For Lauren, 2 of Swords kind of energy. That's like, it's an interesting because it's the mind with instead of emotion. What do we got here? The 6 of Cups, oh, they reminded him of an ex. Yeah, this is a different it's like, um, because the 2 of Swords is like, the power of the story, right? And so there's this changing of the story, and, oh, what an interesting twist, right? Because, you know, that's why they it's kind of like a, ooh, and it's not a fun ex. So even though they look like it and they had some of the mannerisms and stuff, I don't feel like they had the behaviors of their ex, but like looks and things that just kept reminding them of them. And they're like, "Oh, no, 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 no." Yeah, because oh, yeah, sorry, I'm showing myself over here. The 5 of Cups, sorrow energy, right? Um, and, you know, and it made them not want to, you know, kinda withdraw a little bit, and the 3 of Wands, they took a different route with them than they thought they would because they started to remind him of their ex, and so I feel like they kinda just, kind of put that, um, up there because that it just feels like that, right? So that's what they got for the emotions, and then benefits of each. Let's see what comes in there. So the benefits for you, okay, I do it that one and that one and that one and that one. Those two. All right. And then what else for Lauren here? We got as well. All right. Yeah, so we got the Page of Wands, the energy. So there was, of course, this fiery energy. I feel like it's, and that's not necessarily passion energy with this kind of what I'm getting in here. It's actions, it's, motion, spark. You guys both had a different kind of spark that helped them. Let's see here. For you, yeah, we got the 7 of Swords and the Devil card. I feel like you challenged their mind. So I feel like you really, one of the things here is you kind of play devil's advocate. You allowed them to question some of their long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that helped them remove some thoughts that would hold them back, that would steal opportunities out of their life. And I feel like you helped them, see that belief in them, like your belief in who they were, and you showed them a different viewpoint, and so you help them overcome some of this negative self-talk in their brain. I feel like you kind of also, one of your benefits is you taught them to slow down and enjoy the moments instead of go, 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 and to, you know, um, achieve, achieve. I can be happy when, and you're like, you can be happy now. I feel like you helped them get into the moment more as well, and they see that as a benefit. Yeah, and then a huge giver, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture again coming in with the Queen of Coins, Queen of Pentacles. This equal giving and receiving type of energy that came in here. And I feel like it, um, even though, in the beginning they thought, oh my gosh, you have so much to give and I can't keep up, and that you didn't, um, you did a good job at helping balance that out and show them what they could give. That, we don't have to give the same thing to each other. You bring this, I bring this, to our friendship. And I feel like they were like, wow, okay. And I feel like you helped them again. A lot of this energy, if you helped them believe in themselves more. For Lauren, we've got the King of Swords and the 9 of Coins, the 9 of Pentacles. So here, it's an interesting energy because I feel like Lauren kind of showed um, PM. I'm trying to keep the name straight. I have so many names tonight. Uh, but that you can be happy alone. That, if you can't be happy alone, then you can't be happy in a relationship. And I feel like they really showed them that it's okay to have alone time. And I feel like they kind of showed PM that it's okay to have away time, alone time, and I feel like they kind of showed them and by example, with that hermit energy, that it's okay for that alone time, right? Um, we also have the Lovers and the Knight of Cups energy coming in here. It's interesting because this is about the quest of, the Knight of Cups is the quest for self-love and learning about that there's different ways to love people. And I feel like they kind of helped him on that quest of knowing that there's different types of relationships and that they all don't have to be the way your idea of it is, and I feel like they and I feel like they shared their own personal experiences with other people and when they talked to them and stuff, and I feel like they kind of showed PM that relationships are defined by the 2 people in it, not by the world. And because I feel like maybe Lauren had, like, some poly relationships or 3, poly is what, 3 or more, right? Um, had, like, a relationship like that and had this different type of different relationships where, PM was like, "Wow. Wow, wow," and just opened up their mind and their heart in a way. Um, yeah, and I feel like this is interesting. A benefit, um, which with Lauren, I feel like, she might have had a lot of expectations though too with that 10 of swords, because I feel like she helped teach PM about patience with expectations and disappointments, and I feel like because, Lauren in a way was trying to live up to other people's expectations, that's why she wasn't, like, being totally true to her authentic self all the time, that I actually feel like PM taught Lauren to be more true to their authentic self over time, and I feel like that's why that actually became a benefit for PM because they felt like, "I can help other people learn and grow." So I feel like it was more of being, allowing them to do that, right? Alright. So we got all that, and then, so the final one here is wishes for the connection when it comes to you. So wishes for the connection. What do they wish in a connection for you? This one and this one, right? Well, the bottom of the deck, we've got, you know, both the 2 of cups, the 10 of cups, even this is interesting since we're talking about polyamorous relationships. 3 of cups. So, one-on-one relationship, is are these, and then the 3 of cups is a polyamorous relationship, that they would want you, like the wishes is to be in a relationship, even if it's, having someone else in it too, if that's what you want kind of energy. That's interesting. Um, yeah, but we got the 2 of coins, this balanced energy, that's coming in there. Again, the 2 of coins, got the wheel of fortune. So they do feel like this would be a fortunate, relationship. And the 6 of wands, which is that mutual attraction relationship there too. So I feel like that, they have that there, um, amongst all the other stuff that's going on with them here. But, you know, so yeah, I feel like that. I think we used half the deck. So that is what we got, my dear. Let's grab your fortune cookie here too. I just feel like PM is kind of fluid in some ways, this energy that I'm picking up in doing that deep dive, just really getting to know their heart a bit more and that they're not so, stuck in things. A lot of the stuff that they've learned from other people, that they're not so determined. They're more, let's see what unfolds kind of energy. We got the cat. Yeah, independence. It's about, going on adventures together, not being owned. So the cat, a creature known for its independence, curiosity, and grace, symbolizes self-reliance, intuition, and the power of solitude. Cats are often seen as mysterious and autonomous, moving through life with the quiet confidence. So this card suggests you may need to embrace your independence and trust in your ability to navigate life on your own terms. The cat reminds you that true strength often comes from within and that solitude can be a source of power and clarity. The direct message: embrace your independence and trust in your ability to navigate life on your own terms. Solitude can be a source of strength and clarity. The reversal energy: your independence may be leading to isolation or a reluctance to accept help. Consider whether you are shutting others out or being too self reliant. And then the questions that you can ask yourself are: how can I embrace my independence while staying connected to others? Am I isolating myself or refusing help? And what can I learn from solitude? Ooh, I like it. So hopefully that helps, my dear. That is what they have. Thank you again so much for all your donations and all your love and support. I appreciate you. Enjoy. All right. And then I think this is the last of the donations I have coming in here. So Phoenix Oracle Healing, you are up 73223. Yeah, I got a little bit of mirroring with the 3223 coming in there. So, hey, friend, hope you're doing well. Let me take a sip. Cheers, cheers to you. All right. Let me separate out your questions real quick here. All right. So, first, what is the energy this week between you and ER? Right. So, based on current energies. All right. So, you got the 7 of coins. So, there still is a little bit of patience. Things are growing slowly, like watching the grass grow, right? There is this kind of energetic attraction between the two of you right now. Could be this eclipse, because on the bottom of the deck, you have the 9 of swords, which is bringing me into dream energy. And I almost feel like you guys are connecting at an higher level, like a ethereal level, like your higher selves are like hanging out, your spirits are meeting on the ethereal plane and chatting it up, because you've got this Leo energy. We had the Leo Lionsgate yesterday, and we've got the Leo new moon solar eclipse on um, Wednesday. So I feel like there's all this energy, and you got the Ace of Wands and the Knight of Wands. So there's this movement of all this fire energy going on right now. So I feel like the connection that, or the energy that's going on, I feel like there is this draw, but you guys are meeting at a higher plane, not so much on the physical plane this week. So I feel like this is the energy that is happening. Should you unblock him, what we'll do the energy here. If you unblock him, what kind of energy do you get? And if you don't unblock him, what kind of energy do you get? All right. Well, yeah. So if you unblock him, you have the Emperor, which is Aries energy, fire energy. It's still this pondering energy that's there of, what do I want to do? I'm stuck in my head. I want to get into my heart. I feel like that's kind of energy there. If you don't unblock him, you have the Wheel of Fortune. So the tune of for you. So it's best not to unblock him right now, because I feel like that wouldn't fare well. I don't feel like it would bring you anything, because there's indecision on their side. So I don't feel like anything would happen. If he noticed, okay, that you were just asking that, how would he react if he notices? He would be like, I don't know, he'd be in his head, not in his heart. And so there wouldn't be action until he would get into his heart, decide what he wanted, and then take action. But I don't feel like it would be anytime like soon kind of energy in there. If you unblocked him, based on current energies, when would he reach out? Let's do a when card here. Yeah, give it time, it's in the works. So, yeah. Uh, Undetermined, right? So, it wouldn't be, like, anytime soon kind of energy, right? So, um, so he wouldn't act on it, but how would he react if he noticed it? What kind of his reaction would be? Yeah, 5 of Wands, conflicted, like I said, between his head and his heart. So, he would be conflicted. Isn't that funny? Anyway, and then you're in no contact, you're contemplating on unblocking him to have some peace to release this, but I don't want this action to seem as a surrender. So, what is spirit? What kind of clarity can they bring to you around that dilemma that you're having in your own self here? All right. King of Pentacles, do what's best for you. King of Pentacles is, choose, your worth comes from in here, not out here. So, um, you get to decide what something means. Everyone has their opinion, what you do and don't do. Um, let's see here what else they can give here too. Yeah, you have the power of choice. That's really what it comes in to be here, with the chariot, because that's you have the power to choose the story about what things mean, the emotions you feel, the energy you feel, the actions you take. You can't control anyone else's. The Seven of Wands is about being true to the authentic you. Stand tall, don't dim your light, don't ask permission to shine, don't feel like you have to defend your actions, right? You just get to be you and you get to express it, right? And the Queen of Wands, you get to be the fire that you are. And, you know, if you are like, you know what? I don't need to block people. Um, I am, because it's almost like blocking is running. Blocking is, um, let's see, how can we say this? Blocking is the flight in fight or flight. And um, it's protection, and you don't need protection. And I feel like instead of it being seen as surrender, you're like, you know what? I'm unblocking everyone. Anyone that I have blocked, I'm going to unblock them. And there's this freedom that comes with that because anything that comes in, I can handle. I don't need an invisible, electronic barrier protecting me because I can protect myself. I feel like that's a positive energy. And then you're like, yeah, I can handle it. If someone reaches out and says something mean, I can choose not to respond. That's my power. You know, I don't have to block. If people say something, then I don't have to do it. Right. So I like it. Boom, boom, boom. Right. So let us see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Hey, Kaja. Yeah, you can still ask questions. This is my last donation here. See, it's 7.5 hours. I might, let me see how many. With you, I'd have 27 free readings if you're getting on the free list there. So I probably could do those tonight. I have a busy day tomorrow, so I should do them tonight. Let me see how my energy is because I don't want to be tired when I do them either. So I might just wait to do them in the morning. Yeah, I think I will wait to do them in the morning actually. So let's see here. You got the beluga, which is communication. What? Shut up. All right, let's see what this talks about here. The beluga, known for its vocal nature and strong social bonds, symbolizes the power of communication and connection. These whales use a wide range of sounds to express themselves, reminding you to speak clearly and openly with those around you. This card encourages you to strengthen your communication and build deeper connections through honest expression. The direct message is focus on clear, honest communication. Open dialogue will enhance your relationships and bring clarity. The reversal is your communication may be unclear or misunderstood. So reflect on whether you're holding back or not expressing your true thoughts. The questions you have are: how can I improve my communication? Am I being honest and clear in my expressions? And what can I do to strengthen my connections through communication? I love that. So there you go. I feel like that's the universe saying, unblock, right? Be you, communicate. If you're afraid of what will people communicate, you don't have to communicate back. You have that power to resist, right? So hopefully that helps. Phoenix, that's what they got for you. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. All right. How are we doing? We're 7 hours and 42 minutes. Let me see. Yeah, I feel like I am gonna do it tonight. So Kaja, please put yours out there, and I do feel like I wanna do them tonight. I checked in with spirit, and they're like, "Yes, energy. You have the energy." So we're gonna do it. Cheers, cheers. All right. So we'll jump in here. We have Mini Heal up first at 7:42:42. So Mini Heal, here is your timestamp. And you want to know, who is this person coming toward me soon with offers of love? Let's see, what can we know about this person here? Got the Two of Coins and the Sun card. Wow. So we definitely have Leo energy that's coming in here. And the Two of Coins, I feel like it's one of two individuals, because we've got these, you have like these two options that are coming towards you. And one feels like the one that you normally would have, like, oh, this is the usual suspect that I would choose. But there's someone else that's different. There's this Leo energy that you're really attracted to. And I feel like it's someone you wouldn't go for, but there's this draw. And so I feel like when it comes down to there being two individuals, that go with the one that your heart and your energy is drawing you to, not the one that your mind would have normally chosen. So don't choose the usual suspect. I feel like it'll be exciting for you to go the other direction, because doing something different brings you a different result and a different experience. So I like that for you. So that is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right, very good. Yep, I do see it right there, Kaja. So I'll get you on there. You'll be number 27 on the free reading list here. Uh, so we started on them. So one down, 26 to go. All right. All right. So, and then we have here Kritika Sayani. You're up 7:44:37 for yours. There we go. And the universe message for your connection with animal. All right, let's take a look here. So, what do they have here for you for this connection? You do have wow, just put that in, the Two of Coins and the Six of Cups. You know, the Six of Cups is like there's this past life energy, kind of energy. And I feel like you will have this choice with them to either allow them. I don't know if you know, because you have someone coming back as an option into your life. And I do feel like you have two options that are here. And so you know, if Anmal is not and they come back, I do feel like you have these, two options regardless. There's going to be one person that's come back from the past, and then you have another option. And um I feel like one of them is going to feel very different from the other, because I do feel like with the Six of Cups energy, it also is like one of them has this past life connection, not in this life, but past life, where you just feel this draw to them, like, very comfortable, like you've known them forever. And this would be a new person coming in because you have one person coming back and then a brand new person. So the 6 of Cups represents 2 different individuals, one coming back from the past in your physical life this time, and one someone from another lifetime, past life connections that feels like they glow in the dark. They have a rainbow shooting out of their butt because you're going to recognize this draw that comes in and this, like I said, comfortability, this feeling of home kind of energy with them. And so you're going to have this energy here, that's coming in, and you're going to realize, wow, um, I thought I had this deep connection because I feel like it's animal that's, kind of in the picture, but you're like, but this other individual, I feel so drawn to them and the connection's so deep compared to what you have with animal that I'm like, it's going for this person with this past life connection energy. So interesting, right? So that's what they have for you, Kritika. Hopefully that helps. All right. So many blessings to you. Right, and then Premia, we got you 74730 is for yours here. And so your husband and you are in a long distance relationship. When will we be together? I have applied to stay with him and to work as well. All right, based on current energies, let's take a look here at a when card here. Yeah. Feel the next couple of days. I don't know if that seems accurate there. But I feel like in the next couple of days, you're gonna get some clarity, some news that helps you, with this situation. So I feel like you do get clarity that comes in, because I mean, I feel like in the next month looks promising in getting some additional movement on there. Because I feel like you're just gonna be getting some clarity around all of this kind of energy coming in here. I'm gonna pull a quick tarot here as well. Yeah, you do have the Page of Cups kind of energy that's coming in here. And the Five of Swords. Yeah, there's still some conflicting energy here about the Page of Cups. So there's something that's still standing in the way here with, it moving forward, but I feel like you do get clarity in the next couple of days and, within this month and next month around things that are coming in here. You've applied to stay with him and to work, but there's some sort of conflict that keeps hitting this here. Something if you haven't checked out my podcast, The Easier Path, it's linked down in the description area. It's also on my main page. And episode 14 is Abundance, where it be. It talks about our energy and it talks about our inner child, two things that have to kind of align in order to bring things into our life. Because it feels like this has been happening quite a bit, right? Quite a while. And so I feel like um, checking into those energies might help things move faster and have clarity come in faster for you as well. It just feels like there's some inner conflict that's happening that's not allowing these solutions to come for you. So I would recommend checking that out. Okay. So the link is down in the description box. Like I said, if you click on my name, it'll take you to the my main page, and it's at the top up there. All right. So that's what they got for you. Many blessings to you. All right. We got Sean G in the house. Hey, good to see you. All right. I just saw your Cash App came through. So we'll step out of the free readings. We'll jump up here and get you squared away here. All right. So thank you, Sean. You're I got 75107 is for your timestamp here. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And you want to know, what did the dream about the elevator mean? Oh, right. Let's take a look here. And that- All right. You have the Eight of Swords on the bottom of the deck here. And this is if you like this graphics, I know you're an artist. This is the Tattoo Tarot. Ink and intuition. All right. But you have the Eight of Swords, which is about letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve you anymore. So there's like this release kind of energy that's coming in here, an old thought, an old story that is being kind of moved and transformed. Yeah, I have the Ten of Swords. So yeah, letting go of some expectations. And I feel like that is something like leaving one floor and going to a new floor. And this is about change, letting go of some thoughts about what's supposed to be, what should be, need to be, have to be around something. Let's see what they'll tell us here. Yeah, you've got the High Priestess and the Tower. Yeah. So I do feel here, the High Priestess, she's all about going up into the High Priestess temple to see things from a higher perspective, a different perspective. Of course, communicate with spirit, but dive deep into their emotions. But this feels like a lot of mental energy because she does look behind the veil of the mind. And the Tower card is about removal of some long held, stories that we have around how something needs to be. And I feel like there's you know, this is like your spirit preparing you, um, and bringing up a fear that needs to be released because it's a small t truth rooted in a fear of not being enough, being rejected. And so it's like your soul, spirit, bringing it up in the dream time about moving up and being able to step out of something, not being afraid to let something go. Got the Seven of Wands. It's about being true to your authentic self, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine or defend what you feel you're wanting to do, and not fearing that you have to live up to everyone else's expectations. Sometimes we're like, "Oh, I really want an opportunity, but I don't want to do it that way." And you know, but if I don't take it, what will people think? What if it ruins opportunities? What if this? What if this? What if that? And they're like, be true to yourself here. You're able to step back and communicate and connect with spirit with this hermit. You have both the high priestess and the hermit, which is this stepping away, taking a big deep breath, connect with the spirit world and see what comes in that silence in that moment, and to trust the messages that you get within you and follow your gut and your instinct and going, I don't want to do it that way. And if it's turning down an opportunity, then it's turning down an opportunity. Um, but being true to yourself kind of steps you into this empress energy, of that, realizing that it's okay. I will have other opportunities. I will be able to do that. There's some sort of conflict with this Five of Wands that's been going on there. So, there is a bit of a change, this conflict. Your mind wants to do something, your heart isn't in it. And this is about let your heart win. So, I feel like that's kind of what this elevator dream was about. So, hopefully that resonates and makes sense for you there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here, too. You get one of this little schema therapy cards. Yeah, the abandonment trap. Ooh, interesting. Which says, everyone I love eventually leaves. I'm going to end up alone. The insight is this trap stems from early instability. It makes you constantly scan for signs that your partner or friends are pulling away, often creating self-fulfilling prophecies. The reflection prompt is recall a time you felt this panic recently. Was the other person truly leaving, or was your inner child just terrified of the possibility? A healthy voice action says place a hand on your chest and say, I am the one person who will never leave me. I am safe in my own company. Wow, I love that. All right. So that's what they have for you, Sean. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And we got Lady J. Hey, Lady J. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Oh, before falling asleep. Very good. Thank you for your extra donation here. Sleep tight. All right. We'll give that a love and a like here. All right. So, Lady J, we got 757.15 is for yours. All right. And so you thought of this before falling asleep. Is there a reconciliation potentially for Ben and you? Um, have I been in his mind recently? Does he think he, me, or both of us need to change first? All right, let's take a look. All right. So, based on current energies, is there a reconciliation potentially for Ben and you? All right. Well, I would take this as a possibility of a yes. Do you have the Two of Cups, relationship energy, lovers, kind of a mini lovers energy? Do you have the Page of Swords, which things do need to, it needs to be seen from a different perspective in order for things to move forward because we have the Knight of Wands that comes after that. But it does have to be, you know, changes do have to happen, right? So I do feel that. Um, have you been on his mind lately? All right, let's take a look here. Is that it? All right. Yeah. The devil, you've been on his mind. That's Capricorn mental energy. So that does represent mind energy. So I do feel with that being on the bottom of the deck, that's there. What has he been thinking about here? Oh, yeah. So, we've got the Six of Cups, which is the return of an ex energy, right? Someone coming back from the past. So he's been thinking about that, but he's also been thinking about, the Hierophant energy, which is learning and growing. So growth needs to happen, which will take us into this extra piece of your reading here. We got the Six of Coins and the Nine of Coins. So this, equal giving and receiving, this energy of learning to be happy alone, um, because if I can't be happy alone, I can't be happy in a relationship. And I don't want to, go into a relationship as two adults and have it turn into a parent child relationship, right? That codependency awareness energy that's there. We also got the Knight of Cups. Yeah, Knight of Cups, Ace of Cups, King of Cups, all this energy of emotion on underneath the deck here too about, the journey of self-love, the quest of self-love, realizing, and I feel like this is kind of the changes that kind of need to happen underneath the surface is realizing you are your own, the love you've been looking for. And when we're in that, then we can have this relationship. Otherwise, it feels like there's this need kind of energy that's there of trying to define ourselves by our relationship, which right. So does he think that he needs to change first? Does he feel that you need to change first, or both of us? All right. So does he feel he needs to change first? You know, with we have the star card, which isn't like I already think I'm a dream come true. This is Aquarius energy, which is old ways. The old ways won't work. That yeah, there needs to be change, right? We need to be true to our authentic selves with the 7 of Wands, the 7 of Cups. We need to be able to feel all of our emotions. And I feel like that's what he feels he needs to work on, energy. What about you? Yeah, we do have here, we've got the, judgment card, seeing things from a different perspective, a higher perspective. In regards to marriage with the 4 of Wands, kind of energy. And I feel like one of the things to look at with that, I feel like they feel like, your ideas or expectations, at least this is his idea, again, we're all in his mind, right? His energy. He's like, I feel like you have a lot of expectations around marriage and this and that and all of that energy. And, there's this, seeing it differently from a higher perspective, a different perspective, whether it's, your ideas around marriage, what a wedding looks like, that kind of thing with the 4 of Wands. I feel like they feel like there can be some adjustment there. And I feel here with Temperance, it is a little bit of alchemy, a little bit going back and forth. So I feel like he feels you both need to change first and a little bit more time with that too. So yeah, I feel like you're in the know. I feel like your energy is aligned with what is coming in here because I feel like that's kind of what you figured with that. So we'll pull your fortune cookie here too. Hey Nelia, say hello. You just woke up, fell asleep on the couch. Oh no. Well, sleep tight. Good night, my friend. Have a great night. Have a great week. And hang in there. We'll see you soon. All right, let me put these cards away here, and then we'll get you. All right, there we go. And then for your fortune cookie, let's grab here. What else can we have here? For Lady J, you get the sea lion and balance. Yeah, that temperance card brings in balance too. So you got the sea lion. Let's see what that brings in here. So the sea lion, effortlessly moving between land and sea, symbolizes balance and adaptability. It teaches us to navigate different aspects of life with grace, maintaining equilibrium even in changing environments. This card suggests finding harmony between your responsibilities and personal needs. The sea lion encourages you to remain flexible while keeping your life balanced. I love it. The direct energy is seek balance between different areas of your life. Flexibility and adaptability will help you maintain harmony. The reversal is you may be neglecting one area of your life, causing imbalance. Consider if you're focusing too much on one aspect at the expense of others. Your questions are, where do I need more balance? Am I neglecting something important? And how can I better adapt for changing circumstances? So I love that. So that's a kind of energy of balance and change. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for all of your donations this evening and love and support. Sleep well. In 5 hours, 2 a.m. Oh my God. I know. Actually, I was going to work on the free readings, but I did 3, but I am gonna go to bed now. I've decided I am tired. So I was gonna do it, and I feel like we were waiting because we got Sean G and Lady G, came in for, donation reading, so I feel like maybe that's why the elevator doors were staying open. But, for everyone else, I have what? Because I have 27, so I have, like, 24 more to go, and I'm at 8 hours right now, and my look at my right eye is already going to sleep. I'm just kidding. So, I am going to, jump on in the morning, and I will complete out the free readings. So if you guys haven't, checked out my podcast, make sure if you want to find out more ways to have an easier path as a human on our adventures, they do talk a lot about tools on how we can do that. So, and that is all free if you're interested. So, I will be jumping on in the morning, and then I'll be making some announcements in the next couple of days too about limiting my hours to 7 hour will be my maximum um, times, which is midnight my time. So I'll be on from 5 p.m. to midnight Mountain Standard Time. And then whatever I don't finish in that, including donations or free readings, I'll jump in the morning and complete all those. We're gonna have a little more structure around donation amounts and, what comes with each of those 2, just to have some structure, because 'cause I've been doing, readings for almost 4 years, and so I feel like it's time to kinda just being a little, because 'cause we're growing, and, I just wanna be clear, for everyone, on what comes with, a $1 reading, a $3 reading, a $5 reading, etcetera, just to, make it easier, as well. All right. I think that's it. I'm gonna head to bed. Thank you guys so much, for all your love and support, and remember every second of every day of your life that we are truly, eternally, and unconditionally loved by the mother and father of all things, our creator. When you sit with that, when you really think about it, you're just, what more do we need, right? So, and of course, I love you guys too. That's just the cherry on top. I love you too. All right, everybody. I'll be back Wednesday for more free readings. I'll jump on to do my makeup session, and then I'll see you guys. So have a great night. Sleep tight. And we got a beautiful solar eclipse coming up on Wednesday morning. Exciting. All right. Good night. Good night, Nelia. Take care. Many blessings, everyone. I love you guys. We'll see you soon.